Kia karakia tātou, whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kinakina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E he aki ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, te hei mauri ora. Morena everyone, we have a full-on day. Nice to see many awesome people in the crowd, many familiar faces. We also have Te Kauro Āmake, kia ora. Thank you for coming in again, always nice to see you here. We have, I thought we would have far few people sitting around the table, so that was good. We were getting lots of apologies coming in, so thank you to those who have changed their apologies. Right, just to let you know what's going to happen today before we go into the apologies, we have a full-on agenda. We have 5 public forums. We have 1 local board input. We also have our 6 demographic advisory panels coming to present, and I've told them that to come at 1 p.m, so they weren't waiting here all day. So we will break at some point to try and make sure that we're back for 1. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rather large decisions today. So I hope you've got your sleeping bags and pillows? No, just kidding. No, so we will get through it. This is on all of us to keep to time and keep our questions succinct and our debating points as well. Right, we have Councillor Fletcher, kia ora.
Mr. Chairman, I know you have a long day ahead, but I want to congratulate you on calling out the fast tracking in the north. So I'd just like to say how much I appreciate that.
Kia ora, Councillor. Yes, we're trying. It is pretty frustrating, especially what's to come in the next 10 to 20 years. Thank you. Right, we have electronic link. Councillor Fully is leaving early and may need the link, but not till about 3:30, 3:45 on council business, wasn't it? Yes. Councillor Greg Sayers is...
It's early leaving, I'm here.
Oh, right. Kia ora, Mayor. Right. Councillor Greg Sayers is woken up feeling unwell, but he wants to attend the meeting, so we've sent him the link. He's online. We've got absence from Councillor Baker. There are a number of transport projects opening today, and so the Te Mahia, Takanini, he's there for those. So he won't be here. He's also visiting local boards for transport reasons, so he's absence for the full day on council business. Mayor Wayne Brown is leaving early on council business. He's going to the opening of the Westgate Te Waiarohia station, and Councillor Filipaina is unfortunately away on a bereavement, so sending thoughts to him. We also have lateness from Councillor Shane Henderson on council business, Councillor Newman and Councillor Winiata. They are also at the opening. Would be nice if we didn't have openings on the day of our long committees, but we digress. Early departure from Councillor Fully, Councillor Patterson Hamlin about 4:30. We could be finished by then, but who knows. Right, I'll move. Councillor Ferry, Deputy Chair, would you like to second? All those in favour? Any opposed? Perfect. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Confirmation of the minutes, both from the 2nd of July and the 21st of July. I'll move. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Burns would like to second. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. There are no extraordinary items, there are no petitions, and we do have a lot of public input, which we are happy about. So first up, we have public input from Northern Action Group Incorporated. Bill Foster, kia ora, come forward. And I don't have the names of the other people with you, so if you could just introduce yourselves. You've been here before. If you just, the button on the right is the button you press on and off. So you'll know the drill. You've got around 5 minutes, and I'm sure there'll be a few questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Kia ora.
My name's Hugh Briggs. I'm a retired urban planner.
If you just want to, on the button on the right.
Right,
Yeah, there you go.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Pete Simpson. I'm chair of the planning group, collective planning group in Warkworth. Semi-retired town planner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shall I proceed?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Brown, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission today. Rodney is one of Auckland's fastest growing areas. Warkworth alone is expected to grow from around 7,000 residents today to over 20,000. Growth brings opportunity, but it also creates obligation. At present, we're approving the private pieces of growth, housing, business, development, but the public pieces, transport, parks, community facilities, strategic land, are not being identified, funded, or delivered at the same pace. And without those pieces, the district and its settlements do not come together as a coherent whole. Every new dwelling creates demand for roads, parks, stormwater, and community facilities. These assets must either be funded by growth, existing ratepayers, future ratepayers through debt, or not delivered. Rodney development contributions are around $20,000 per dwelling, and this money doesn't go to Rodney today. Yet total infrastructure costs are estimated at $200,000. So, how is Council's commitment that growth should pay for growth actually being given practical effect? The real problem is that this is not simply a funding issue, it's a planning issue. Auckland Council has a strong system for regulating development, but regulation is not coordination. What's missing is development planning, a system that aligns private investment with public infrastructure, land needs, and community outcomes. Without that, growth doesn't stop, it fragments. Private plan changes, fast-track applications, site-by-site decisions, these are not the cause of the problem. They are the predictable outcome of the absence of a coordinated framework. There's a clear chain: growth, asset identification, costing, funding, delivery. Too often, that chain breaks at the beginning. If assets are not identified, they're not costed. If they're not costed, they're not funded. If they're not funded, they're not delivered. But development continues. And as it does, land is committed, costs rise, and opportunities are lost. What could have been planned early becomes expensive, disruptive, and difficult to fix later. Bowles Warkworth is not an issue here today, it's a case study. This key strategic site could support public space, community facilities, connectivity, and economic activity. But the concept shown here is not a proposal for decision, it's only an illustration of an opportunity that might well be lost if the site's future is decided without an agreed and clear framework for decision. And these issues can't be resolved at local board level. The key levers sit here with you, with the governing body. Development contributions, infrastructure budgets, strategic land acquisition, growth funding, asset management frameworks, and long-term planning priorities. These determine what is planned, who pays, and whether delivery occurs. This is not a local operational issue. It's a governance, planning, and funding issue requiring your governing body leadership. We're asking for three things altogether. Bring communities and stakeholders into the process early, before decisions are fixed. Develop a Rodney-wide strategy identifying the public assets required, their location, their timing and cost, including strategic land. And align development contributions and growth funding with the actual cost of infrastructure. Because without funding, there's no delivery. And without delivery, there are no complete communities. And to conclude, Mr. Chairman, Auckland Council has a comprehensive system for regulating development. It now needs an equally effective system for coordinating public assets with that development. The objective is not more planning, it's better planning, aligning decisions, anticipating need and enabling timely delivery. Rodney's growth is already here. We ask you to help us plan together, invest wisely and build deliberately for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer questions with my colleagues.
Thank you very, very much. I think the table would largely agree with you. I'll go to the Mayor Brown first. Thank you.
Righto, thanks for this. I think you make very good points, particularly at a time when we're having to battle with the idiocy of fast tracking, which is not even fast tracking. At the nub of this, the things that you're asking us to do are the things that we love to do, but the central government control the whole planning system. We can't, for instance, you're suggesting that we work together and plan things like schools where they're needed, but that requires a decision made in Wellington from the Ministry of Education, who are unaware of what's going on in Warkworth and don't want to know about it. So I think you raised very good points, and I'm going to make sure that we consider them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor Sayers, sorry. Kia ora.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Bill, Hugh and Pete, sorry I can't be there. I woke up this morning with a sore throat, so I thought it was better to work from home today. Probably my question might be through you, Richard, not putting you on the spot, but not trying to put you on the spot, but just to get your thoughts around the fact that the in our planning, as far as I understand, in our planning strategies, we have priority areas, and that was probably refreshed quite a few years ago. And since then, Kainga Oria's pulled out, and there's different things that have happened. Warkworth probably should be identified now as a priority area, and therefore get the same attention as those other areas around Auckland that are growing. So, could Richard, are you able, or the staff able to perhaps give some guidance about how Warkworth can be included in that kind of layer, that priority highest layer of thinking around planning? How do we go about doing that, and how can I sponsor that as the local ward councillor?
Yeah, we're just asking, because obviously on public forum we can't make any decisions, but I am asking if we can have a report back from the Chief Executive or the Director of Strategy on this. I know that for the Rodney area there's been a lot of structure planning, a lot of planning. The supporting growth work with the government has actually been very good. It's just the funding has never followed that, and we also know that despite us declining and appealing private plan changes, they seem to come back in other ways. And then of course the fast tracks, much to the comment about $20,000 for a DC, the fast tracks are locked in at that lowest possible cost because there's no legal way for us to lock in projects until they're approved. So that's far, far lower than, say, Drury or the Northwest, you know, at $64,000 or $74,000. So we're being locked into a much lower funded situation. Is there anything else you would like?
If I could add to that, just before you go to the officers, if it's helpful, John, before you comment, it's very unusual for rural Rodney people to front up in front of forums, in front of my colleagues, like they have done today, and we'll have another presentation shortly from SANS. But there's stuff going on there that suddenly agitated the community to feel that they have to come and speak to all of us, you know. So that, you know, that I'm just signaling that as that kind of speaks volumes to me as from a conservative area that's going to that feels like it needs to suddenly have a voice at the table. So it's something that's kind of agitated and probably needs addressing. But that's just for my colleagues' information. John.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers, through the chair. Yeah, absolutely. Some very key points that we're, as officers, grappling with all the time in terms of growth, getting ahead of the council's own strategies and plans. In terms of the northern area, Warkworth, and more widely Rodney, there has been, as you're probably aware, quite a significant amount of planning to understand the ideal land use for the future growth areas, the infrastructure needs, particularly transport. There has been significant analysis of the transport requirements in the Rodney area through the Support and Growth Alliance that the Chair mentioned. Your question, Councillor Sayers, around prioritisation for funding, I would advise that is a long-term plan decision that you will be making over the next period of time around locations for prioritising your investment for the funding for the infrastructure needs. I think that's...
Can I just respond to that, Mr. Chairman, to say it's fine to talk about long-term planning and long-term funding, but the reality is the things that are going to be funded haven't been identified. We don't have an integrated development plan for Warkworth, which is the only area which has a significant structure plan, let alone the whole of Rodney. And I previously talked to the governing body about the need for proper management of our roading assets in Rodney in a holistic way. What we're saying in response to those earlier comments is the same thing about Rodney from a development planning perspective. You can't just say that you're locked into things because the fast track or the government controls some of the things you do. At the local level, if we engage the community in a process of planning, then we talk to the Education Department. We can talk to the Ministry of Social Welfare and others and involve them in bringing forward a holistic concept for development which talks about timing, talks about activities, allocates strategic land and works with developers in a constructive way. At the moment, developers see themselves as positioned against Auckland Council, so that ideas, for example, to provide some land which they might have for schools or other public infrastructure assets do not get considered as part of their consenting process. They have to come out of the blue in an ad hoc way. And yet we desperately need to be planning in around Warkworth for our recreational space, the allocation of strategic land to be acquired by somebody, which has got to be paid for, the location of schools and medical facilities.
Yeah,
all of those are important and not being managed by what Auckland Council thinks is planning.
Yeah,
the plans we have are vision statements.
Cool, I'm not going to have a debate back and forth. I appreciate the advice. I will just say that we do have those conversations. We have put that forward. It would be really good if, and I'm sure you, and I know you are advocating to your local MPs and ministers, because we have tried, even on transport infrastructure, the Hill Street intersection, we prioritised, government took that funding. We put forward the rural road, the road sealing program, the Mayor pushed the largest amount ever. The government will not fund $1 of that. They will not even subsidise it. We're 100% funding the road sealing program. There are many issues that we would love to do, education being one of them, and I think probably one good thing that yes is on its way, the spatial plan, as the way I read the legislation that we're starting to lead in the next few months, is supposed to align government and ministries with our planning. It will be the first time that they go, here's where the Ministry of Health land is, Ministry of Education land. They are saying that the spatial plan process will bring all those things together, because at the moment we can plan all we like, but the statutory, the legal RMA requirements means we do not ever get access to that truth, unfortunately.
Mr. Chairman, can I speak?
I'll just go to Councillor Turner, then Councillor Lee, and then we'll come back.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
The issue that's not been mentioned is about the town centre growth. You can't put 20,000 people, as been approved in Warkworth through the various plan changes, into Warkworth on top of 7,000 people without addressing how you're going to change the township commercially. The structure plan ignored the growth of the town centre, which is a responsibility of this council, right? And the town centre plan did not show how the centre could grow and accommodate that growth. Now, the planning group that's I'm chairing, and we've got 17 professionals wanting to do this work, in Warkworth because there's a hole there. It's not being done. And Warkworth has empty shops, $2 shops, and no vision for its town centre. To me, as a planner, that's unacceptable. And one of the reasons we've come today, and in Bill's presentation, we've added a case study of the Warkworth bowls, which have been there for 100 years, and they need a home, okay? So yes, it is under your control. It's not government. The town centre is purely a function between the landowners there, the community and the council, and it's not being done. So my plea is address that issue. We're prepared to do it and help the council, and it needs to be done for Warkworth. And looking from a developer's point of view, the stronger the town centre is, the more their sections are going to be valued at. So, you know, it's a win-win if it's done properly. And of course, the reverse is the case. If
Yep,
the town
thank
centre's
you.
not good, their sections won't sell.
Yeah, happy to
Thank
set up, maybe we could have with yourselves, the local board, and Councillor Sayers, a meeting with the AUDO, because I know that in the structure plan it does enable more height and more commercial activity. We obviously don't have the powers to make private owners put in not a $2 shop, but let's see what potential tools there are to encourage that. But we'll go on to Councillor Turner.
We're making the point, Mr Chairman, that you've got regulatory planning, but you don't have development planning.
No development.
And yet, a proper development plan will show what's needed, when it's needed, where it's needed, and how it will be funded.
Yes.
And the funding tools are yours.
I'm not going to have a debate, but council does not have the ability to control not a $2 shop in a commercial.
No, that's
Yeah.
not the-
Councillor Turner.
It's been covered, thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Yes, thank you. I think your argument that council planning, regulatory planning as you call it, has become disconnected from infrastructure, underlying infrastructure, which is one of the main, not the only, but one of the main criticisms coming from the public around Plan Change 120
Yes.
and projected levels of growth that I won't go into. But coming back to Rodney and Warkworth, you're obviously focused on Warkworth, which is a harbour settlement town, city perhaps one day, on the Mahurangi. In terms of strategic land, what do you mean by strategic land?
The strategic land in development planning terms is provision for the public infrastructure that you need to cope with more people. We are at the limit, we would say, for recreational space, for sports fields, playgrounds, for the people that we have. And so that organisations like Bowls Warkworth, which sit in the middle of the town centre in an expensive piece of land, don't know where they might reasonably go because there are no plans for where the sports fields and recreational facilities will be located in the future. That work has not been done. We believe it needs to be done so that proper decisions can be made and that strategic land can be acquired, maybe donated by developers or people. However, it's got to be part of the plan.
So the council.
Thank you.
This land as well.
Yeah.
To that.
Councillor Bartley, and then a brief comment from Councillor Sayers, but we do need to move on. Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that it's a big agenda today. Thank you very much for your presentation. I agree with the comments that have been made that you raised some good points. I've seen and heard you guys come and present here before. And I don't know much about Rodney. I'm over in Maungakiki Tamaki in Glen Innes, and we have the Tamaki regeneration, which is expecting about 60,000 people to move in, heavily intensified in our area. And I want to know more about what's happening in Rodney. So if you don't mind, if I could come out. And Councillor Lee is always talking about us getting out there. So I'd like to come out and learn a bit more about Rodney and if there's any lessons that can be learned from Tamaki or I don't know, any help?
Can I say you'd be more than welcome? I'm sure Councillor Sayers will be happy to facilitate that, and you can have a look around and meet everybody and see what the issues are. I think growth is a problem for all local board areas and wards in Auckland. We just have peculiar issues relating to the fact that we're a heavily rural area and distributed settlements.
Oh, yeah, see, that's fascinating. If that's okay, please, Councillor Sayers. Thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Sayers.
Thank you. I'll be very brief, Richard, because I know that you're pressed for time as chair, but it's about localism. I think just having input from the local. I'm really delighted to hear the support from Councillor Bartley, and I'm sure my colleagues are probably feeling the same way. From you, Chair, Councillor Hills, thank you so much, and the Mayor for his comments. I think it's just a way to move forward. The bottom line is, you know, we can't have settlements all over Auckland, whether it's Warkworth or somewhere else, experiencing growth and not catering for infrastructure. If somebody asked me, where's the next park going, councillor, or where's the next car parking building going, or where's the next community facility going, I cannot answer that. I should be able to as a governor. So I think that's what it boils down to. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll get you to move this and the Mayor will second. And I'll just, we don't speak to public forum. Just thank you again for coming. I can tell you we are trying. We've got a resolution up there to get a memo to councillors of all the things that are going on. We know that the structure plan does show where all the approximate parks will go, but once again, it is about
No, it doesn't.
money.
It doesn't.
Well, I'm looking at it right here. But we are passing an open space acquisition policy today, which will go towards the long-term plan, but it does require increased rates and it does require increased DC. So that is us putting our money where our mouth is. And I will say this committee, the last 4 years, is the first time we've rejected plan changes in Warkworth. We are obviously going through court processes on that for 149 hectares. And when we have grounds, we are using the tools that we have, but it is very difficult under the RMA, and it will become even more difficult under the new RMA. We will have less grounds to push back, even for infrastructure. So thank you all. I know that the work you are doing, the information you always send us and have spoken to us at many forums, we will get back to you on what we can and can't do, and we will keep pushing on. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, Mayor, for your support.
All those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Right, we have public input from the Wynyard Point Waka Structure Waka Moana group. We've got Sir Bob, I think, going to lean off, but if anyone who is at the front, just so you're aware, before we start the time ticking down, all the microphones, we can only have a couple on at a time, so if you are speaking, please turn your mic on and then turn it off when you're not. If you want to just briefly introduce who's at the table, and then we'll start the 5 minutes, and obviously, as you've seen, there'll be questions as well.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, colleagues.
If you could just bring the mic closer to you, Sir Bob, we just won't be able to, just bring it closer to you. Yeah, thank you, so everyone can hear.
I'm delighted to be here with a team that have worked together for the last 5 years to bring together an outstanding idea for Tamaki Makaurau, for New Zealand, for this nation, and for this wonderful city, which we all represent, and I think love dearly. The design and the idea came from Warwick Pascoe and was developed by Lindsay Mackey from his, I would think, astonishing ideas that he brought to the Auckland Gallery and the Auckland Business School. This dream for having an iconic building on Wynyard Point was something that I had played with, if you like, and developed with a team when I was chairman of the waterfront. The idea of Wynyard Point being so special and perfect for something that would be a legacy, if you like, for this generation, future generations. Sydney Opera House, which I think you probably all know, looks glorious. This is that kind of project. And in the next few minutes, we're going to show you how we think this can be developed, working together in partnership. We have certainly familiarised this idea with Māori, Pacifica, with politicians, with people that we believe, poets, writers, if you like, artists. We have familiarised this design with enormous success. This team together will introduce themselves as we talk about it, and we would put it to you today that we would like a partnership with this project for future generations to celebrate something in this city, in this fine country that will be last as our legacy. Kia ora tātou. Ian, the floor is yours.
Kia tēnā koutou katoa. I bring a story from Dunedin to the shores of Tamaki Makaurau. And the reason I do is that personally I believe that Auckland is the city to tell this story of us to the world. It's a story that begins in Africa more than 60,000 years ago. Across thousands of years, humans of all generations, our ancestors, moved across the planet. And then around 3,500 years ago, something remarkable happened. They reached the edge of the greatest expanse of open water on the planet, the Pacific Ocean, Te Moana Nui a Kiwa, and they kept going. Professor Lisa Mataso-Smith began her mitochondrial DNA study of human migration back in 2012. Today she describes the migration of Polynesian voyagers across the Pacific Ocean as one of the greatest stories in the history of human migration. It is a story the world needs, or the globe needs, to understand. And this is that story.
3,500 years ago, our Polynesian ancestors set out across the mighty Pacific Ocean, the largest expanse of open water on the planet, on what was to become one of the greatest voyages of discovery in human history. As they journeyed out from Southeast Asia across the Pacific, they became master navigators, guided by their knowledge of the stars, learning to read the wind and waves, following the pathways of the birds and sea creatures around them. They spent thousands of years exploring Te Moana Nui a Kiwa. They discovered islands like Samoa, Tonga, Fiji, Rarotonga, Tahiti, Hawaii, and Rapa Nui Easter Island. They even made it as far as South America. 1,000 years ago, our great voyager Kupe set sail from Hawaii in a state-of-the-art double-hulled waka, a waka haurua, on a voyage of discovery that would take him across thousands of kilometres of the Pacific Ocean. Guided only by the stars, the sun, and the ocean currents, this was no accidental voyage. He had set out for a land he knew was there, the land of the long white cloud, Aotearoa. When Kupe returned with directions, a new wave of migration began across the Pacific Ocean. More than 500 years later, Captain Cook, guided by a Tahitian navigator called Te Paia, followed in Kupe's footsteps, arriving in New Zealand in 1769.
Well, just want to put your mic back on.
Oh, the remarkable thing that Cook found was that Te Paia could speak the language of the inhabitants of this land. They shared the same language. Cook had discovered a nation of fellow navigators, voyagers, who had made Aotearoa their home. One small jump to the Chatham Islands and the story of human migration was complete. That's our story, and we are the only ones who can tell it. But our story didn't end there. Here from the bottom of the world, we kept voyaging, kept looking beyond the horizon. We split the atom, we climbed Mount Everest, we won the America's Cup, and a young boy from Invercargill lived his dream. 700 years ago, our ancestors arrived here in state-of-the-art craft guided by the stars and ocean currents. Today, from Mahia Peninsula, Sir Peter Beck is sending state-of-the-art craft back to those very stars that brought us here. There are only 2 countries on Earth that send more rockets into space now than Rocket Lab does from Mahia Peninsula, the United States and China. These are our stories. There are countries and cities all over the world spending millions of dollars trying to create a story that makes them distinctive. We don't have to invent ours. We are the only country on Earth that can tell the story, from one of the final great chapters in the human migration across the Pacific to a nation that is still looking towards the horizon and asking, what's next? If we are going to tell that story, then we should tell it brilliantly from the shores of the Waitemata. And to do that, I'd like to introduce someone who played a major part in putting New Zealand on the world cinematic map, telling a story from New Zealand about a fictitious land called Middle Earth. Now is the time to tell the real story of the land of voyages, my friend and colleague, Sir Richard Taylor.
Hello everyone, it's lovely to be here with you all. My name's Richard, I am the co-owner of Weta Workshop and the creative director. We're probably best known for our feature film work here in New Zealand, but we've spent most of our careers also building immersive experiences both in New Zealand and around the world. And for me, immersive experiences are a fabulous way to communicate with the public because it is in the immediate, in the real world, and gives us the opportunity to wield our craft in a very forward-facing way. The operations that we have both here in Auckland and in Wellington only cover 2,000 square metres of space, but we're seeing about 200,000 people a year come through with an increase every year on that. Since COVID, we've seen a worldwide uptake in the destination experience economy due to the fact that people are turning away from digital media and desiring to find memories and social interactions in their general public in the spaces that have been built across the world. We've had the great joy of creating immersive experiences in the Middle East, in China, back here in New Zealand. We've built the largest traditional Chinese medicine museum in the world, doing the largest pavilion at the Dubai Expo. And in fact, the experience in Wellington, Gallipoli, the scale of our war, has now had 5 million people through the doors. All of this, to me, re-endorses the fact that there is a demand for a spectacular, world-class visitor centre with an immersive experience telling this rich and beautiful story that Ian has shared. To me, it's the story that is yet to be told. We have something of incredible power in our hands, and the opportunity to share that, making a destination out of the city for people from all over the world to come and view. What's on the screen right now is the world's largest duty-free shopping mall, of which we did the atrium, an investment by that shopping mall company to make sure that 100% of their shop space is filled, and the 100% of the visitation they require to make it economically possible is also fulfilled by creating a unique and immersive experience, even within a shopping mall. But whether it's a natural history museum in Abu Dhabi, a Chinese museum in Zhuhai, at the moment we're building an immersive experience for cats and dogs, the first in the world to be put in Shanghai and rolled out across most centres in the country, in China, or whether it's Punamu pathways on the west coast or Le Quemois in France. All of these experiences speak to the fact that there is a demand where the public want to go and engage with unique and evocative stories in a manner that they can create memories for themselves and their families, take the stories home, share them more broadly with the world that they engage with. And so we're excited to have been invited to be part of this project and fully endorse our belief that through the type of work that we do and many other New Zealand companies do, the success of a place like Hobbiton, which is reaching 600 to 800,000 visitors a year with a significant ticket price, even though it is 4 hours into rural New Zealand, can be captured again on the coast of Auckland. I've just returned from Christchurch, where I've passionately put to the tourist operators of New Zealand that it is time that we find a new voice for our tourism offerings of our country. New Zealand 100% Pure has played a wonderful role, but with film tourism, agri-tourism, and now cuisine tourism, of course, cultural tourism as the foundational point. Why not creative tourism, something that unites all of the creators across the country? And I believe Te Waka Moana could be the anchor point of the canoe that could be creative tourism within our country. And it gives me great delight to be able to present to you what we are up to, what we're capable of, and what we would love to see happen in the ongoing development of this project with the wonderful people surrounding me here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just to wrap up, Mr. Chair, not the easiest act I've been asked to follow, but very briefly, we see a profound opportunity with what you've heard from the three sirs this morning, the work that's been done, the opportunity, the history of Polynesian seacraft generally is an incredible combination of the Te Waka Moana initiative and the work that the Council's already been doing Te Ara Tukutuku at the Northern Wynyard Wharf. We've been spending about 6 years now trying to answer the question, what does success look like at the end of that Northern Wharf? Not on Auckland's best weather days, the beautiful sunny weekends, not when there's special events, but Auckland's everyday, which can be a bit grey, can be a bit windy, sometimes it's a bit wet. And our analysis is that it's an amazing area, but it's also one of the least accessible parts of the central city. It is one of the hardest places to get to for the majority of users. We've identified, based on a series of international exemplars and metrics, an ambition for that space, given its prestige, its mana, of at least 5,000 visitors a day. Might sound a lot, but there's something like 200,000 people a day in the central city. So it's not about having people that might want to come to see and experience the likes of what you've heard today, it's how to get them there. And we are genuinely concerned that an open space park alone is going to be known for being much more empty most of the time than it's full. The idea of a major destinational attractor like Te Waka Moana as a means to just consistently bring people in every day, not just to the park, but also North Wharf, also the nearby precincts, connecting back to the central city, contributing to the DNA of Auckland in a really vibrant way, we think is tremendously exciting and has the potential to exceed a regional or even nationally significant outcome. We could see this in conjunction with a precinct around it becoming the international epicentre of the Polynesian seafaring experience, expertise, tradition, building and crafts. And that's that.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. I did give you quite a bit of extra time, but I understand you have to get the whole story across, so thank you very much to all of you for coming in and for the work done on this. We have 2 questions so far. Councillor Sayers, I think, online. Kia ora.
Yeah, thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very powerful. Women and the Maori experience in the past of how they were chiefs and going forward, I didn't hear that. So I just would plant a seed with you to maybe consider that aspect in your message, because it just intertwines so beautifully with your story. Thank you very much. I think in terms of the planning, Richard, in terms of going forward, no, what do we do? You know, I don't know. I have to defer to you to how you incorporate these stories into our designs going forward. But I guess just my simple message is that we had the first vote. You know, we're the country that had that created women's, you know, were able to vote. Before that, there were chiefs that were women and dominated, kind of the decision making. That story too, I'd love to be able to be expressed, and I don't know if our audience today would like to comment about that.
Yeah, I think that was a question. I think, Sir
Yes.
Ian.
I can assure you, wahine toa are at the core of the story. One of the great stories we tell is of Auntie, who arrived at a Wairau bar in 1280. Her remains have just been dug in one of the most amazing exhibitions. But wahine toa are at the core of the story, and it was one that was highlighted in 2019 when the Waka Haurua from Tahiti to New Zealand came as part of the commemoration of the 250th anniversary of Captain Cook. That waka haurua was skipped by a 23-year-old wahine from Tahiti, and the one of the two celestial navigators was her auntie. So please be assured that for me, wahine toa at the core of the story. But I should also add that this isn't just about Polynesian voyaging. It does take us through all of the things that New Zealand has done. The jet boat, the splitting the atom. This is an amazing story that only we can tell.
Kia ora. Thank you.
And the New Zealand vote, right?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sayers. Councillor
Thank you.
Turner.
Thank you very much. Who can't be blown away by that? And the way you started at the stars and finished at the stars, it's all great. The party poopers, the dollars. So you're asking for 300 million is kind of what our contribution to all this would be. What I want to know is how, where's the commercial driver? Where's, you're confident that there's a business plan that's got a payback. And then I did hear the comments about Hobbiton. Yes, extraordinary good ticket returns, but how would we, in this situation, Kiwis, Aucklanders, locals, we should be getting to this heritage of our own at lesser cost. So, how would we do that marketing where all those foreigners pay for it and we only contribute, we've already contributed by being in this agreement together?
Mr. Chairman, if I could answer that. This whole proposition, I sent out to you a very detailed business case, which I emailed out to all councillors. But if I can put it in really simple terms, what we are expecting and hoping is that of the 2.5 million visitors that arrive at Mangere, international visitors, we would like to capture just 10% of those. That's about 250,000 people. And we, through this attraction, we want them to stay one more bed night in Auckland. So Auckland is known to be, from a tourism perspective, it's very leaky. We want to make it a bit more sticky. We want them to stay one more bed. Now 250,000 people, $400 is the drop. That's $100 million of revenue flowing into this economy every year. And when you look at the costing, I just, all my slides have gone, but I just want to set that up to you very, very simply. What we're really saying is, you've budgeted around $325 million for Te Aroha Tukutuku. We, with an initiative like this and the people are involved and the fact that it includes a global tourism destination, we would expect government to match that dollar for dollar, as it did, not quite dollar for dollar on the art gallery I was involved in, similar sort of structure of financing on the University of Auckland Business School. And then we would top that up by, it's an aspirational target of $50 million of private philanthropic donations, okay? So I won't go in, I know that's a very big ask. I've spoke to the chairman who raised the money for the art gallery. He said it can't be done. We think we've found a way that it can be done. So a mixture of local, central government and private philanthropy. That's how we see this project. And if you think about it, if we could collectively convince the government to contribute dollar for dollar, that's money that isn't coming to Auckland now. That would be new money coming into Auckland. If we get the $50 million from our high net worth families, that means that the council could have this facility for no more than they're currently budgeting for Te Aroha Tukutuku.
Mr. Chair, if I may, for just a subsequent question. Thank you, and I appreciate all that. And I too agree that the Wingard Quarter could be really much better with something like this. But that just leaves the last question. How do we, in the practicality of the delivery, I wouldn't want to see Aucklanders, New Zealanders, kept at bay from that history and that stuff that we're talking about there because of price. So how do you manage that that's something, a challenge going forward. Thank you.
Oh, I think you know that in many of your facilities now, there's a two-tier pricing system. So if you've got an invoice, you can present that you're a local and you get a discount, right? That's the way we see it happening. But if I listen to Sir Richard, he tells me that this destination will be sold out online like a Great Walk. So international visitors, this will be an absolutely must-see attraction, and they'll book it out online before their arrival. That's the model that we're following.
Just to add some colour, I may be the only person in the room that actually operates an experience in central Auckland. That's incredibly challenging, much more challenging than it is to operate an experience in Wellington. Wellington only gets 10% of the tourism traffic that comes into Auckland, but as most of you are probably aware, Auckland's become what's known as a pass-through city, right, where people don't really stay, they're passing through on their way to another destination because Auckland doesn't offer the tourist a great deal of things that they can go and do as a destination. We need a very large lump of very sticky blue tack in the city to try and arrest people's stay for at least one more night before they set off down country. And the numbers that we get in Wellington remain higher than the numbers that we get in Auckland, even though we're getting a 4.7 out of 5 TripAdvisor rating on our Auckland experience. So it's not for the lack of the experience, it's just simply for the lack of the sheer number of people that now come into central Auckland from a tourism perspective. And I can't answer your question about the economics of that, that's for my colleagues to do, but I can wholeheartedly see that a significant experience that keeps people in the city for another night could have immense economic value to the city.
Could I just quickly add, you know, it's the why and the how. I think we should maybe step back. The why is very clear. You know, this is an amazing story to tell. I think the way we look at the world and the way we take on projects, we look at the why, we agree on the why, and I think maybe we step back and work out the how once we agree that this is an experience that would serve New Zealand really well. And I say this as a proud Dunedinite. You can guarantee I would never normally promote anything in Auckland, but this is the only city that can tell this story. It is a city that tells it for the country, and we should have that waka on the shores of the Waitemata. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you. We're running
Oh
out
no,
of
we've still
time.
got 3 more questions.
Thank you very much.
I told you you'd get time, Sir Bob. Kia ora, Member Wilson from Hokura.
Kia ora, this will be short and sharp. Got a couple of pātai, and I agree. We know the why. My pātai relates to whose story do you consider that you're reflecting by way of what you're putting up before us? Whose story is it?
It's the story of Aotearoa that begins with the story of our Polynesian navigators. And again, this is a story that will, again, once we start to talk about the how, there will be ideas and stories that come to us that may change the story of the how. At the moment, this is the story that I discovered when I heard Professor Lisa Mataso-Smith give her DNA study in a speech. And, you know, I always used to say, when people ask, how did I achieve what we achieved in the technology industry around the world? As a Māori, little Māori kid from Ropong in the Hawke's Bay, I always used to say I surrounded myself with really clever white people. It wasn't until I heard this story that I realised that this was in my DNA. It was in our Pacifica DNA, and that was the story we began to tell. And as we began, we found all of the other stories around it. I don't come with a fixed narrative. I just come with a story that Aotearoa is one of the only places in the world that can tell the story. The story of human migration began out of Africa 70,000 years ago. It ended here on Aotearoa and the Chatham Islands. That is the story we tell.
I just say anything that we've ever done in this space is dependent on one thing above anything else, and that is deep research. We call ourselves being momentary experts by turning to people with life subject expertise, and it would be beholden on all of us to seek out those subject experts, disseminate it into the specific and most critical stories that need to be told, and then make sure we tell them with a passion and a heart. You know, as Te Papa demands, everything that they wish to do must change hearts, minds and lives. That was the brief, the sole brief. It was create a Gallipoli exhibition and make sure it changes hearts, minds and lives. That was it, and we worked to that. So I see that is the war cry of this aspiration as well. And the subject expertise that we turn to will be the foundation of the way that we must tell our stories.
So just a couple more, it'll be really quick, hopefully, Mr. Chair. So I'm still unsure about a story that's to be told that provides the uniqueness of the identity of this Aotearoa. So the story is being told to me, and I guess it's quite advanced in terms of what's being put together, because you do have a business case. You're talking about research, I thought you said. What advice have you sought to ensure that the authenticity of the story that's intended to be told, because as I say, we know why, but what are the basis of a story that's being told? And you'll be well aware that iwi Māori would say, we tell our story, nobody else tells the story. So how does that configure in there?
So I guess I answer that because this actually is the story I've been telling for a long time. I've brought Sir Richard on because of the skills they have to tell. I suppose in the simplest form, and this might be a little controversial, but I worked with Tā Tipene on the story we told at Aoraki Mount Cook. I worked with Ngāi Tahu on the story we told in Queenstown, about the founding of Queenstown. But I just sort of anchor back to the stories I shared with my aunties. Somebody has to step up and tell these stories. And one of the greatest fears, so we are building a platform that's going to go into every school in the country for free. One of the things I think I would highlight, happy to talk about it, but I've also found that one of the greatest slowdowns of telling this story is that we then end up in a lot of hui. That means that we could be having these discussions in 20, 40, 50 years' time about who owns the rights to the story of Takitimu, for example. I've already had those debates. So we have to make a big decision about this story isn't being told at all. It is the story of people being guided by the stars, sun and ocean currents 3,500 years ago on the greatest story of human migration, and today we're sending rockets back to those stars. It's all of our story based from a perspective that had never been told to me when I was brought up in the 1950s and 60s.
So just one other part, and then that will be it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of your consultation, I see in your documentation that you have been speaking with one only iwi, hapu. Is that the type of research that you're utilising to tell the story that you're anticipating?
That's because this is where the land is coming from. I mean, I've been doing this story now for 11 years. So it was before this concept even came up.
We haven't started on the project, so I actually haven't talked to anyone yet. But once, if this project moves ahead, we will be consulting with everyone that's required. I just make the point, the Dubai leadership wanted to tell a provincial story about the Bedouin people. Having tried 2 other companies and losing 2 years, they travelled halfway across the world to Wellington, New Zealand. We told that story for them. 29 million people have now gone through the exhibition. Bedouin tribespeople stand at the barricades crying looking down on the experience that was created in New Zealand. The TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, is at the very heart of the spirituality of China. It goes across mythology, history, science, quackery, and into the future. They hired a company from Wellington, New Zealand to tell a passionate story. It's all about one's commitment, belief, and certainty in the subject matter. We are not subject experts. We're far from it. We may have a passing understanding, but we must connect with the right people that makes this happen with the right voice.
Just to finish up, the consultation is in the documentation. You've written it through who you had.
No.
So that's what I was referring to, no more, no less. I'm going to leave it there because we do have to move on.
It's look, Richard and I have arrived. Our storytelling starts when somebody finds the way to put the waka on the land, which is here in Tamaki Makaurau. So I understand where those discussions have gone, but those discussions have not been about the story.
I just want to assure councillors that we have consulted with the mana whenua from absolutely day one. And then I've lost all my slides, but there was a slide up front documenting that, and then the wider consultation that we've been through. It's documented in the presentation.
Yeah. So just to confirm, also the notion of determining who mana whenua is and the only ones therefore to be consulted, which is why I was looking at your documentation, needs to be carefully worked through, is how I would describe it. To say that you have done what you need to do is not correct in front of this audience, is all I would say. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Member Wilson. Councillor Foley.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you. My first question was going to be about consultation with mana whenua and a partnership with mana whenua, but I think Whaia Wilson has made that point really well, because we do have more than one iwi group here in Tamaki Makaurau, 19 at least. So, you know, there's a lot of work yet to do, I think, in that space. So I'll leave that there. My questions I raised as well when we had our consultation with our Pacifica councillors is around the funding. About 325 million from council and 325 million from central government. Have you, since the time we last met, which I think was last year, have you gotten a commitment from central government around that funding for the 325 million? And my second question is about the ongoing maintenance, which I did raise as well the last time that we met. Have you got some figures about the ongoing maintenance costs, and would that sit 100% with Auckland Council? Is that the expectation? Kia ora.
So thank you for the question. We have not spoken to central government about this because we need endorsement from Auckland Council. We have no status on the land. That would be the first thing to do, and that's why we're asking to be referred to a second meeting with councillors and officers to consider this proposition and research it properly and check that the feasibility of it really works. And we see that happening if you're agreeable over the next 3 to 6 months or so. We would like all the experts that we have available on this team to work with council officers and their experts. We've consulted AUDO, so we know what an enormous commitment there is to Te Aro Tukutuku, and we really acknowledge that Te Aro Tukutuku is an amazing gift back to the city as a result of development of Wynyard Quarter. It's just our view that Te Waka can help activate that, and it can also make it safer, it can provide more shelter, and it can potentially generate $100 million of tourism revenue coming into this region and to the country. Okay. So sorry, I've forgotten what the second question was.
The second question was about the ongoing maintenance costs.
Yes.
If you've got figures, have you projected what that would be, and if that's going to sit 100% with Auckland Council?
Yes, so those figures are included in our business case. We obviously, I'm very aware of the recurring operating costs for major at the museum, Te Papa, etc., etc. I was involved in Te Oro. I know what the issues are there as well. So we know it's a big issue, but we have an interesting idea that actually came from Richard Taylor about a new way of managing, operating and maintenance costs, okay? So, and remember, this is a project that generates revenue. So it generates revenue. So it has tenants, and therefore we think we can fund maintenance from that revenue.
My final question, Chair. If we can't get government funding, for example, and if council itself can't provide the funding, because we are constantly being told to find hundreds of millions of dollars in savings every year, but if we were able to give you the land, say, would you be able to fund that project yourselves or elsewhere or in another way? Kia ora.
Let me pick that one up. This idea is so, I think, astonishing, so right. At the weekend, we opened CRL. We started a new age, a new map for Auckland, a new beginning, if you like, a new excitement, a new vision. I thought it was astonishingly good the weekend. This is a follow-up of that. It's a new day, karatia, a new moment in time. And we here, this group here, know everyone. I think we know everybody in New Zealand, to be honest, and most people know us. I don't think the money is a problem at all. Funding for something as extraordinary as this, so exciting as this, is not an issue. If you partner us in saying, yes, we love the idea, we love the vision, then we will give time to finding it. It may be, as Richard and I have been talking about, internationally, if that's okay with all of us, but I think that is an issue that we can handle. This is a pretty damn good group.
I could just add to that. Please, in the presentation that I sent out to you all, I've lost it now, but there are 3 pages that detail the cost, how it's to be funded, and how philanthropy can raise that $50 million. And it also talks about the idea about how we deal with operating and maintenance cost, okay? So I won't go into all the detail, but it's there in the business case and in the presentation. Thank you.
Kia ora, but I was raising that because if we can't get the 700 million public funding, then, that's what I was asking, whether it could be funded in another way if we provide the land. Kia ora. Thanks.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Yes, my questions were along the same line. I love the concept. I love the storytelling. I love the exciting use of tech and experiential learning for visitors and locals alike. I'm trying to find a way forward that works for us fiscally, but delivers the same outcome. So my question is, does it have to be part of Te Ara Tukutuku? Can it be part of a hotel development or another development somewhere else that's built into a private development that somehow is funded via a hotel or something to deliver the same outcome? Or are you absolutely wedded for it being this way in this place?
I think it's really clear that Richard's attraction and end story could actually be told in a number of different premises. So that's very clear. And I think there are, excuse me, having spoken to AUDO, I know there's the idea that the ground level of the buildings that are proposed, the mixed-use buildings that are proposed on the southern part of that, of Wynyard Point, could be used for that purpose. But I think what will happen is that you'll miss the opportunity because this building or this building that you see before is just a placeholder. I really think that we've got no commitment to this design. If this idea went ahead, we need to have a national competition to get the absolutely best building we possibly can. But that's always upsetting for an architect to say.
I think, personally, the thing that attracted me to this, and I guess in the case of both Richard and I, we are bought by the power of the story. We don't really have to do this. The thing that really attracted me was the iconic, it's our Guggenheim, it's our Sydney Opera House, and it has to be, for me, I would be arguing long and hard that it has to be a waka sitting on the shores of the Waitemata, the shores of the Pacific Ocean. We're the only country that can tell that story. And I think I come back to the how. Let's just agree, just imagine what if. What if this was there? Now, if we think the what if is worth it, now let's get together, step back and figure out the how.
I'm the man who brought the Hyatt to Auckland from China. This is not a site for the Hyatt. The Hyatt is comfortable where it sits. This is a waka. We have brought people who've come running to this project, to this design, to this vision and image. Deputy Mayor, and I think everything you say makes so much sense, but this is where we would like to place it. It's as simple as that. We're in love with it. We're crazy about it. I can't be more sure than that.
Crazy is a good word.
Crazy is a good word.
If I could just add, the concept is to intensify the development on Wynyard Point to create a sort of green tech innovation maritime themed precinct. So it's not just one building. So this is working in concert with Jellicoe Harbour and the Viaduct Event Centre. And we are proposing, and again it's a supposition, that we would move the Maritime Museum into the base of this building, right? And have a waka making global institute in the base of this building. We would have associated marinas from the Maritime Museum and from the classic yacht fleet, and create this amazing synergy of maritime things. So we've already got Percy Voss, and that's the origin of shipbuilding in New Zealand on that side. If we could create a green tech innovation maritime themed precinct with this amazing attraction within it, I think we'd have something absolutely outstanding. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Ferry, Deputy Chair.
Kia ora. Thank you for the passion that you're bringing to this. And I find it a bit hard to ask my questions perhaps the way that respects the passion and the expertise that you're bringing. So I just wanted to say that first. I share some of the questions that Member Wilson has raised about mana whenua involvement today, and I guess some of this is about timing, right? Is that we have been on a path with this site with mana whenua partners for some time, and I wonder if we are too far down a path in good faith with our mana whenua partners for this site to pivot at this point. And so I'm wanting to understand what your response might be to something like that, because I guess one of my key questions here is this a tamaki story? Because I'm hearing the Aotearoa story here, but you're asking for a site of very great importance to tamaki mana whenua. And so that's what I'm missing here, is the connection for our mana whenua locally. So did you have any comment on that?
Yes, we've talked with Ngāti Whātua Araki. We've been to Haumi, their design consultancy. We've received tremendous support all the way through, but our difficulty is that we don't have any status on the land. So we really need your endorsement, and then the consultation process can really take off in proper. Now, I did the consultation process on Te Oro in Glen Innes, and I think it was a benchmark consultation process with, multiple cultures and multiple ethnicities, but it was considered to be a benchmark process. I think, Josephine, you'd agree with that. And the same on the art gallery. When we did the art gallery, it was a really deep consultation process that really affected the outcome of the design. We are unable to really get that underway until we meet with you and get your endorsement that we can investigate this. Once we have that status, then mana whenua, I think, will be able to talk to us from a different perspective.
Could I add that this is also based on science. I mean, the story we are telling began 3,500 years ago. So it's it's a Pacifica voyage as well, and it's backed by science. The very first footsteps onto this piece of land are now scientifically recognised as around 1280 on Wairau Bar and other places. So it's backed by science, but this part of the story is only part of the story we tell from Tamaki Makaurau. That's why it's a New Zealand story. We tell the story of the Polynesian voyagers who travelled across the largest expanse of open water. Part of that story is those Polynesian voyagers who arrived here and the amazing things they did here. But the story is New Zealand story all the way to rockets being launched in partnership with Māori from Mahia Peninsula, the first place to see the light of day.
Well, may I just, Councillor, squeeze in one little book in too? I take your point about the journey that the council's been on. It's coming up to 25 years almost, a generation in United Nations terms. And I appreciate your comment about the idea of a sudden pivot or change. The only observation I'd make is that up until 2016, the council's vision was for a destination attraction in the space. So it is a pivot, but we like to think it's a repivot.
Cool, thank you. We have two more questions and we really need to move forward. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, look, first point is it's probably about the worst timing you could have ever come before this body. We're completely split and riven by anger and frustration at the record high rates increase, and we're copping emails from our constituents just of anger beyond belief. So to come along and say, well, we've got a big project and we'd like, hundreds of millions of dollars is just the worst of timing. There are plenty of other points on the calendar that would have been a lot better. But I've got a specific question about location. I've always believed that the most valuable thing you can do with waterfront is to have outlooking projects, apartments, restaurants, hotels, because the value of waterfront is the views. It's the ocean, it's the openness and so on. I was always opposed to putting a big rugby stadium down there because it looks inwards. It looks in at the field and loses all the value of what's out behind the concrete behind your head, which is the beautiful view of the ocean. Does this have to be on the waterfront, or could this be something on the water but maybe at the airport, or maybe somewhere else in the city where you can still get all the value of your storytelling, all the value to the tourists, all of the car parking that you might need for people to get to it if they're coming from some other, but it doesn't need to take that incredible piece of land whose value is more looking out than it ever will be looking in.
It is possible to do what you say, but you will miss an opportunity. So this building is designed, you can see it's completely activated all around the outside. The Waka Institute completely looks out, it's completely glazed. The entry and the Maritime Museum are completely glazed, they're outward looking. Then above that, Morris, there's a level, an exhibition level. So specifically, this building is designed to operate like the daylit gallery at the art gallery does. So it's not a closed box. It looks out, it does. And then probably a simple other thing is that right round the top story of this, there's a 360-degree veranda that lets you look out at the whole of the city across the harbour. So we think it's very, very connected. It's not an inward-facing attraction. It's very connected with its environment.
Just add, these guys allowed me a flight of fancy about a year ago where I proposed the idea that you don't actually access the Waka by foot. You actually have to board a Waka somewhere in the city and go on a journey across the harbour and then to sail literally under the building and alight off the building, having actually got sea spray in your face and the sense of salt water on your tongue. Obviously, we may struggle with that one, but the point being that the idea is that the building is there to celebrate the very harbour on which it's placed. You actually make a wonderful point, though. I appreciate that the views are a critical part of this, and when I saw this design, because that was something that was concerning to me, I thought it had considered that so exquisitely, especially with the idea of the viewing platform that gives you the ability to be outside, not just looking through glazing at the view. So.
Cool, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Last question, Councillor Fletcher.
Astonishing, you said, Sir Bob. It's astonishing to have two Knights of the Realm here today, and I mean it's very inspirational and. It's,
our horses are tied up outside the front door.
I expected nothing less. But I mean, we all love to think about extending visitor nights in Auckland. We love all of these things. But jolly old Morris has stolen my thunder. But I'm a girl who grew up in the Manukau Harbour, and I'm unashamedly a girl of the South. And the Manukau Harbour has such immense beauty, but it also has many, many challenges, you know, economic development and employment and all of these things. Why not give the gift of this extraordinary proposal to the Manukau Harbour, which I can tell you in a really personal way is exquisite. If we're going to tell that whole story of navigation and everything that comes with it, why actually not think about the Manukau? Because its proximity to the airport, the proximity, I just think, and funnily enough, the very next presentation we have today is about the Manukau Harbour. And I always think it's treated as the poor cousin to the Waitemata and the Hauraki Gulf. I would really like to be able to support you, but my preference would be that you sharpen your focus on Manukau. And also, can I just thank those who were responsible for sending this through on Saturday, early Saturday morning, because it's the perfect time for a bit of reading, and I've been thinking about this for a little bit, and I love the idea. I just think you need to rethink where it might be positioned, because it would do a lot for the people of the South.
I think, yes.
I just quickly make a connection. I grew up in Te Hihi, and so I sailed off Clark's Beach in my sunburst every weekend for my whole youth. So,
now, if I could add, you know, this, if you think about this, this is a whole group of volunteers who've come together to look at this idea, and the concept began with this sitting here. But, I mean, sitting here, hearing that for the first time, I would be really open to that discussion, which brings us back to the story is the most important. We are the only country in the world that can tell it. So maybe we talk about the how being, where shall we tell it? I had always assumed that this was the place, but the Manukau Harbour is equally valid if we have those discussions.
I'd support that.
In my law.
To,
Thank you very much. We will...
Make sure you water those horses.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. I know there's a lot of work done here, and I think obviously conversations need to continue, especially around consultation, engagement, partnership, position, location, funding. But I think we can continue those. All the councillors have your details now that obviously can contact you separately to this, and I'll catch up with Sir Bob around any further discussions with staff and others around what would take to progress any option.
Mr. Chairman and colleagues, thank you very much. Some terrific suggestions.
Cool. Thank you. I'll move. I'd like to second. Councillor Fletcher would like to second. All those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have, we're going to go quickly to the Sandspit residents and ratepayers, then to Te Kawerau. Jess Rose has kindly said that she will go after Ed to ensure I know that Ed Ashby has to leave. So we'll come to the Sandspit Residents and Ratepayers Association. Now, to be very clear on this, that the team, Peter and Greg, are presenting on an item that is coming next month, not on this agenda. Obviously, we have a full agenda. They were informed that they could come speak next time when the decision is going to be made, but they unfortunately could not come next month, so that's why they're here. So they're well aware that we don't all have the information yet. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou tātou katoa. To the previous speakers, that was inspiring. I just got to gather myself. Mayor and councillors, we are
Peter Dean and Greg Doherty from the Sandspit Resident and Ratepayers Association. We have a small problem, but an easy one for you, and I'll hand over to Greg, who's going to present.
Thank you. Kia ora, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the future of Kawau Island waste and recycling services. This relates to the report recommended to your committee on 11th of August and deferred to the 8th of September meeting. And a copy of that is attached for your information and as the chairman mentioned. Thank you. So Sandspit Reserve, of those of you who don't know it, and any of you want to come up for a site visit, we'd be happy to show you around. So Sandspit Reserve is 65 kilometers north of Auckland on the Matakana coast. It's the gateway to Kawau Bay. Its estuarine flats and coastal habitat have high natural and cultural value, yet the reserve has suffered from poor waste management for decades. So, go back one. How do we move? Go back to the previous slide. Right, thank you. So we're looking at a sustainable path forward. Today's decision, although you won't be making a decision today, I believe, but it's about more than waste. It's about environmental stewardship, fiscal fairness, council accountability, and partnership with Mana Whenua. We urge the committee to progress option D, the self-transport direct payment model, as the fairest and most sustainable solution. All right, next slide. Who's driving that? Are you gonna?
You do have the remote there, but we can just keep saying next slide. We'll just click.
Oh, it's over here. There we go. Thank you. Current situation, yep. So the temporary waste enclosure was installed in 2021. It was intended to last 3 to 5 years. It has now exceeded that lifespan. It has failed operationally with frequent illegal dumping, overflowing rubbish, odor, and deterioration of the reserve. It operates without resource consent, conflicts with open space zoning under the Auckland Unitary Plan, and Kawau Islanders pay no waste targeted rate, leaving mainland ratepayers to subsidize the service. The status quo is illegal, unfair, and unsustainable. Thanks. So why options A and B fail? These options are in the report that you have on your agenda. So option A and B would create permanent mainland waste infrastructure at Sandspit. They would not solve servicing issues, litter, odor, or amenity impacts, would reduce public parking, require Reserves Act reclassification, and face significant RMA consenting. Most importantly, they ignored Ngāti Manahiri's clear opposition to permanent waste infrastructure at the gateway to their ancestral waters. A summary of the RMA issues is attached to your agenda. So current facility, that there. So that shows the illegal dumping, which is often worse than that. And the slide that's on the right, the example of the current facility not coping with the load. So next slide. Option C is a targeted bag solution. Introduces council rubbish and recycling bags with after-hours disposal at Warkworth Resort, funded through a targeted rate. While consistent with regional services, it risks increased illegal dumping on Kawau and offers less convenient. The estimated first-year target rate is $298 per property. I have estimated these costs, but as council's committee did not submit any costing. So option D requires residents and visitors to transport their waste to mainland transfer stations and pay when they dispose of it or take it home. It removes waste infrastructure from Sandspit Reserve, which is our major concern, establishes a genuine user pay system, avoids costly consenting, reserve classification, and targeted rates, and respects Ngāti Manahiri's position while aligning with council policy. Next. So proactive risk mitigation and practicality Transporting goods between Kowau and the mainland is already part of everyday island life. Adding waste is a modest extension of that routine. Any concerns about illegal dumping can be addressed through targeted investment in security cameras, signage, and enforcement, far more cost-effective than a permanent infrastructure. Next. So, financial comparison. Like I said, I've come up with these figures based on a realistic cost analysis and capital costs and consenting costs. So options A, B, and C all require a targeted rate. So you see the bottom line shows you the potential first-year targeted rates. Option D does not require a targeted rate. Users simply pay when they dispose of waste, creating a fair and predictable user pay system. So policy alignment. So option D supports the 2024 waste minimization plan through user pays principles. It supports Tamaki Ora and Titaio Ora by removing waste infrastructure from the Whenua and Moana, and aligns with the shoreline adaptation plan by avoiding permanent assets on a vulnerable coastline. I'll turn it over now to chairman of our committee.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Greg. Yeah, the locals, we don't want the rubbish facility to continue on the spit. Last year, council provided a shoreline adaptation plan, and for the picture on the front page, where was chosen? Muriwai Beach, Orewa Beach? No, Sandspit. So this photograph here was taken about 50 metres away from the rubbish facility that we're wanting to have removed. It's a beautiful environment. Incredibly beautiful environment. It's an abomination to have a waste facility there. If council proceeds with options A or B, which will require a resource consent, you're going to be buying a huge battle because, well, here's coastal inundation off Auckland Council geomaps. The entire Sandspit is underwater, and this is under flooding, 1 in a 100-year flood. The Sandspit is totally underwater. So we are violently opposed to it. And yeah, so I guess, Mr. Chairman, over for questions.
Thank you very much. And yeah, for most around the table, this will be coming in quite cold. It was expected to come today, but we just couldn't get it on the agenda. But we will be considering it, so thank you very much for your feedback. I know that Councillor Sayers has some questions.
Our final recommendation is to progress to option D when you get the option. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Peter, Greg, great to see you. Thank you for your presentation today. I think I'm just going to ask questions that kind of will hopefully help my colleagues, understand the situation here. I guess the first one might be about how does the rubbish come off the island? So you've got a whole lot of people that live on the island. Does the ferry, I don't know the answer to this. I don't know if you do, but how does the rubbish, does it all collect? My impression, it all gets collected by the local ferry driver who drives a ferry back between Sandspit and Kowau, and then he has to lift those off and currently go and pop them in the bin a few metres away. How does the rubbish get collected off the island?
Yes, that partly happens, plus individuals coming back bring bags of rubbish or unbagged rubbish with them and drop it immediately in the rubbish facility. It seems as if the Kowau Islanders feel it's their right, as soon as they arrive on land, that there needs to be a rubbish facility for them. And we're recommending that rather than just drop the rubbish in this facility, which creates a huge mess, that all they have to do is continue put the rubbish in their car and drop it at the resort facility, the existing Northland Waste facility, which is on the road back to Auckland.
So, Greg, does the bulk? Sorry, Pete. Does the bulk of the rubbish get dropped off by individuals into those bins, or does that ferry driver have to voluntarily, take these bags and pop them somewhere at the moment? Do you know who does the heavy lifting around putting the rubbish in those current facilities?
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Yeah, it's individuals. They bring it onto the ferry and then they carry it along the wharf to the waste structure. But, I mean, our point is they could easily just take it to their car and take it. It's about 3 kilometers down the road to the resort center, which didn't exist a few years ago, but it's now a state-of-the-art facility. And they're able to cope with rubbish. And you kind of got to look at the breakdown of property owners on Kowau. There's about 40 permanent resident households and 300 holiday residents. So the holiday residents could easily take it home to their own domicile and dispose of their rubbish there. And the permanent
Greg,
residents.
of those holidays people, are they Airbnbs? So my next question was kind of leading into it. Sorry to interrupt, but like you probably have tourists that go across there for the day. You know, people that go and visit the island and they want to see Mansion House and walk around the tracks. And they pack out their rubbish.
Councillor Sayers,
And
this is the Sandspit residents, so they might not know everything about everything on Kowau. And remember, we're getting the full report next week. So.
We have a fair idea.
yeah, I think they do. I think they do. Chair,
Most
with
of
all
the rubbish.
respect. So they pack in. So people have to pack in and pack out on daily trips coming in and out, right? But you also have Airbnb. I suspect people they're renting their properties out. So what do those people do? Are they also being asked under this proposal to take it up the road and put it in a refuge or with your rubbish bin nearby? You know where I'm coming from. So these people that don't live there but are just there on a very daily or 2 daily basis, where do they put the rubbish when they pack out?
Sure, the bulk of the rubbish comes from owners who own properties on Kowau Island but are only there temporarily. That's the main source of the rubbish. And they'll typically be coming off the island and back to their home in Auckland, typically in Auckland, but not always. And that's where the main source of the rubbish is. That the day trippers or Airbnb residents is minor in comparison to that source of rubbish.
Well, they still have to do something with it, right?
Yeah, well, they can pack it out.
So, would you have any reservation potentially about consulting about option B and D? So B being like, the council would have to go through the process of getting consent and all those hurdles which you've outlined, but the facility would be closer to the kind of ferry operation. And the other option is to take it up the road to take it up to the facility and a user pays option. Would you like to kind of know what the public feedback would be on those 2 options?
Yeah, I think getting public feedback would be very positive. I'll tell you now that the Kowau Islanders would oppose option D, and we, the Sandspit residents, would support option D, and that's the one that has no cost to council.
Yeah, okay. But probably when it goes out, Peter, it'll probably have to go to all of Auckland, right? So obviously the local views are very important, but I think through the chair, I might be wrong here, but I think if we do consult, you have to consult all of Auckland on it. So that might be helpful data to have for decision making.
Greg, option B would face the same challenges as option A. Is that where would you put it? There's very little other space, and it's all subject to inundation and coastal consents and that. So, I mean, it's not a good option. And for us, we don't want a waste facility on Sandspit Reserve. That's where we stand. And I think the Kowau Islanders would be, once they adjusted to the change, would be happy just to be able to pay for whatever bag they take. So for $6 for a 60-liter bag, they can take it to the resort center.
Okay, I think just for my colleagues who aren't as close to it as you and I and everyone else that's involved, might be helpful to have some more consultation and look at the options and have feedback. So, Greg, Peter, thank you very much for your presentations today.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
And I'll be endorsing that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair. I'm a bit short on time, but just quickly wanted to ask, this is an issue I'm intimately familiar with and surprisingly passionate about. Rubbish is really interesting. But what about the situations like there's Camp Benjamin, sorry, I can never pronounce it correctly, Camp something, and there's obviously a lot of whānau who go over there. There are Airbnbs, there's a couple of private short stay situations. There's also situations where grandparents might have the grandkids over the school holidays, things like that. And then you're driving back a couple of hours in a car that's already full of luggage. A lot of the time that's not going to be physically possible. So what do people do in that situation in accordance with option D if there physically isn't room to put the rubbish in? Because rubbish takes up a lot more space than when it's all food kind of packed in together, if you know what I mean. And obviously, you know, there's a environmental concern here. We really, it's a very special island, Kaua. We're spending a lot of money as a council on pest management and looking after it, so we really don't want any of that downstream consequence to accidentally be more rubbish being left on the island just kind of secretly. So in those situations where you've got, let's say, a whānau 4 and a Toyota Corolla or whatever like that, what do they then do when there isn't physically room to put it in the car?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I guess they just have to plan for it. They just have to make plans to do that. It's no different to other ratepayers or residents who live in isolated rural areas. They also have to get their rubbish to a certified dumping spot. It's not really any different to that.
I think given the nature of the ferry being the only way, ferry, water taxi or private vessel being the only ways on and off the island, it does make it a little different. But yeah, just something to consider. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks. Just in respect of everything else, I'm to take it as far as the residents of Sandspit go. The Spit is a very beautiful and environmentally significant location that, in my experience anyway, is used a lot by people launching boats, people walking, groups going in and out. So in terms of just the location, I saw the pictures there of a de facto dump. The notion would be that location is highly inappropriate for that level of refuse being deposited on such a sensitive and limited location. It's a very narrow spit which is taken up with the road, and then just got the little piece where you get the human activity. Is that a fair assessment from the local Sandspit residents'
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Well, we have no more speakers. I'll second Councillor Sayers' motion to thank you. I think your position's really clear, and it will help the deliberations next month when we come to the decision. So thank you very much. And if there's any other information, feel free to send it to all committee members.
Thank you very much to all.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. All right, all those in favour? Any opposed? No, perfect. Kia ora, thank you very much. So thank you for Jess Rose for allowing us to skip you for the moment. Ed Ashby, Te Kauro Amake, who I think I have just Ed down, but anyone else is welcome to come to the table. Kia ora. Te Wane now. Just come in. Yep. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for being here. Kia ora, Ed.
Morena, is it still morning? Yes, just. Kia ora koutou ngā rangatira mā. Ko Edward Ashby tōku ingoa here on behalf of Te Kauro Amaki, next to our rangatira Te Wārena and my young rangatira Tame here, to speak to you efficiently and effectively about our ask for te hinga marae. I also just want to acknowledge behind me our whānau, including one of our eldest kuia in Te Kauro Amaki, Nārama, and our whānau behind us who've come today to tūtoko this. You'll see up on the slide, and first of all, many of you will have already heard my pitch in the past around the issues here, so bear with me while while I refresh your memories and introduce those who haven't heard this before. So up on the slide is a plan of a project known as Te Hinga Kāinga Whakahirahira. And so this is a project of great significance to Te Kaurau Āmaki. This is our marae complex, but also papakainga. And I said I'll be efficient, so I will do my best here to be efficient so that you can get some time back. But the important thing here is that we are the only iwi in the region that does not have a marae right now. We do not, also do not have a papakainga of our own dedicated as our Te Kaurau Āmaki marae. This is therefore the most important cultural project for Te Kaurau Āmaki, and I have to acknowledge that I am here, we are here on the shoulders of the mahi done by our rangatira in the past, who suffered for the last century without a marae, having lost papakainga, and we're here today to make it easier for our mokopuna. Yeah. We need to build a home for our iwi to reconnect. This is a coming home kaupapa. It's a really simple ask with a very long but actually quite clear history. So the reason we don't have a marae and papakainga here, this is in Te Hinga, this plan, is in part because of you, is in part because of council. When you built the Waitakere Dam in 1910, you flooded us off our land. That's the legacy of Auckland Council. That's the legacy that you have before you when you go to make a decision later today. But legacies can be changed, and that's the ask. That's why we are here. That's why I've brought our rangatira and our old people with me, is so that you can see that kaura is not an abstract, that we are the iwi, the mana whenua of West Auckland, and we are without our home. I'm going to pass to our rangatira Te Wārana.
Kia ora koutou. I did say to Edward I wasn't going to say a word. However, I find it difficult to sit here and not say a thing. Just explain what Edward has said in relation to us not having the marae, our papakainga, anymore at Te Hinga. He's correct about the building of the dam. It flooded the old causeway, and there are photographs. I would have hoped that, and it is possible that you have had these photographs previously, that were taken around 1910, 1912, of a very thriving community out there with a number of homes, kāinga, traditional kāinga, and of course the early Pākehā families there were that of the Bethel family, who are still very close to us. So we had to move. We went to other papakainga of ours. Another one was at a place called Kōpironui near, or rather was part of the Woodhills forest. But those lands were progressively taken under the Public Works Act from 1927, and the last part of it, 1951, where my grandmother and her first cousins were physically removed from the land, which was taken 51 acres, 27 acres, left with 5 acres known as the Kōpironui residue, which you can do nothing upon. And so they were removed from there. The land was taken for a Crown nursery, which of course never eventuated. You now have a horse park up there. However, it has been returned after my negotiations with the Crown, and the other parts were taken for sand dune reclamation. Of course, the sand never ever came upon that land. So we're without a marae, and it is important that the oldest mana whenua in the area is able to, people without a marae has no mana, and we well deserve to have our marae. I should also say that lands were taken under other legislative powers, the tents, Auckland tents, and those lands you will find in the early appendices to the Journal of House of Representatives, 1853, 1857, 1860, where our old people from Te Kawerau Maki gifted lands to the Crown, and in West Auckland for schools, native schools, which of course were never built, and for hospitals, which were never built. The tents, it is probably well known to many of you, of course, were the tents that were from lands that had been sold there from that time onwards by the Crown, were to come back to the iwi. We never received a cent. There we go, that's me for this part. Sorry.
Kia ora. Yeah, just picking up on what Te Wārana has said. I mean, you've heard the history here and the importance. The other thing to note here is that this land has always been anticipated for this kaupapa. This was secured through the former Waitakere City Council. We just had Sir Bob leave the building, but at that time, as the councils were amalgamating, the former council in fact set aside $10 million that was supposed to fund this, which as amalgamation happened, a lot of everything went poof and all the agreements and knowledge went out the window. It's been a long time. It's been 100 years plus of without having this marae, without having this papakainga. But it's also been years and years of Te Wārana, who I must acknowledge, and then also for my sins the last 10 years of whacking my head against a wall trying to get this moving. This sits in the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area, which makes, as a matter of national significance, the cultural revitalisation here, the cultural values here. So my argument and linking it is under that legislation, this has an elevated status. You have Māori outcomes in your, all through your council planning processes that talk about Māori outcomes, talk about marae outcomes. It's hard to think seriously for me that you can, as a governing body, talk about Māori outcomes while you have an iwi without a marae. And we just heard a pitch for a very impressive $300 million ask about culture, and no shame on that. That seemed exciting, but this is real for us. This is the place where our people need to come to celebrate, they need to come to learn, and they need to come together to grieve. These are real things that are happening yesterday, today, and tomorrow for us. And I really need that to land with you all, because we have resource consent, we have land title, we have building consent as of January this year. It has not been easy to do those things, but we need help, and we're not asking you to turn up tomorrow and the whole thing's done. We know that we need to build a coalition, as it were, to get this across the line. But we do need significant and strategic and meaningful investment from council. And to be quite blunt, that is our right. You have that in your policy settings. You have a Māori outcomes budget that is set for 10 years, that has been through the LTP process and been ratified by the people of Auckland for purposes including this. And my argument is it makes a total mockery of Māori outcomes while this issue continues. As I said, we're build ready, we've got building consent, we're ready to go. We need the money to help get us actually moving so that our people can come home. So the ask, you're going to be making a decision later today, and I know the officers have put a paper up. My ask, my expectation, it's your decision of course, is actually that you would fund the first stage of this kaupapa for us. We lost this because of the infrastructure for Aucklanders. People need to drink, and we've never held that against the people of Auckland. In fact, we've supported water care with upgrading its facilities for that very reason. So we've given a lot. Our people have given a lot, and I think it's time for Auckland to give back. This is already You already have the fund, you already have all the policy reasons. This, unlike previous things, is not asking for something new, it's asking for you to do what you already signed up to doing. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ed, very clear. Now we have two questions from those from the West. Councillor Turner. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'll get straight into it because some of it's for the staff at the other one. There's no total cost in the documentation for the total Marae build. You've talked about a staged proposal. So you're confident this money will get something operational that is of value and usable for the dollars?
Kia ora, Councillor. Look, I've got the numbers because we've got detailed quantity surveying on it, and I'm happy to talk with you offline about all of that as well. But yes, and I guess that depends on the answer today in terms of funding. You can broadly break the kaupapa into three stages. Up on the screen here is the site as it will end up with the eco marae sort of concept. The first stage is enabling works and on-site infrastructure, because it's in Te Henga, as you'd know. You've got to build your own infrastructure, and that's not cheap. And in the time that we've waited, you're probably sick of seeing me because I've come every annual plan and LTP submission asking the same thing. In the time since we got resource consent, because of price escalation with the events overseas and the general escalation of site works, the price goes, I don't think it gets more expensive over time. But you can break the first third of the project into site works, the second third into the marae complex, and then the last into the papakainga, the housing part. So this money, this investment would go into the first stage. What that unlocks is the usability of the site, the accessibility of the site, even temporary structures if need be, for us to get on and do things. We have to start carving on the land and do a whole bunch of things that we'd like to activate. It also helps us re-engage and activate with the community better. And so
there would be a functional outcome from this money.
That's certainly the aim. Yeah.
And the second question, please. You commented about the fact that the land was placed in your ownership through Waitakere City Council, so it hasn't got that, that it's got a different pathway. Are we're assured that the present ownership is in a manner which gives succession to the following generations in the normal way we'd call Maori land?
Can I just add to that? So the land came through the family, the Bethel family, and was offered to council to purchase on our behalf. This came about because at the time, Te Kawerau Wāmaki had in our negotiations, and I was the lead negotiator, principal lead negotiator on behalf of the tribe with the Crown. So the land where the previous civic building was built was part of the rail lands, right? Part of that was to come back to Te Kawerau Wāmaki through our settlement. We met with council. Council had desired to have that land and asked if we could let that go. And I said, well, we'll only do that with the Crown, provided you find us land upon which to build our marae. So council was very lucky because, as you know, the value of that land was quite a few million in relation to the 1 million that it cost for this land to come into our ownership. It's owned by the Kawerau Iwi Settlement Trust, which was set up with the Crown. But that's exactly how the lands, the transfer came towards us, because of our gift, if you like, of the railway lands that we let go of, rather than it come into or make up part of our negotiations with the Crown.
Thank you. I was just making sure that because of the unusual pathway this has happened,
it is going to be for the future generations going on.
Yes, kia ora, I can confirm it under the settlement trust. It's kept in perpetuity, can't be sold.
Thank you, Councillor. And just to acknowledge, Councillor Henderson is on his way from the Westgate, the bus. He's on the bus right now. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora, ngā mihi i ngā rangatira, ngā mihi mō tō manawanua, and for all you do in Whau and elsewhere. Because I understand it, Auckland as a region has benefited for over a century from the sacrifice of Te Kao Rāmaki. And I guess my question is related to that. So currently, Te Kao Rāmaki is the only iwi in Tamaki Makaurau that cannot access the marae investment fund because of this vicious cycle where you do not have a marae, therefore you cannot access that fund. And so progressing this would restore that equilibrium with the rest of mana whenua in Tamaki Makaurau. Am I understanding that correctly?
Sorry, yes. So we have the whenua, my rangatira was just saying as part of the marae, the whenua itself is important, so we have that. But yes, to answer your question, you know, this would help help us drive towards an equitable outcome, and I'd use the word equitable because some might argue about so, for example, in the past, when we had to go and apply for the previous cultural fund that had a cap of 150 grand, you can imagine trying to build this 150 grand at a time is stupid. It's impossible, and I'd challenge anyone in this room to do that. So we have existing marae, and iwi have other iwi and tamaki have gone through their own journey and troubles and had investments, but this isn't about, you know, a new roof or a new kitchen. We don't have anywhere to be, and so this decision today would help a pathway to a more equitable outcome, i.e. that we also have a marae, and so the short answer is yes, but I've given you a long answer anyway, sorry.
Thanks, and I just want to acknowledge all of you for coming in, just everyone in the back. Kia ora, and it's been a long journey, and you've spoken with a lot of passion, but also a lot of wisdom and a lot of sensible things. So, yeah, I just, as I said, your manawanua is pretty exceptional at times. And thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor. And for people in the audience, please do not approach the staff at the back who are doing the video recording. Right, we've got Councillor Williamson. Thank you.
Yeah, very quick question for you. I'm fully supportive of what you're putting up here, and surprised I am, but I'm very supportive of it. But you made a couple of little glancing blows, which I want to just try and get a bit of correction on. Wouldn't have been Auckland Council that did all this dreadful stuff. Do you know who it was back then? When the dam was built and you had the land?
The Legacy Council.
Yeah. The Legacy Council.
Yeah, but who would it have been? It wouldn't have even been a Waitakere Council at that stage.
Auckland City Council.
Back then? Out on the Waitakere?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks, Mike, that's good. Second thing is, I probably have lost more sleep in my life over the Public Works Act of 1981, because as Transport Minister and local government, I'd make decisions all the time on that. But there wouldn't have been a Public Works Act 1981. Was there an equivalent that provided payment to you for the value of the property? Because I heard you say it was taken from us. Did you get anything at all, or was it just taken? Just taken.
Just taken.
And nothing paid back. Okay, that's really good. That even makes me more supportive. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Haukura Member Wilson.
I had no intention actually in speaking because for me it's taken as read. But because I've got our queer sitting in there, then it's incumbent on me to show the support that we would have in terms of what's being sought. A couple of things inspired me to ask the pātai, because we clearly have an item in our agenda that talks to that, but that's to council staff. So it's in terms of the priority, I guess, which is what it's showing. And it's quite funny because we've got Councillor Turner sitting there, and we have a similar situation in terms of our marae out at Pukaki and how that came about in terms of, and also there's a celebration, as you're probably aware, in the Waitakere to celebrate his life as he turns 100. So I'm thinking as I was listening to you, Ed, and you do have the ability to have been on a haukura in terms of policy setting and the like, that do you understand this to mean that as a priority, if you had the nature of what you were describing around the legacy, that should configure into the ability to access the funding? It sounds crude when you talk about money in that manner, especially in a, but that's what I'm looking at, because that will need to be determined clearly, and that's the item in the agenda. Do you think that should play a part, and if so, is that precedent setting?
So, sorry, just to make sure I understand, in terms of the part of the historical reason which is acknowledged in our treaty settlement for the loss of this land, should that factor into the prioritisation? And then the other part's just around precedent? Yeah. So, yes, I think to the first part, yes, I think that is a moral and logical argument, and connection is between the, again, the legacy of the past and the opportunity for the current council, which of course no one here made that decision, but you know, you've inherited it, can set about rectifying or addressing that item. So I do think there's a linkage there from an infrastructure perspective. In terms of precedent, I think because of course there are many marae around the region that also need investment and should get investment, and should, in my view, get more investment because of the critical role they play. For us, because we need to look at and think about outcome, if we apply it too much like a cookie cutter, we're going to miss some of the outcomes in terms of, again, it comes down to equality versus equity. And if you take a long enough period of time, I think that things can be balanced out. This could set a precedent in the sense that the ask here is for an iwi that does not have a marae to get a significant investment to get us going, which is different to how councils funded marae and these things in the past. So, you know, I totally accept that. I think it's a good precedent, and I think that council's policy settings around investing in marae have changed or are changing, hopefully for the better, in terms of being able to come to council with an outcome ask rather than the cookie cutter settings that we've all suffered in the past. So I'm hopeful that it's a positive precedent.
Well answered, and if I didn't say it before, I'll repeat it again, well supported.
Kia ora, Member Wilson, thank you so much. Right, we are finished there, but thank you so much. We won't have a chance to do the item before Kai, so everyone's going to go to lunch, and then we've got the advisory panels. So, but I can let Josie, or Josie's gone. I can let some, oh, there she is. You moved your seats. Know when the item's going on if you do want to watch it on the live stream, because I know that you may need to leave, but I'm feeling positive about the item. So kia ora and thank you, and just want to thank you all again, especially Ed, for the work on the deed. The 3 years before now was what a really, really special, I guess, thing for the council, but especially for Te Kawerau Amake, but for me personally as well, to go on that journey at the end of a very long journey for you all, but that fact that we could work together. And I haven't had a chance to come out, but I hear from Sandra and others that the joint committees have been going really well and really positively. So hopefully that will bear more fruits as well. So Councillor Turner, did you want to move a thanks? Yes, and Councillor Henderson has messaged me, wanted to second, if that's all right. He's almost here, so he might catch you on your way out. Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? Kia ora, thank you very much.
Kia ora, thank you all.
Thank you. And now we'll go back to 6.3, Jess Rose, and I think Hunter, maybe just Jess. Oh, kia ora, Jess. Obviously, as chair of the Manukau Harbour Forum, but also Waitakere Rangers local board, you couldn't say no to clearing the way for the kaoro, so thank you very much for doing that. We will go to your public forum, and just to be clear, everyone, this is Jess is here as the chair role of the Manukau Harbour, speaking to the item that's later on our agenda. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Okay, so that was that first slide. So just to refresh your memories, and Cat, where we're talking about, this is the Manukau Harbour catchment. I'm here as chair of the Manukau Harbour Forum to recommend that you adopt the Revitalise Manukau Harbour strategy that's in your agenda later today. The forum is comprised of an elected representative from each of the 9 local boards that surround it and provides collective stewardship and advocacy on behalf of Franklin, Mangere Otahuhu, Manarewa, Maungakiki Tamaki, Otara Papatuitoi, Papakura, Puki Te Papa, Waitakere Rangers and FO local boards. United we stand. This harbour is shared by a wide range of communities with close to 400,000 people living in the catchment. The Manukau Harbour is one of New Zealand's most important coastal ecosystems. It's bordered by 3 regional parks, more than 700 local parks and open spaces. Some 350 streams and awa flow into it. It covers 370 square kilometres, with each tide moving about 200 billion litres of water. The catchment supports over 40 shore and seabirds, including 20,000 migratory birds each year. It's recognised internationally as a significant ecological area. The feedback on Manukau Harbour strategy from the local boards has been unequivocally positive, detailed and fulsome from each and every local board surrounding it. I didn't do too many clicks there. Appreciating governance responsibility for the strategy sits with the governing body. Local boards contribute through advocacy and local decision making to support the improved environmental outcomes. As representatives of our communities, these endorsements we're making are a groundswell from the hearts and minds of the people living around this treasured moana. The harbour has also been identified as a priority in all 9 of our local board plans. And don't worry about the small writing there. This slide's about the vibe, and the vibe is the value. The Manukau Harbour is a treasured natural, cultural and recreational asset valued for its biodiversity, public amenity and access to the water. It's also important for our future. Communities want a clearer, healthier and more accessible harbour with improved water quality, thriving ecosystems and ongoing restoration for future generations. As a harbour forum, some of the cool stuff we're doing in our community, we're developing a lot more advocacy and engagement assets. We've just got these cool new posters which aren't quite finished with their printing, otherwise I would have brought them in to hand out, so let us know if you want one later for display. Our website for the first half of this year alone, in 2026, our website recorded a 191% increase year on year of people visiting. My favourite thing is our REAL program running with sustainable schools. This is the Rangatahi Environmental Action Leaders. This encompasses 50 schools in the Sustainable Schools program. Preference goes to identifying rangatahi leaders from Manukau Harbour Forum schools. And these are our future leaders. We have them learn about mātauranga Māori, leadership, caring for te taio, te tiriti, and a lot of green mahi. This is me with a korowai presented to the forum that was made by the rangatahi at their recent wānanga. And of course, we'll be planning our next symposium, which is always highly attended and a really exciting time. We'll send you an invite when we know more about that. We know that we're on the right track with this strategy. I look to this recent quote from Mayor Wayne Brown speaking to Council's recent adoption of the Nature Positive Auckland. The revitalised Manukau Harbour is a pathway to delivering this outcome. So, for my last slide, I just want to say Auckland Council has a key role in safeguarding the environmental health of the Manukau Harbour through its policy, regulatory and operational functions under several statutes. We've provided input into the development of the proposed strategy since 2023, and today we're asking you to put it into action. If you have any questions about strategy, you might actually want to refer them to Dave and Georgie, who are the strategy authors and subject matter experts. They're sitting behind me and are presenting later this morning or earlier this afternoon. Tēnā koutou, and thank you.
Kia ora, Jess, thank you very much. I hear you're doing an awesome job in the chair role this term, so thank you very much. Are there any questions around the table? Kia ora, Member Wilson.
Wow, thank you, Jess, for all of that enthusiasm. Hey, look, the item comes up later, clearly in the agenda. Does the forum think that it goes far enough? Is there enough there, do you think, to, well, we want the world, don't we, really? But what do you think in terms of?
This is all really strongly outlined in that slide that has all of our recommendations that have come through to governing body. For the most part, the strategy is excellent. It's incredibly robust. It's very well thought out. There are a lot of opportunities to grow, and I think potentially at the right pace, of course, we would love it to go further. And I think you'll see in the endorsements from the 9 local boards that make up that forum, each and every one has said, at a minimum this, and pay particular attention to what's set out in it. So, yeah, so I think yes, and of course we'd always welcome more, but it is very robust and very, very well considered.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. Any other questions? Right, first time of the day. You must have got all the information to us, Jess. Well, thank you very much. Could I have a mover to thank? Kia ora, Councillor Fully. Seconder, Councillor Patterson-Hamlin. Sorry, Councillor Turner. Trying to go with who I saw first. All those in favour? Any opposed? Wouldn't have thought so. Kia ora, thank you very much. Now we will move to local board input. So that was all for, and thank you all. That was I know there was a huge amount of public forum. We tried to move things around, but that was what had happened today. Right. So Mark, Chair Mark, from the Waitakere Rangers. Jess, I'm sure you can come sit at the table if you want to, or if you've got to go. Sure. Sorry, Mark, I'm sure you don't mind.
Absolutely not. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mark Allen tōku ingoa. I'm the chair te puari o rohe o te ika whenua o Waitakere, the Waitakere Rangers local board. I'm here to speak in support of your Māori Outcomes funding recommendation to support the next phase for Te Kawerau Maki's redevelopment of a long-missed marae at Te Henga. I acknowledge Te Warana, the kuia, and the leadership and community of Te Kawerau Maki, past and present, and the terrible legacy of not having a papakainga. Te Kawerau have interests across the wider Tāmaki Makaurau, but I'm going to focus on our area, the Waitakere Rangers, Te Waianuia Teriwa. I speak on behalf of my board, some of whom are present, Jess, but also have been online, Greg and Michelle in particular, in support. I also bring the voice of the community of Te Henga, where I live, of West Auckland and those who have come before us. In particular, I acknowledge Sir Bob Harvey, who was here earlier, and past Waitakere City councillors like Penny Hulse and the staff whose leadership started the process of securing this land. Our board has a close and continuously deepening relationship with Te Kawerau Maki. We meet regularly, we work together. We acknowledge their hurt and welcome their passion, entrepreneurship, leadership and vision for the area, and in particular the community, economic and environmental well-being of Te Waianuia Teriwa. As you've heard, 100 years ago, dams were being built in the ranges to serve the growth of Auckland. This infrastructure continues through Watercare to provide security for water supply for Tāmaki Makaurau. This support today that you're considering will, we hope, join support from Watercare and others. Those dams changed the landscape. It created the largest mainland wetland in Tāmaki Makaurau, but caused flooding and stopped the river from being navigable, with resulting impacts on the ability to live off the land. Alongside those dreadful land deals and the wider catastrophic effects of colonisation, Te Kawerau have suffered. Today is another opportunity to be part of a journey to address these impacts. 20 years ago, Waitakere City Council started the process of establishing a site for redevelopment. This board, led by chairs like Denise Yates, who's passed, Sandra Coney, Saffron Toms and Greg Presslin, has continued to support this development. Last year, we all celebrated the signing of the Deed of Acknowledgement for the Waitakere Ranges Heritage Area, and we have commenced the forum's meetings, and we start this Friday on developing a strategic plan for the forum, starting with an excellent foundation of planning developed by Te Kawerau Amaki. This marae is an essential part of celebrating that heritage. Looking forward, we believe this marae provides a home and a base for Te Kawerau Amaki, a community facility on our very wild west coast, and a focus for the long-term future of the community, the environment, and the economy of Te Wainui Te Rewā and Tāmaki Makaurau. This decision launches the next phase of this exciting marae development. Please do support it. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Very clear. Are there any questions? Cool. Easy. No, thank you. Both feeling positive from the conversations we've had, but obviously we'll have to wait for the item to know for sure. But thank you for your support, and also thank you for your full-throated support and involvement with the Waitakere, what are we calling? Can't remember that. Anyway, the Joint Committee.
Heritage Area Forum?
Heritage Area Forum, which has been, progressing really well already.
And look, if any of the board members are coming out that way, you'd love to have a look and hear a bit more of the stories of the area, I'm more than welcome to host you out there. Kia ora, everybody.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Ferry.
Sorry, I do have a question. How useful do you think it would be for people to go out and have a little tour with yourself and other members, as I did last year?
I think it would be tremendous. It's an amazing area. I love the area. It's got great stories, and we would love to show you around. We've got great stories of flooding, but also incredible stories of perseverance. Some amazing stuff out there. Come and visit us.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you very much. Councillor Turner, I'm sure, would like to move, and Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, would you like to second? Right, all those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Don't think so. Right, now, so for everyone in the room and online, we're going to take what looks like a 37-minute lunch, if that's okay, till 1, and then come back here. We will have the advisory panels, then we'll go into the agenda. I'm sorry for those staff who are waiting. We can discuss with the Manukau Harbour team if the water care team have to leave earlier, if we could put the drought management first, but we'll just discuss that. Everyone's time is precious, but I'm sorry the day has gone on already so far. But come back here at 1 o'clock. Kia ora, thank you. Kia ora, everyone. We are coming back to the table. Those online are not online, but I'm sure they will come back. Right, so we have, as I acknowledged at the beginning of the meeting, we have moved precedent to make sure the demographic advisory panels could go at 1 p.m, so they had a specific time they knew they could turn up, and it's great to see so many of you here. I know there'll be some panel members presenting and others here in support. So just so you know how this is going to go, and I think this is correct still, Sarah is going to kick off, Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, Victoria, I think, next, and then to introduce the item, Josh is going to, I think, introduce on behalf of all the panels, and then the panels will come up two at a time, present as a two, and then there'll be questions of the two, and we move on to the next two. If you have a question that could be an email, feel free to have that as an email, but we do want to get some good information from our panels as well. But just be cognizant that if there's something you could follow up after the meeting or that's very personal to you, maybe we could leave it to be contacted after the meeting. And that's all. So we'll get Victoria and maybe Josh come to the table if that's what you're going to do. And I'll go to Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, who will no doubt want to move this, and I think Councillor Ferry would want it to second. So I'll get you to introduce the item before we go to Victoria. Kia ora, Councillor.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to introduce this. I'm really excited that everyone else gets to experience and hear from the excuse me, from the demographic advisory panels, because I get to all the time and I always feel very smug about that. So I'm glad that I get to share all of that with you. Having witnessed at least part of the process for how each of these panels came to their strategic priorities for the term, I know that a lot of thought and wisdom and genuine listening to each other has gone on. You know, the 6 communities represented here, they're not monoliths. There's a lot of differently held strong views, and watching the kind of the grace and the patience that's gone into it has been really a joy to see. So I'm really glad that we all now get the chance to hear from it. And there's 23 of us around this table. Well, not at the moment because it's winter and people are sick, but there's often 23 of us around this table, but there's 1.8 million Aucklanders. So we're never going to be able to represent all sort of ways of being in the city, and that's why these panels are so important, and we can get insight into what it's like to live here in those communities and have really strong representation from communities that often face a lot of additional barriers to get here. So it's a really important mechanism. And look, you know, none of the people here or the wider panels that they represent have ended up on these advisory panels by accident. They've all got the most extraordinary CVs and do bring so much to Auckland and other spaces as well. And you know, these priorities might not be our own. They might challenge some of our own at the start of this LTP process, or they might add to them in different ways or unexpected ways, and it's going to be different for all of us. So I know I've been challenged by some of the things that's come through, and I just encourage everyone to listen and be okay with that challenge. And before I pass over to Victoria and Josh, I just want to shout out to the 6 liaison councillors, and I'm going to do it in alphabetical order. A for Alf, B for Bo, C for Christine, and then it disintegrates because then it's J for Julie, Richard and Victoria, other Victoria, who've all just been doing such a great job of showing up and really listening and encouraging these 6 different panels. So thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to do that. And I'll pass over to the extraordinary Victoria Wicks-Brown.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. Delighted to have the opportunity to introduce the co-chairs of Council's demographic advisory panels, who will be presenting their priorities for committee endorsement. This term, the Mayor appointed 6 demographic advisory panels to provide regional strategic advice through the lens of their lived experience to elected members and staff. And each 10 to 12 person panel meets regularly to provide this advice. They help inform draft strategy and policies and plans, ensuring that diverse community perspectives are considered. They are supported by volunteer co-lead officers, and as Councillor Patterson-Hamlin mentioned, 6 liaison councillors are here today, and they are very greatly appreciated. Since the start of the term, the panels have been providing their insights on everything from draft annual plan to last week we held a very large cross-panel looking at the early direction setting document and advice advice sought from council group. So the panels at the same time have been considering their focus areas for the term, and the newly elected co-chairs are here today to share those priorities and introduce their panels. So I'm delighted to hand over to Josh Martin, the co-chair of the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel in his second term, to start with us, and welcome after that Shade and members of the Pacific People's Advisory Panel up. Thank you.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Josh Martin ahau, he uri ahau no ngā tirangi wewehi, no ngā te korokoro, no ngā puhi hoki. This is my second term as co-chair of the Rainbow Community Advisory Panel, and I feel really lucky that I'm able to be here again. The last time I came in, as I was walking into this building to share our priorities, Teresa Platt, who was a co-chair last term, called me and said, I will not be there. And so I was shook, and I threw out so many Beyonce references last time, there will be fewer this time. So thank you all for having us, Councillor Hills, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Phil Wilson, fellow co-chairs and panel members. Tēnā koutou katoa. It's such a pleasure to be here again today and a privilege to be able to share the priorities of Auckland Council's 6 demographic advisory panels for this term. Between us, we represent an extraordinary breadth of people, experiences and perspectives across Tāmaki Makaurau. We won't always agree with each other, we may not always agree with you, and sometimes the advice we offer might make things a wee bit uncomfortable, but that feels like the good part of advice. We're here because we care deeply about Tāmaki Makaurau and its people. We've taken time off of work to come in today because we really believe in sharing our whakaaro with you today. We want council to succeed, and we want the experiences, aspirations and whakaaro of our communities to hopefully help shape the decisions you get to make. There's a poem that I love called The Invitation by Orion Mountain Dreamer, and I've shared it a few times with some of the other panel members, but there's a part of it that I really love. It says, "It doesn't interest me what you do for a living, I want to know what you ache for, and if you dare to dream of meeting your heart's longing. It doesn't interest me who you know or how you came to be here. I want to know if you will stand in the center of the fire with me and not shrink back. It doesn't interest me where or what or with whom you have studied. I want to know what sustains you from the inside when all else fails." I think there's something in that for all of us. Our roles and titles might bring us into this room, but what matters is who sits behind them, what our communities care about, what they're striving for, what they need from us. And that's what we'd like to share with you today. Today you'll hear from the Rainbow Communities, Pacific Peoples, ethnic communities, youth, disability and seniors advisory panels. 6 distinct voices, 6 sets of priorities and a shared commitment to Tāmaki, to a Tāmaki Makaurau where our communities belong, participate and thrive. Nō reira I ngā rangatira mā, kia kaha te kōrero, kia kaha te whakaaro, kia mahi tahi tātou. So to begin our kōrero, I'm proud to be joined by my fellow co-chair of the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel, Shade Young. Together we'll share what matters most to our panel this term and the communities we serve. Alongside us will be Sei Naisali, is she here? Yeah. And Marina Whangaiva, co-chairs of the Pacific People's Advisory Panel who will follow us and share the priorities and aspirations of their communities. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Shade Young tōku ingoa. Hi everybody, my name is Shade. I am serving on the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel for the second term. alongside Josh as my fellow co-chair. I'm very excited to represent our rainbow communities. Yeah, so a little bit about our panel, like Vic mentioned earlier, we're a panel of 12 this year. We weren't 12 last year, so I'm excited to have a diverse range of people on our panel this year, covering all different ages, ethnicities, gender identities, and we're all from all around Tamaki Makaurau as well. And quite a few of us actually work for rainbow organisations in Tamaki as well. So far in our discussions on our panels, the main things that have been coming up is how do we move like beyond awareness? How do we make sure that rainbow voices are being helping to shape decisions, you know, before they're made and not after? How do we make sure that council is creating better outcomes for our communities? So these conversations led to our two focus areas we have at the moment. So the first is rainbow communities are safer, stronger and more connected. So safety came up again and again in a lot of our conversations, not just about physical safety, but it's also about whether our communities feel comfortable catching public transport, you know, attending community events, you know, accessing council facilities, and just basically feeling like they belong in our city. So we want to help council to think proactively about those experiences rather than waiting until things go wrong, like we have seen in the past. Our second focus area is around equitable and responsive council decision making. So as an advisory panel, our role is to bring our lived experience, our community insights, and honest conversations into the room so council can make better informed decisions. We want rainbow perspectives to be considered earlier, more consistently, and in ways that lead to better outcomes for all of us. At the end of the day, our vision for our panel is simple. We want a Tamaki Makaurau that is somewhere where rainbow communities belong, participate and thrive with equitable outcomes for all. Yeah, and we're really looking forward to working with everyone this term. Yeah, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Any questions?
Oh, we'll do that.
Oh, okay.
Testing. Maloni and talofa koutou. My name is Semoana Naisali and I am both a returning member and co-chair of the Pacific Peoples Advisory Panel alongside my beautiful co-chair Marina Whangaiawa. Our panel this term is resourceful, agile and forward-thinking, the very words I would use to describe our governing body. As a panel, one of the things that has been important to us is continuity, ensuring that the progress and momentum built by previous panels is the wind that propels us forward. Last term, our priorities reflected the challenges facing our communities at the time. Following the Auckland floods, climate change, adaptation and community resilience became a significant focus. Mental health, wellbeing, arts, cultures and languages, and of course civic engagement. Those areas remain important to our communities and always will. However, as Pacific people, we are navigators by trade. We have the ability to recognise when the tide is changing and can see that shift within council. That is why, as a panel, we have deliberately kept our priorities tight and focused this term, concentrating on two key areas that we believe will make the most impact in the very short 2.5 years that we have remaining. With that being said, our first priority is economic and business development, financial education and planning. Against the backdrop of ongoing cost of living pressures and unemployment rates that continue to disproportionately affect Pacific peoples, this was a no-brainer for us. We want to focus on where council can help create tangible outcomes for Pacific communities by connecting our people with the opportunities, resources and pathways that exist within council's remit. Whether that's through council grants and procurement, support for Pacific small businesses and entrepreneurs, financial education and planning, or ensuring our communities are positioned to benefit from major developments such as CRL, we want Pacific people to be ready to participate, contribute and thrive. A key pathway for achieving this is through council's leading Pacific strategy, the Ara Moana, which we as a panel strongly support in an aspiration to empower Pacific peoples to thrive. We want our communities to take greater ownership of their economic futures by ensuring council's opportunities are visible, accessible and fully utilised. Our priorities are not simply about navigating changing currents, it is about ensuring we have the tools and resources to grow and prosper. And with that, I will pass it over to my co-chair.
Hia o te whaatalo whaatu I le mamalu ma le paia wa potopoto I nei tūlā. O loto paia ma loto mamalu o lea o le mawhaia ona o ngā whatau limaina. Tūlona lava. Ma lole soifua, my name is Marina Whangaiawa, and I, alongside Same Moana, co-chair the Pacific People's Advisory Panel. And I would concur with you, say that I think our LA makes us the most beautiful pairing in this hearing today. Pacific peoples of all stripes are connected now more than ever. Certainly, social media has played a major role in the widespread sharing of ancestral knowledge and cultivation of relationships throughout the region and diasporic communities around the world. For the over 270,000 Pasifika who make Auckland the largest Pacific city in the world, this rise in connectivity has enabled a stronger sense of who we are, our collective voice, and the potential we have to create change. The Pacific People Advisory Panel's second key priority area is civic engagement, participation, and democracy. Now, as someone who grew up in a household just trying to make ends meet, I know all too well that civic engagement is not necessarily front of mind for the many who work hard to put bread on the table. However, herein lies the opportunity for Council to alter the formalised structures of democracy that ironically impede access towards participation. This means going to the people without expecting them to come to you, leveraging trusted connectors and relationship builders who live and breathe what it means to be Pacific in Auckland, and truly connecting in. When we speak about civic engagement, often we're talking about elections that happen every few years. Yet, as a member of this panel, I have learnt there is a large breadth and depth to how Council serves me as an Aucklander and as a Pacific Aucklander in my everyday life. We as a Pacific People's Advisory Panel would like our communities, one, to know that their perspectives are considered and valued at a decision-making level, and two, be aware of the importance of having their voices heard. We believe the path towards meaningful engagement with Pasifika starts by becoming a regular part of the conversation that is happening right now in ways that look and sound familiar. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for your direction, for your work, and for the impact you're making in this organisation, but also for Tamaki Makaurau within your communities and beyond. So we will go to Councillor Fully first for a question.
Thank you, Chair. Malo lava le soifua maua, soifua manuia, malo fo'i le tawivi ma le whamalosi ma le whaea. Malo ni kia orana, warm Pacific greetings. My question is to our Pacific Advisory Panel co-chairs. Malo lava for returning as well as our newest co-chair as well, Malo lava. My question is about, I know that you haven't, you're still at the start of your journey, and I'm really glad to see that you've narrowed it down to two real key areas of focus. For the second area of focus, we've got the elections coming up, central government elections. We know that there's been some changes as well to enrolments that make it perhaps build put another barrier there for our Pacific people, and especially for young Pacific people. Do you have any initial thoughts on what we can do as council to help in that space for our Pacific communities at this stage, or is it too early to make those sorts of comments? Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Foley, for the question. It is early for the panel. We've only had a couple of workshops. However, already the panel has engaged in additional workshops to do with the type of voting, so either ballot or postal, and the general consensus across both the Pacific panel and pretty much all the panels was that we felt that there would be a stronger community focus and engagement with in-person voting. So that's kind of just one example of, the discussions that we've had. But, as a community or communal population, we do believe that, in-person fostering those relationships is probably one of the key ways that we can improve voter turnout.
Thank you. And if I can just, for your first topic, economic and business development, we have Amotai, which you may or may not know very well, but that's a project or an initiative I think that would be really good for your panel to be more involved in. Kia ora. Sorry, Marin, I might have cut you off.
Kia ora, Councillor. Member Karen Wilson.
Kia ora. It's so nice to meet you all, see you in person. We always say, wait till you get your feet under the desk and then we'll ask you the hard ones. It never normally works like that, as you all know, because you're here because of your lived experience as well. So it's a general question, I guess, to all of the panels, even though we are going to be a bit strapped for time, I'm going to ask it anyway. And it is around, you're in now, you have lived experience. What would you believe, as a member of, or the co-chairs of your panels that are here today, what would be something that would really get this rocking for you so it suits the purposes of Auckland Council and yourselves as you represent? Not asking anybody in particular, but I know that there'll be something turning in your heads before it's actually been endorsed, so I'm just testing that component.
Kia ora, thank you for the question. I don't think I can speak on behalf of all of our panel, but my thoughts are probably what Shade spoke to, which is that whole early engagement part, that at least the last term, a lot of things would come kind of pre-formed ideas that are already kind of developed and we just kind of give feedback after the fact. Is already starting now with the long-term plan that we're quite early this time, and that feels like a real privilege. I think that what I'd like to see is more of that, and even if it's just in its infancy stage, that we get to offer our experience as rainbow people. And I suppose that there's an intersection across our panels as well. Obviously, there's Māori, there's Pacifica, there's trans people, there's lots of people across the different panels. So I think that the more opportunities we get to work together, the more opportunity that we get to invite conversations sooner, I'd be open to. Kia koe.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I would add to Josh's point in that I felt really encouraged by our cross-panel session held last week around the long-term plan. Lots of powerful insights were shared in that session, and that goes back to being engaged early on in the piece. The demographic advisory panels represent a very diverse plethora of communities in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, and I would say that these early engagement opportunities help us to really plant a stake in the ground. I mean, it's easy for us as panel members to have direct access to this decision making, but I think about my grandparents, Fasotsaulua, Ngalo and Finau Whangaiawa, they migrated to Auckland 52 years ago. They have no idea what any of this means, but if we can get at least a glimmer of our lived experience and perspectives within the decisions being made at a council level, then I'm sure people like my grandparents would appreciate it.
Well said, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Well, kia ora. I'm particularly interested, and I understand strategic advice and not looking at specific programs, but in and around the area of economic well-being. And I wonder whether you'd like to address us briefly on the impact of unemployment on Pacifica youth and what the impact of that will be on Tamaki Makaurau.
I think I can answer that question as a Pacific youth, heading out of the youth demographic, however, although I don't look it. I think I can speak to unemployment as a Pacific young person who is currently unemployed. I've been out of work for 3 months now, and that came after my contract with my previous employer wasn't renewed. I look at my CV, I'm a qualified woman. I am about to complete my 3rd degree. And earlier this year, I represented Aotearoa on the Ship for World Youth, an exchange program once attended by former Prime Minister Helen Clark. And so I look at my credentials and I'm like, why am I still not getting work? I also think about my peers who I attended a Decile 1 high school with in South Auckland who were never able to get a leg up into proper, fulfilling employment. And so there are 2 ends of the spectrum here, and I think we're failing to connect with our rangatahi early on in that pipeline, and this goes back to high school, and encouraging and emboldening our Pasifika youth to feel like they can aspire towards more. And this is a mindset that they are lacking and that carries on into their adulthood. So I think part of it is the system and part of it is making sure that our youth know that they stand on the shoulders of giants, those who navigated from the islands to Aotearoa. And that is a feat that should set the example for generations currently.
I think that's really important in terms of the encouragement and the mana that, comes with that. But are there other initiatives that you would be encouraging council in terms of gaps at the moment for economic development within the Pacifica community that will be beneficial looking forward in the creation of employment opportunities?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I am not a youth anymore. I'm a mum, but a young mum, also qualified. And so I think that the same barriers that I think youth face, a lot of parents and adults face as well. I will present this as an opportunity for council. We do have a growing Pacific population that's only going to get bigger. And so, if we're able to utilise or create job opportunity in growing sectors, maybe it's tech or maybe it's, through funding or entrepreneurial pathways for our Pacific, then I think that we have a real opportunity to grow Auckland as a super city. I know that that's kind of where council is going at the moment, from what I've seen with the Aramoana strategy. However, there's not much visibility on the opportunities available to our youth at the moment. Maybe there are opportunities out there, but we don't know about it. And so that's something that we are wanting to make the most impact, I guess, this term, is that, there's tools and resources out there, but we just don't know about it. And so if we can encourage these, our rangatahi, and also the rest of the Pacific population, I think there's a real opportunity for Auckland there to grow.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, kia ora, Chair. Thank you. Talofa lava. Thank you, Semoana and Marina. I am so proud of you, coming from Māngere and seeing your leadership, and I'm so glad that you are part of this panel. My question is around Pasifika and economic development and how we make that shift from just being seen as a workforce, because Port of Auckland brings in millions for the city. And if you look at who's on the ground doing all the work, it is Pasifika. 66% of their stevedores are Pasifika and mainly from Tuvalu. But in terms of economic development for this city, how do we stretch, I suppose, so that we're not just seen as a workforce?
Thank you, Councillor Bartley, for your question, and I acknowledge the ties between our families. South Auckland is a small place. I'm wearing a dress from TAV Pacific, which is a Pacific Island label. And TAV is just one of many Pacific businesses that are becoming popular with not only Pacific people but with the general population. There is a boom of Pacific small business, and there is a opportunity to support the rise of Pacific business owners, small business owners particularly. I think about the Pacific Business Trust and the host of problems that have ensued that have actually taken away opportunity for the growth of Pacific business. From a council perspective, I feel like there is the opportunity to support, maintain and grow the amount of Pacific business that there is. I mean, our people are natural traders. You take one trip to the islands, there are roadside barbecues for days, everyone's making ele, everyone is making fala, handicrafts are massive in the Pacific. And so we know that there is, I think, Save, would you want to carry on?
Yeah. Look, I don't know the correct term for it, but like non-traditional, I guess, businesses make up a huge portion of Auckland's economy, like night markets and things like that. Yeah. What we do know is that Pacific people tend to engage in that sort of business. And so I think if we can support and foster those types of businesses, it would be hugely beneficial to both Auckland and to our Pacific families. I also think it might be a mindset thing where we tend to go for those real small, home baking or cooking and selling plates and things like that. And so maybe it's an education piece for our Pacific communities where, hey, look, we've got, all this funding available. Why don't you aim for something bigger, more sustainable, to be able to, instead of it being a side hustle, actually transitioning it to being a main source of income for our Pacific people. So that's what I would probably suggest as well.
Kia ora. Thank you so much. I'm sure there'll be a lot more questions, but we appreciate your work, and we'll go on to the next two panels. So thank you very much, and we'll see you all soon, no doubt. Thank you to McLean and Paul as well for being there as two of your staff liaisons. And just to acknowledge the number of staff who are here or aren't here, they do this in their own time, volunteer to help the panels. Not right now, obviously, but the times after work and things. Right, we have Ethnic Communities and Youth Advisory Panel.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors and the CE for the opportunity to be here and to present on behalf of our Ethnic Communities Advisory Panel. I'm Luke and this is Janet. We are newly elected by our fellow members to lead the panel. Before we present on our focus areas, can I take the opportunity to acknowledge firstly our Master Facilitator, John Kingi, who's off to his OE, and also our valued council staff, and especially Victoria, Millie, Divya, and Sonia for keeping us informed and organised since the beginning of our term. We couldn't have been where we are without your support and guidance. And just a bit of an update on what we've been up to since the start. We've managed so far attend the Community Civil Defence Emergency Forum and cross-panel local elections forum. And we've presented to the Open Budget and Performance Committee on the findings of our annual cross-panel forum. And I think many of you have received some notes, and thank you, councillors, for your warm engagement and feedback after our presentation. We had a positive online engagement session between local board members and advisory panel members for the first time in our history. And during our first couple of panel meetings, we heard from the council's DEI team, the hospitality and stakeholder engagement team, the CRL engagement team, of course, and contributed to answering many of the probing questions. And a couple of months ago, we also had a cross-panel meeting with the GMs group, and we saw the CE coming in towards the end as well. Thank you for your attendance, CE, and to introduce our panels and discuss how we may provide value to the various work streams. And we also, last week, had our long-term plan cross-panel forum. I understand you received some notes on your desk soon for your kind consideration. And Now, it's been a busy start, and we really appreciate the trust and the resources and the relationships, and especially the access that's being afforded to us. Perhaps Spider-Man should have said, with great access comes great responsibilities. We intend to use the access and the relationships we build and our collective responsibility to provide constructive advice for the benefit of everybody living in our great city. Thank you, ngā mihi nui. Can I pass to my co-chair, Janet, to cover our priority areas? Thank you all.
Jambo and kia ora. Jina langu ni Janet Kamau. My name is Janet Kamau in Swahili. I'm going to cover what our priority areas are. What matters to the Ethnic Communities Advisory Panel is Auckland's economic communities are to be fully able to participate in life and the future of Tamaki Makaurau. We want ethnic communities to be included early and meaningfully in the decisions that affect them. We want people to feel a genuine sense of belonging, to belong and to understand the Te Tiriti o Waitangi and our responsibilities as Tarangata Tiriti, to acknowledge mana whenua and to learn how to be respectful and responsible manuhiri in this place we now call home. And from that foundation, to be able to participate confidently in the civic life of Tamaki Makaurau. We also want to have economic contributions of our ethnic communities acknowledged, our businesses, our professionals, our workers, our entrepreneurs, and us as global connectors. This to be better understood, recognized, and enabled. Would like to acknowledge the hot topic that that is playing a big part of this term, transport. And this is the part of the picture as well, to be able to move around our city that connects our people to education, employment, businesses, customers, and lots of opportunities. So this links to our other priority, which is inclusive prosperity, thinking about systems and infrastructure of our city that enables our communities to participate fully in Auckland's economic life. At the heart of all our priorities is relationship. For us to listen, for us to also bring evidence and our lived experience together and work constructively with the council to build an Auckland where everybody has an opportunity to belong, to participate, to contribute, and also to prosper. Kia ora and asante sana.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm Karen, one of the co-chairs of the Youth Advisory Panel. I'm joined today by our other co-chair, Esther. It's a privilege to be here today to present the Youth Advisory Panel's priorities and, more importantly, to share what we believe Auckland needs to be doing to create a better future for young people. The Youth Advisory Panel has spent time discussing and reflecting on the experiences and aspirations of young people across Auckland. Our priorities have been developed with our panel's lived perspectives and experiences in mind. Through that process, we have identified 4 areas that we believe are particularly important for Auckland's young people and for the future of our city: youth empowerment, equity, innovation, and accountability. Now I'll speak to each of our priorities. Youth empowerment. We envisage a Tamaki Makaurau where children and young people are empowered with the agency, capability, and opportunities to shape an abundant future with their voices genuinely reflected in decisions that affect them. Equity. We champion an inclusive Auckland where every rangatahi experiences equity, belonging, and accessible opportunities, ensuring no young person is left behind. Innovation. Tamaki Makaurau is an accessible, affordable, and ambitious city that supports innovation, sustainability, and economic opportunities, enabling current and future generations to thrive. And lastly, accountability. We are a city that listens, stays transparent, and adapts to the needs and aspirations of rangatahi. These priorities represent what we, as the Youth Advisory Panel, believe young people need from their city, not just today, but as we look towards Auckland of the future. We hope these priorities can help strengthen the conversation between young people, Auckland Council, and our wider communities, and ultimately contribute to decisions that create a tamaki makaurau where young people are not simply consulted about the future, but are empowered to help shape it. With that, we'll take you through each of our priorities in a little more detail.
Kia ora, thanks for that, Karen. So kia ora, ko Esther Toku Ingoa. I'm one of the other co-chairs of the Youth Advisory Panel, and it's really great to be here today. I think what our panel can really bring is that intergenerational focus, that we can hopefully be thinking multiple generations into the future as an aspiration for our panel. And so just to pull out some of the themes that we talked about in our strategic priorities, and also like what the task is like of deciding on those priorities. I guess what sort of informed that was almost like this vision and like what we want that future to look like for multiple generations into the future, but I guess seeing what's maybe missing at the moment for young people as well. And I think it's that lack of abundance and the lack of opportunities that's really hurting our communities. And we're seeing that in kind of the culmination of these poly-crises. So we've got a really big rise in homelessness, child poverty, and unemployment crises. And just access to our basic needs for some of our community is really lacking, and we feel it's really important to advocate for addressing the root causes of these issues, and also recognising that council can play a really important role in all of these issues to stand for equitable responses. And so that's what underpins all of our priorities, is a really deep commitment to equity. And we also feel it's really important to work in partnership and empower young people, recognising that diversity is, I feel, one of our greatest strengths as a city. And when we partner with these communities and when we empower people, we can make the most of that. And through investing in our people as well, we see as really important to drive that innovative and equitable response. We're really interested in what sustainable economic development initiatives are out there and how we can also scale those up to have a bigger impact. But we know that this can't happen if we don't give rangatahi the power and the agency to feel that they can collectively not just have a say on these issues, but meaningfully drive them forward and shape the future for themselves, their whānau and their communities. So we look forward to building a collaborative relationship with you all, and we hope to bring this intergenerational lens so our tamariki and rangatahi can thrive not just now, but many, many years into the future. And we want to support your decision making through engaging with you as partners. Mihi nui.
Kia ora. Thank you all for your presentations, and I think the wero that you're sending us the challenge as well to work with you for the future, not without you. So thank you very much. Councillor Ferry, our previous panel, Zaha. Kia ora.
Zaha. Kia ora. So good to see you all. Thank you. And to the last 4 coaches, you did a great job too, and I'm sure the next 4 will as well. So my question was for my ethnic communities peeps, but well done too to the youth folk. I was thinking about the barriers to participation and a sense of belonging that people face, and sort of that, kaupapa we have coming from a disability angle of making things barrier free. And so what sort of insights, I guess, in terms of that sense of belonging, that civic participation, would you see as, what would barrier free look like? Sorry, it's a very big question, but give it a go. You got this.
Thank you. Belonging. There's a report that's come out saying we need to do more of it. Ironically, a lot of people from ethnic communities, migrant communities, know that they only actually survive and then thrive by being banded together. So I wonder whether there's actually more we can teach you, more than you can teach us. The opportunities are probably about allowing for the way those communities congregate to be okay for them to be able to do that. We congregate around food, we congregate around spiritual practices, we congregate around things that matter to us, and they might not necessarily be what matters to what you think is important. So maybe moving a little bit closer to us, asking the questions as, what does belonging look like for you? It is a choice. It is a choice we make. We are here because we have chosen Auckland, and you have chosen us back. So how do we move closer to you by asking the questions about what does that look like, and then allowing for that room to actually grow that? Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Just quickly from me, I sort of think of this as an opportunity for the ethnic community to break down the barriers ourselves. And, you know, for us to sit here today is a case in point of the access we're getting and the attention we're getting from all of you as well. Personal experience, and we have to feel that we belong here, and, you know, instead of feeling you are an outsider, and to participate and to make an effort, it's up to us really, and, you know, with your help and assistance, hopefully, and your support, to achieve better community engagement, and for us to take responsibilities to get everybody to come along as well, and not just us sitting on this table, but the people that are behind us. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora. It's a question for all of you, because you've all mentioned belonging, and I was just wondering if to kind of flip it a little bit to look at what we can build on in terms of what we're already doing. Where do your respective communities, what kinds of spaces in Tamaki Makaurau do your respective communities feel the greatest sense of belonging currently?
I mean, for us, I think we would say where most young people are. I think that's where they feel the most belonging. So universities, high schools, places where they congregate, places where they go to for recreational use, so libraries and stuff. So I think that allows young people to just be themselves and feel that they have a place in their communities where they can be themselves.
Yeah, just to build on that, we know what's good for rangatahi is good for everybody, and I think if having more third spaces and spaces outside of mahi or school where rangatahi can just be themselves is really important. And just to speak for myself, it doesn't necessarily matter what that space looks like. It's just knowing that it's a safe space and you feel supported in that environment. It can really be anywhere.
I was just going to add, we had a presentation about play not too long ago, and our communities could probably do with more play and understanding play in a way that we probably didn't grow up understanding play, especially being very far away from home. So thank you for that.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Burns. Just your mic for some reason is not.
Congratulations to all of you, and Karam and Esther, on your recent role and to the past years. It's been great working with you over the last few months, and I guess my question is really, I sort of did bring it up last night, but I'll bring it up here again, is we talk about equity and access, and probably all the panels actually, and there's a lot of talking, sometimes maybe not enough doing, but that comes down to lots of particular things like money and how we actually achieve those things. So from your perspective, Esther and Karam, like the youth councils we discussed last night, how there's only 13 out of the 21 wards, and you know, lack of youth spaces that you're talking about, doesn't matter about what it is. Would that be one of the top priorities you could see yourself working together with council to deliver that?
Yeah, again, on that, it's a good point around like what does that actually look like in terms of like a tangible impact of our mahi. I would say on the youth councils thing, there's the reason why we haven't put like a specific number or anything like that, number of youth spaces or number of youth councils, is because we know that's highly dependent on the local context of each local board area. Like some local boards have or don't have youth councils, like a lot of the other members of the panel have come through those youth councils, and they found it a really helpful process. For myself personally, I haven't come through a youth council background. There isn't one at the moment in Waitemata, where I'm from, and we know that that can look very differently in different communities. So I think what we've tried to do and lead with on these priorities is something that can translate into a range of different contexts and more of just our values as a panel, and that could translate into a range of different actions, and we'd be looking to in the future to understand what that could look like on the ground. But for now, this is just a very high level summary of where we're at as a panel, and we're really happy with where we've landed.
What I would say, I mean, at first glance, it seems like having a youth council in every single ward would be wonderful, but I think it all depends on the local board themselves as well, and how they're willing to take on board the advice youth councils provide them, and just how every youth council will look like. So every local board should perhaps take a look and see if they can incorporate a youth council, and how that will look like for them.
Cool. That's all the questions for both of your panels. Thank you for presenting to us, and it's interesting to see the differences, but also the synergies, that the similar issues or ideas that come across both of your panels. I'm sure you're finding that working with the other panels too. So we appreciate your time and your effort. We're keen to work with you more in the long-term plan process, so I'm sure we'll see more of you soon, but thanks for being here today. And also thanks to Hannah and the other staff volunteers for the advisory panels. Kia ora. Right, we have our disability advisory panel and our senior advisory panel coming up. Kia ora. Thank you for being here. Who's going to kick off? Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair Hills, Deputy Mayor Simpson, members of the governing body. Councillor Fletcher is our liaison councillor. Chief liaison councillor Sarah Patterson-Hamlin. Member Hokura representatives, lead officers John Benge and Elise Copeland. As well as Millie and Vic, who support our mahi. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today. I'm Pete Williams, joined by fellow co-chair Anya Kelly Costello, and we're pleased to introduce the Disability Advisory Panel. We're a panel of 10 from different walks or wheels of life, bringing lived experience, professional knowledge, and strong community connection. Between us, we do not claim to represent every single disabled Aucklander. That would require a much larger meeting room. But we do bring a broad and practical understanding of the barriers, the opportunities, and the aspirations experienced by people living with disabilities and their whānau. Our vision is clear. We want to live in an accessible, equitable, and welcoming tamaki makaurau, where every person with a disability can participate and thrive. This vision guides us in everything we do. It sits alongside our principles of diversity of experience, countering inequality, and ensuring no one is left behind. Very similar themes throughout the other panels. These are not just fine words on a page. They are tests that we ask Council to apply to how we move through and use the city in which we belong. Our central message is clear. When Auckland Council designs for disabled people, they design for everyone. We look forward to continuing our work with you to ensure that accessibility, universal design, disability responsiveness, are embedded early, consistently and meaningfully across Council's mahi, not just added at the end like a ramp that's built after the ribbon is cut. Ngā mihi nui, and I will now pass to my co-chair, Onya.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and ngā mihi Pete for setting a really good foundation. So I will talk a little bit more to the detail of our priorities. So our priorities cover a mix of the more kind of interesting and fun areas and the more infrastructurally necessary areas. What makes Auckland a place that we'd love to be in one sense is being able to like fully participate in our community festivals, go hang at the park with whānau, go to the beach, no access barriers. But the basics in order to be able to do those things also include things like an accessible, affordable house, being able to get around accessibly, safety when emergencies do happen, and just making sure that Council is also setting a great example of accessibility for others to be able to build on and learn from. So our priorities kind of help to streamline our focus and are, as Pete said, about that embedding of accessibility and universal design, but also equitable participation and, ultimately well-being for our communities across the range of different areas. So our areas include things like the planning and regulatory processes that we know Council has a particularly big term of ahead, and that's why it's on the priority list, because of, the same thing that the youth panel talked about in terms of that intergenerational focus. If now is the time that we're reviewing the plans, well, the disability panel is also going to be real keen on getting in there early, as I think it was Josh who kind of mentioned that point before as well. So we appreciate all the efforts of staff and governing body to make that happen for us. Climate resilience and emergency management is still on our priority list because, of course, we're still working through really foundational stuff in those areas to set us up for the future. Transport, workplace accessibility. Council's recently gained an accessibility tick and is in the depths of working through a lot of different measures to embed accessibility for kaimahi, which is really great work to be seeing a really kind of comprehensive approach on. So we're keen to keep inputting into that. We know we've got a community facilities review coming up, so we're always keen to be making those spaces as accessible as possible. Digital accessibility and comms as well, which is one of those kind of background things, but actually in terms of reaching disability community, accessible communications is kind of essential. And finally, accessible events and community participation. So also we can't just be in the audience, which is a great start, but also actually be able to be on those main stages and to be able to be producers and be in all of the roles. We also just wanted to give a shout out to how a lot of this stuff gets operationalised, which is through Council's Disability Action Plan, and to the kaimahi who do a great job on reporting back on that for us on a regular basis. If you've never seen the Disability Action Plan, I'd really encourage you to check it out. It's embedded under Ngā Hapori Momoho, the Thriving Communities strategy. And what we particularly love is that it now has a new kind of, newish business as usual section as well. So what we're seeing is things come in through the action plan and be embedded, and when they're business as usual, that's when we know we have a win. So we look forward to really building out these collaborative relationships with the breadth of our governing body and our kaimahi and the other panels for great outcomes for all of our communities throughout the rest of this term. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Suzanne Tapsell tōku ingoa, and this is my co-chair is Anne Pala, who will speak after me. The seniors panel this term is, as always, a dynamic mix. We're a group who have not stopped engaging. We continue to work throughout with our communities, and we work with a rich variety of groups, such as in the arts, volunteering, youth and migrant groups, health and wellness. We also reflect the demography of all of the other panels and who we are, except of course for the youth panel, but we still remember what that was like, so we can have great empathy with them as well. We anticipate that the coming period of our term will be a busy time in Council. We look forward to continuing engagement with the local boards and increased consultation as a result of the shift of transport policy back into Council once that transition is complete. As well as considering the program of Council projects we could likely contribute advice to, we're also very mindful of the legacy of previous panels and their recommendations to us. In both of these aspects, our reference point is the age-friendly Auckland framework, and that has influenced our strategic priorities for this term. Our stated vision for seniors in Auckland is directly connected to the values of that framework. You can see within our stated priorities a reflection of Te Whare Tapu Whā and the World Health Organization domains that the framework is built upon. They are kaumātua, culture and diversity, te tau, the natural and built environment, transport, housing, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, communication, information, community support and health services. With those things in mind, Anne will now explain more about the strategic priorities that we have.
Kia koutou katoa. Thank you, Suzanne. Ko Anne Pala tōku ingoa, beautifully made in the Fiji Islands, now own a part of West Auckland. So I'm very pleased to be serving on the Seniors Advisory Panel this term. As you have heard, we are a powerhouse of lived experiences, community knowledge and professional expertise. We look forward to building strong and constructive relationships with Council, stakeholders, the Mayor, and governing body throughout our engagement. One of our core priorities is strategic priority number 2, which is influencing major planning processes so that housing and community environments support aging well. This matters because Auckland's older population is growing rapidly, and the decisions made now will shape how well people can live, move, connect, and thrive over the next decade. To support this, the panel will provide evidence-informed advice into key council processes, including the long-term plan, the Auckland Plan, and the upcoming Age-Friendly Action Plan review. Our focus areas include housing, community facilities, urban design, spatial planning, and neighbourhoods that support active, connected, independent aging. We also seek regular briefings from planning, urban design, transport, and regulatory teams, especially as new national planning legislation is developed. This ensures older Aucklanders' needs are understood early in the process. Our third priority is enabling participation, contribution, and belonging. Older Aucklanders contribute substantially to civic life, volunteering, cultural continuity, and community resilience. Our role is to help remove barriers and expand opportunities for participation. Therefore, we recommend strengthening older people's involvement in local boards, community organizations, cultural activities, and local government elections. This includes promoting inclusive engagement practices, accessible consultations, hybrid participation options, transport access, digital inclusion, and culturally safe environments. We also emphasize intergenerational knowledge sharing, including Matauranga Maori, Pacific knowledge, and the diverse ethnic cultural traditions that enrich Tāmaki Makaurau. Why does this governance matter, we ask? Because inclusive participation strengthens democratic legitimacy, builds community cohesion, and ensures council decisions reflect the experience of a rapidly growing demographic group. The Seniors Advisory Panel looks forward to collaborative and constructive work with the Planning and Policy Committee, local boards, and council staff to help ensure Auckland continues to grow as a city where older people are visible, valued, and able to participate fully in community life. Ngā mihi nui.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. We don't have any questions yet. Oh, Councillor Fletcher, I knew there'd be some.
May I say what a privilege it is to play some small role with the disability panel. My question is either to Anya or Pete, but how challenging has it been, given the importance of the design around transport, the universality that, must be embedded within those things that we are offering to the public? How challenging has it been to come to grips with the transition that we're moving forward with Auckland Transport and then the other services coming in-house? Because those road corridors are so critically important, the footpaths, the infrastructure that we have in place is going to be extremely important for everybody, but particularly for the disability community. Do you want to make a comment?
Tēnā koe, Councillor Fletcher. We had a great update from Toby Shepherd, who is implementing that transition or overseeing, coordinating, yesterday for a disability advisory panel meeting and had a good chance to kōrero, which was really helpful. I think it's really good to hear that the groups known by their acronyms of CPAG and PTAG, which is the Capital Projects Accessibility Group, Accessibility Advisory, one of them, and the Public Transport Accessibility Group, are continuing, CPAG under Council, PTAG under Auckland Transport, and then we sit sort of at a, I think, more strategic level over top of that as a Disability Advisory Panel. There's also, great kaimahi within the universal design areas and others that feed in. So, yeah, transport is operationally complicated for sure, and it is one of those really, every time that there's a parked car or a badly parked e-scooter, blocking the footpath, or every time you have a close call with something that maybe shouldn't have been a close call, that, there are those real safety things, and it really does bring it to top of mind all the time. So, yeah, I think it will continue to be of really high interest to us. We did sort of, highlight yesterday the importance of making sure it's clearly communicated with the wider community and accessibly as well, in terms of what's changing under the transition and what from a front-facing perspective will be basically similar. Yeah, kia ora.
Thank you, Anya. And may I draw to this committee's attention the enormous amount of time that this is taking for our disability. I mean, just as we're all taking the time to have to come to speed with this, they are really making a determined effort to stay abreast of all of the changes and give strategic advice as we work these issues through.
Thank you. Very important tautoko, Councillor. Yeah, there definitely is a huge amount of work that we're often relying on your expertise to make sure we get these projects and plans and policies right. They definitely are not all there yet, but we know that the information you're giving is really helping. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora. I've been trying to give others a space, but seeing as there was no one else on the list, I thought I'd jump on in there. And yeah, tautoko what Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Hills were saying, we so often put the burden of these things on the communities being impacted by them, and it's the wrong way around. So on that note, I guess, for all four of you, both panels have spoken about accessible communications and digital inclusion being important. What are some ways, just a couple of examples of how Auckland Council's communications could better include your respective communities that you represent?
Kia ora anō, Councillor Patterson-Hamlin. So there's a whole range of different, I guess, access needs within the disability community. So there's not necessarily one thing that will be accessible for everyone. But with that said, I think in general, plain language, accessible language is really helpful. I've seen that a video format can often work quite well in terms of that. So if you have a video that is captioned and that you have a sign language interpreter there as well, that's nice and visible, and then you have a transcript of the video, and the video is not too long and kind of goes through the main points in a nice, simple way. Not to be like making things, I guess, dumbed down or something like that, but just making sure they're clear and, you know, not getting stuck in the jargon that might be really familiar to someone working with the planning processes every day and less familiar to our wider communities. So that's one thing. And I think just at a, I guess, user design and website level as well, just there are well-established web accessibility standards. And there are people who know how to work with those really well, and I know that some of the digital team on council are very, very aware of that kind of stuff. But just trying to really make sure that council's own internal processes as well, and, you know, communication platforms themselves are as accessible as possible. Yeah, Kara.
In terms of seniors, I would imagine it would be that there's a wide variety of ways in which we would like to communicate, and for some it's quite an advanced digital knowledge, so there's not a problem, but for others there's a preference for more hard copy. The other aspect of that too is an assumption that we can all speak English, and a percentage of our senior population doesn't speak English, so that's another requirement in terms of digital. You can be digital but actually digital in another language. And I think council already provides a certain standard of service in that area already. So those would be the two considerations that I would think about in terms of digital.
Yeah, I think also communications through multi-channels, radios, YouTubes, you know, may be an appropriate means of getting through to our seniors. I was at a social cohesion hui this morning, which was organized by Belong Aotearoa, and it has a diversity of communities there, which was very, very pleasing to see. I think it was about 150 people, and it would have, I think Auckland Council has sponsored part of that. It would have been great to have some people there as well from council. So yeah, I think like Marina already said, that, you know, her grandparents don't know about Auckland Council. It's the big out there sort of institute. So I think getting to the people is a way of, you know, getting across to them.
Thank you. Member Karen Wilson.
Kia ora, Karen Wilson, Haukura. I'm conscious that I don't want to say anything that's meant with heart but a lack of understanding of not necessarily the two advisory boards in front of me, but generally. I understand and appreciate the greeting of mana whenua here in Tāmaki Makaurau as you present as part of the advisory. I think it's a good step forward in terms of understanding the partnership that we have garnered with Auckland Council and what could be learned from those sorts of things. So I just want to say across the board for those that are sitting here. I've got my filter here, Councillor Winiata, just to make sure I'm not going one step too far and or excluding. So I guess I want to continue on in that vein, and perhaps it is because we do have the Senior Advisory Board, and I count myself more in that domain than I do in the other, but also we have a strong representation that's probably not well known in terms of disability that's now coming into its own realm, my own view of the world, in terms of hauora. And so there's, in my mind anyway, in a mana whenua Māori, there's hopefully going to be progression. But I don't know how it works in the senior advisory role where kaumātua and kuia have a specific and significant role to play that may or may not be overridden by age. I'm really not sure. what I would really like to think in an advisory board, what's something really meaty that you think, even though it might not go down so well, what's something really meaty that will get to you significantly in the term that you're currently in, and that's for all of the boards, that would take you forward rather than, it's all important. But I guess as the board co-chairs, you would expect to have some sort of meaty item that you really want to get. What would that potentially be in the place and space as it relates to actually all of them, but you both of these boards are sitting here at the moment, in the senior advisory board and also in the disability advisory board. Meaty stuff, putting it out there as opposed to what could be available. I'm looking for.
The one I think that concerns seniors most is we're really, really aware, and I think we raised it in the last term, but it's one of those things that is galloping forward, and that is the growth of our demographic over the next 20 years. It's going to be a significant part of Tamaki Makaurau, and the awareness of that and being prepared for that, I would really like to see the seniors panel involved in engaging with that awareness with council so that we are prepared for 1948, even if the current seniors are not around at that time, to actually know that that has been prepared for and acknowledged. And it goes to the things that the disabilities panel talked about, like urban design, universal design, those things, and anticipating that those are going to be needs that need to be met. And it's going to be reasonably urgent in a very short space of time.
I think safety for seniors is a huge priority in their homes, around their surroundings, walking footpaths to go to catch public transport. There needs to be a priority, I think, for our seniors. They've got their walkers out, they've got their wheels out. I think we should look at accessibility for them as well.
Yep. Thank you, Member Wilson. I think for the disability panel, something meaty that we would love to get into is about ensuring that Auckland Council are the gold standard when it comes to accessibility and disability access across the whole city, really pushing those boundaries and being a leader, being an advocate for the rest of the country, showing what is possible by challenging the central government regulations and policies to do better, not just what is expected within the laws of the land.
Thank you.
Good answers. Thank you very much to you all. Thanks to Lisa and John and others staff members who are here as well. Now that is all from all our 6 demographic advisory panels. I think Suzanne was going to... Do I have the order right? Was Suzanne going to close up?
Thank you, Councillor Hills. This is a general conclusion for the committee, and I thank you for listening to all of the panels. We represent very specific demographic perspectives, and as such, I think our goals to you this afternoon may look quite varied. But sitting underneath that variety, there are at least 2 common themes that I would like to comment on. The first is the theme of equity. You would have heard that very strongly just now from the disabilities group, but it's also been stated less explicitly by some of the other panels, the seniors included. We share concerns, but we don't necessarily see the solutions as being the same for all of us. And so equity is really an important focus that we think needs to sit across the top of the items that we've talked about. And the most difficult part of equity is understanding the iniquities of each of our demographic panels and what we are seeking to address. We hope these stated priorities have gone some way to showing the committee what we think they are. Consistent with that is our second point. We don't wish to view the identification of these focus areas that we've discussed with you from a deficit perspective. That's a stereotype. We are building on the work of previous panels, both as single panels and combination, in a spirit of optimism, not of negativity. We hope that we've communicated our priorities to you positively and that you will receive them in that spirit. And on behalf of the panels, I would like to thank you for listening and your ongoing support. E hara takatoa, e tētua takitahi, he tua takitini. My strength is not as an individual, but in the collective. E tū whānau. E tū.
Te tira mai nā iwi, tātou tātou e. Tātou tātou e, pai a te maramatanga, me te aroha, e ngā iwi kia tapatahi, kia kotahira. Tātou tātou e, tātou, tātou tātou e. Iho rehi. Kia ora.
Thank you, Anya and Suzanne, for leading that waiata. It's always good to have a waiata during a committee to get everyone pumped for the rest of the committee too. But thank you for also acknowledging all the work you're all doing and your presentations here today. Kia ora, thank you very much. And we have a mover and a seconder already. All those in favour? Any opposed? Definitely not. We will just have a 5-minute break while people leave the room and before we go into the Tehinga Marae item. Thank you. Sorry, so 2:30 we'll be starting again. Kia ora koroa, Nick and Richard. Right, now we have our Te Hinga Marae paper. Councillor Henderson has asked to move this, and Councillor Winiata, as Māori Outcomes portfolio lead, has asked to second. I'll check with them on that. And we'll go to you. I'm pretty sure we've got a good picture from Ed, but we would like to hear from you. Kia ora, Nick. Thank you.
Tēnā tātou. Just acknowledgement of the committee, and thank you for letting us present this paper to you today. I do want to just run through a few highlights that are both in the report, but just noting, of course, we received a poignant presentation from Te Kawerau Maki this morning. So today we bring to you a paper with regards to the Te Hinga Marae. This project has been on the radar of this committee and its predecessors for a number of years, and it's been raised as a priority by Te Kawerau Maki. In 2018, the Auckland Council established the Marae Infrastructure Fund. That is a $60 million investment into marae across the region. This initiative supports 32 marae to have adequate infrastructure to be healthy, safe and warm. The program has largely been a success, with many of our marae playing a valuable role in our communities, including an emergency response, providing social services, used to house educational opportunities for our community, provide business support to Māori businesses, and many other services that support wider community and not just Māori. So far, the first tranche of the Marae Infrastructure Program has completed infrastructure upgrades on 20 marae, 12 being mana whenua marae and 8 mātā waka marae. 7 are currently in progress, and we have 5 to be phased into the future of the MIP program. We are aware that the funding allocation is not larger than what we have provided to other marae through the program. So, whilst the funding request that we've asked for today, it's no larger than what we have provided in other marae. Of course, that has varied, considering the state and the services needed at each of those particular marae. Work is underway to develop the second tranche of the Marae Infrastructure Program, which focuses on 12 marae that may require further funding based on their needs assessment. We have in particular noticed that marae in a rural setting, which are mainly mana whenua maraes, often require more because we're sinking more funding into underground infrastructure. This work requires a little bit more work in terms of the needs assessment to bring us accurate figures, and we anticipate bringing the information for the Marae Infrastructure Program Part 2 to this committee in March next year. Unfortunately, because of the criteria, Te Kawerau Maki have not been able to receive funding from the Marae Infrastructure Program. They do not have an existing marae, and that was one of the criteria that was required. We have, however, funded a number of small initiatives. You heard from Ed in $150,000 allotments, which has been used to support some of the design, feasibility and resource consenting elements of the program. Since 2025, Ngā Mātarai has been undertaking work to refresh its Māori Outcomes strategy and undertaken a review of the Māori Outcomes Fund. Both the refresh and the review were passed unanimously in 2025. During both of these pieces of work, we took into consideration the Te Hinga Marae situation and specifically allowed for the Māori Outcomes Fund to allow for mana whenua without marae in the rohi to be funded through the iwi order outcome and tāmaki order. There was no previous route for iwi to request support for this scale of investment. In June 2026, this committee agreed to update the Māori Outcomes Fund guidelines, and at that meeting, the Te Hinga Marae was raised, and I committed to bring back advice with regards to how the council might support this project. Today we bring you that advice, and we're recommending an allocation of $2.2 million from the Māori Outcomes Fund. I want to emphasise that this funding allotment is not the full amount required. As stated in the paper, Te Kawerau Maki are looking to other funders to fund the entirety of the program, and this will include funding from the likes of Foundation North, as well as central government, and of course they will be utilising their own funding. Earlier this morning you heard from Ed, and just to reiterate the history and aspirations, they are the only iwi in the region that do not have a marae. It is their most significant cultural project and is a priority of Te Kawerau Maki. This is a project that has been established for their mukapuna and is a place for their people. This land has been anticipated for a marae for quite some time, and it's an opportunity for them to re-engage with the community. This fund will pay for we've found the most critical part of the project, and that is the enabling works. So that includes works to clear the site, have establishing infrastructure, undertake the geotech investigations, and undertake some of the underground utilities work. Critically, this is the work that unlocks other investments. Through conversations with other funders, we have found that others are often at an impasse and are reluctant to put forward any funding, knowing that this work is still required. Anecdotally speaking, it is this type of work that is not the ribbon-cutting material that other funders are wanting to provide funding for. And therefore we see this as the most critical piece of work that this council can undertake to unlock the investment. It is also important to note that we were recommending that we utilise our marae infrastructure team to deliver this work. The team has built significant expertise in this space and can apply their learnings to the project. The project will manage through our project management framework and apply our value for money principles to the whole of the project. They have also built strong relationships with Māori suppliers and can enable the funding to contribute to our procurement targets relating to Māori-owned businesses. Just on that point around value for money, I just want to reiterate a few things. One is, of course, utilising our team, but just noting that since the original since 2024, when Te Kawerau put together an assessment of a quantity surveying assessment, the cost for the project have climbed by 24%. And of course, reiterating the community outcomes that this will unlock as well through being an emergency response hub, providing and helping social services, educational facilities, and today we heard about the Waitakere Heritage Area, the national significance of that space, and the tourism opportunities that may unlock. In the paper, you'll see a section there on why now. So just reiterating, this enables other funding to be unlocked. Also, just reiterating what we heard this morning with regards to the time Te Kawerau Maki have waited for this project to be undertaken. Finally, I just want to touch on our Māori Outcomes Framework, Tāmaki Order. In that framework, we look to iwi order and marae order as some of our priority po for this strategy. This is, as we've heard from Te Kawerau Maki, their priority project, and this project will go a long way in us achieving what we set out to achieve through Tāmaki Order. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Turner, your question?
Thank you very much. So I've got several questions. It talks here about the fact that Ngāmatarai is helping 32 marae at the moment. Is that how many marae are there across Auckland?
So there are probably more than 32. What it doesn't look after are things like marae that are associated with religious organisations or things like educational facilities. There may be others, and it doesn't cater for new marae builds that aren't supported by mana whenua, so mātāwaka new marae builds. Apart from that, we've got a reasonably good grasp on all the marae, support for most of the marae within the area.
And Te Kareo are the only iwi without a marae, correct?
They're the only iwi without a marae. Yes, that is correct.
And it speaks in there, if I was trying to find it, about that this was going to help West Auckland, and it mentioned a South Auckland. Yeah, I thought there was two places that identified that there could be immediate help for. Am I wrong?
I'd have to check through that, but I'd say primarily Waitakere and West Auckland would be its focus.
You say that this is going, the spend of this money is going to be delivered by council. Is it not more efficient to be delivered by, can the owners of the marae not stretch that dollar further than council might?
So we already have a marae infrastructure team, so that's the project management part of this. It's been our experience that has contributed to savings, but so we are recommending that it goes through our marae infrastructure program team.
May I make a point? There was a marae built, just revamped a while ago in Westmere or somewhere. It was quite a big spend on it. It was opened a year or so ago.
Point Chevalier, I think he means.
Yeah, Point Chevalier.
Mahuri Marae.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out that through the Maori principal contractor, my son was the drain layer, and then he ended up working again afterwards for iwi Direct once that contract had finished, and he said the demands for quality and value for money were much greater from iwi than it was from council. And so I would like to yet again say that I want to make sure that collaboration works well for the dollars.
Look, I'm not aware of that particular situation, so I won't comment on it too far, Councillor. But what I would say is that, just re-emphasising what I've said before, they've built up, I guess, experience in this place. We do think that having internal project managers is certainly cheaper than having an external project manager, but take your point that there's always opportunities to find savings.
As long as Te Kareo don't lose their control of how that value is obtained, how best value is obtained. Yeah, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Member Karen Wilson.
Thank you. More importantly, Nick, I appreciate the opportunity to canvass this pre this meeting. And as I expressed in the public input, unreservedly, if I see my whānau sitting there and also my fire there, then that will be the case. What I'm wanting to do in this part of the agenda is make sure that all the component parts, because we clearly as Haukura also look to the interests of other marae and those that will access that funding. So that's where that's coming from. It's not in any way, shape or form saying, no, we don't think they deserve it. It's more around making sure that the proper safeguards are there for council and for others that will hopefully access that pipeline as you discussed. So that's where these pātai are coming from. And it's all about process and making sure there's line of sight and visibility. So have staff quantified how this early 2.2 allocation affects funding for the 12 marae still awaiting MIP investment?
So just being clear, there are 5 marae that are still ready to, we are still working to, and they are in the pipeline for the first round of the marae infrastructure program. Aside from those 5, the remaining have all received previous allocations of funding. As you have mentioned, what's really important is to build the pipeline of our projects. When we have underperformed in terms of the delivery of the marae infrastructure program, it's because we haven't had a pipeline of projects that have been built over time. Now that we've seen, when we have done that in contrast, that we've been able to deliver on all of those fundings. So what we do know is that we have intentionally made sure that there is unallocated funding in outer years, and that's coming up very shortly, and that we can allocate sufficient funding to each of those, which would be in the arena of the types of funding that they would have received in the first, and in some instance could potentially be more than what is being funded to the Te Kawaroa Maki Marae that we're requesting funding for today. So yes, staff are confident that the Marae, the Māori Outcomes Fund has sufficient funding to look at equity outcomes across both marae and iwi being our two priority outcomes for the fund.
Yeah. So I was more, they're confident, not necessarily they're confident they can. Can you quantify what that will look for those yet to come through for funding? Can you quantify that in terms of the fund?
Yeah, so as previously discussed, we in the paper, we are doing more work on the numbers in terms of the MIP program too. We will bring that back in March, we'll bring that back in March for a further decision by this group. But what we can say is that all other marae have received funding. Those are both mana whenua marae as well as mātāwaka marae, and it's equitable to what has been we are pitching today. So there are marae that have received more because they required that funding to deliver the requirement to bring those up to spec, and there are some that have received less, but we are confident when we do MIP2 that there will be an equitable amount in the fund for us to be able to fund other projects.
Thank you. There's many more, unfortunately or unfortunately. So we heard Ed as he spoke this morning at the public input item, and he said that it was precedent setting in terms of the rationale around why these would get some priority, and he acknowledged that as a priority. What are the risks in precedent setting for those that are perhaps in the pipeline, wanting to be in the pipeline?
Look, that's a great question, Member Wilson. I can say that just reiterating what Ed was referring to there was, as the only mana whenua in Tāmaki Makaurau that doesn't have a marae, that is a precedent, and that can be funded. I would also note, of course, they have been locked out of that first allocation of $60 million. So in that respect, this helps them get to a point of equity with those other marae. And it may, as he said, set a precedent. What's really important for us is not to focus necessarily on one project, but on the pipeline of this investment. As I said before, when we've built that pipeline, we've been able to allocate and deliver on the money that we've wanted to invest into Māori Outcomes Fund. It's when we don't have that pipeline. So as I said, we are confident that through the expressions of interest process that is available at the moment, we will be able to build that pipeline, and we will be able to look at similar initiatives, and not all iwi are wanting marae, but at similar initiatives, but it does need to, as Ed sort of reiterated, look at that timeline, because things will need to be delivered over a pipeline. Nothing can be delivered in 1 year.
So precedent setting does exactly what it's intended to do. It sets the precedent, and I guess that is the concern. In saying there's only one, I used the example in the public input item around Councillor Turner's whanaunga in terms of our situation, which is pretty similar. Now, if that was to mean I could jump to the top of the line because it's precedent setting based on the similar circumstances, then that would impact others that are still in the pipeline and have been there for some time. So what's the consideration that's been given around the precedent setting based on what was acknowledged here as a priority for those that are yet to get there, are partially through there, and what will happen subsequently in terms of the funding of this?
So as I've reiterated, the precedent that we actually set was back when we set a $60 million fund that didn't allow for Te Kawaroa Maki to access that funding. As we said, we have allocated funding we have 5 more marae that are in the pipeline, and that will be out of the current allocation of that $60 million. We have 7 that we're investing in at the moment, and was it 2022? That continue to be invested in. So in that regard, Te Kawaroa Maki are the only iwi that have not received any funding from marae in this rohe, and that, I guess, it sets that precedent. We have, and we are going back for a second round of MIP, which will mean that tops up those other 12 marae, but we are confident that we have that funding in the pipeline for us to be able to do so.
Thank you, Nick. Mr. Chair, I'd have to say, I'm a stickler, I guess, in terms of what this role here is haukura. And yet I have committed to the notion that we support this. What would be the cherry on the top would be that those concerns about ensuring there's no disparity, no disadvantage for those that are coming through. But this has come, and rightly so, I'd have to say. So I guess it's my only, as long as it's expressed sufficiently well here, that's not going to stop me supporting here. But I think the processes and systems need to be clear. So precedent setting type situation doesn't cause disparity for others. I don't know how to move forward on this. I don't think the answers to my pātai are going to be existent right now because we're precedent setting at the moment. But I just want to signal that to you, I guess, when knowing that I am supportive of this, but I am concerned about the impact on those that aren't in the same situation but do require that assistance.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. I'm definitely hearing your kōrero, and I think there's context for what's been presented here today, but I do understand there's a line that you're not concerned about, but we need to continue to work forward and make sure that others that may feel they're not getting the same opportunities are, and we need to ensure that it obviously aligns with the policy, which I think it does, but I'm happy to meet with Haukura, Nick, yourself, others, to make sure going forward that we feel there's no whakamā here. But I appreciate your support for the decision today, but I understand where you're coming from 100%.
Yes, I think that's a great way forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions. So it was pointed out that this is kind of seed funding, and they'll need more to complete the project. So just on a general level, has there been any kind of, I see there's been some chats around Foundation North and around water care, but have they sort of identified funding pots and where the rest of the money may come from, and also any indicative timeline for completion of the project?
Thanks for your question, Councillor. As we heard today, the project is a phased project, and they'll be wanting to start this phase, being the first phase, as soon as possible. As you've probably understood today, we've had a little bit of a balancing act to find ways to ensure that they have sufficient funding to be able to deliver, but it's also equitable amongst the other requests that we've received, and noting, of course, the demand that have been asked for of the Māori Outcomes Fund. So in that regard, we have, that's how we've sort of come up with this figure. We do know that they have approached Foundation North and there is a decision that's imminent, but I wouldn't want to forecast that. And I also know that Water Care are also considering this as well, but we'll wait for them to make their decisions on these things. But I think the intention is that the establishment work starts straight away. They have a resource consent for 5 years and they're already 2 years into that.
Thank you. And I suppose I'm being a little bit cheeky in terms of speculation, but I wonder whether Water Care may consider match funding it or something. That would be a good partnership approach, you reckon?
They're an independent entity and they make their own decisions.
Thank you, Nick. Final cue. Just as part of the full application to the Māori Outcomes Fund, how can we provide ongoing support for this project? Because we don't want to just seed it and walk away. We want to keep a partnership going and help as best we can. So how are we going to be doing that in a more long-term way?
That's a fantastic question, and I point to our Māori Outcomes strategy and framework, which has iwi ora as our priority po in terms of the work, and that looks towards strengthening the te tiriti relationship. I guess by supporting this priority, it's really embodying that requirement of the strategy. And of course, we meet regularly with Te Kawaroa Maki and talk about a number of other things that they have on their book, not that they're seeking funding for, but are seeking certainly council support for, and we work with them quite closely. No doubt we'll continue to do that. And of course, as this project unfolds over the many years of which it will take to develop, there could potentially be other opportunities to support, both financially as well as in an advocacy way.
Thank you. I really appreciate the work. Thanks, Chair. Reserve my right to speak.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you, and I'm sure the Watercare staff members in the room noted down your wish for match funding, so I'm sure they'll, ask everyone at Watercare if that's possible. Councillor Turner.
Thanks for a second go, Mr. Chair. Just remind everyone that Watercare has some criteria around how it's set up. Look, I came here today to support this because I'd read it through, and you have sent me a bit of a left ball though, because in reality, we're not voting here to give Te Kaurau this money. We're voting to give your department delegation to spend it on their behalf and deliver. Correct?
No, that's not correct. In fact, it was our department that gave this board the delegation to fund this money on for this. This was the only fund that didn't have political oversight, and we actually made certain that this authority did. So it's actually in contrast to what we've done, Councillor. We've given you guys the authority. What we have said, and this is just to make sure, again, putting some prudency around this, that we will release that funding like we do with all the other marae projects as well, once we understand where the other funding has been allocated for stage one. And then it will be delivered by our marae infrastructure program that doesn't sit inside Ngā Mātarai. It sits in the Parks and Community Facilities team, and they deliver they deliver all of our capital works projects and are amongst capital works specialists inside our community facilities team.
So will they be billing any charges for the internal council time and effort that they put into that management?
The Marae Infrastructure Program is all funded from the Māori Outcomes Fund as it has been, so that is a 60 million allocation. And yes, part of this funding would be for their internal billing time.
Sorry, just make me clear on that again. If we say we're going to give 2.2 to this deal so that Te Kaurau can get that first stage done, of that 2.2, some could go back to internal billing.
Some of it will go to the Marae Infrastructure team for them to deliver, and that is how we run our entire Marae Infrastructure Program.
Thank you. I'm learning as I go along. I will still support this, but thank you.
And happy to, as I said to Member Wilson as well, discuss this offline further in details, because I know the team will be trying to make sure every dollar goes on the ground as possible, but there is cost to things, and often we try and make them as affordable as possible through the current expertise we have on board. But it's not a bad question, Councillor Turner.
I'll take up that offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, Councillor Lee, sorry about that.
Yes, thank you. In terms of the project itself, I have a couple of questions. Do we have, or do you have, an idea of how much the complete project would cost? And in terms of, this is obviously for stage one, So it's not clear what stage 1 will achieve, but are you across that detail?
Yes, as I stated, they've provided a quantity surveying assessment of the project, and we are across the detail. We have all of that information.
Yeah. In terms of project management, it's very helpful to have a cost to complete always in mind, because time and again the public sector, of which we are, enters into these sorts of projects and there's always a blowout. And that's because the costs, ultimate costs, are not clear and sort of until the last minute. So it's not really a question but advice. It's absolutely important that the project management always has a cost to complete in mind. Now, the next question is, in terms of the situation is unusual with this particular entity, Te Kaurau Amaki. Unlike all the other iwi in the region, it has no traditional marae. The land was acquired by, the report talks about acquired by Auckland Council, was acquired by the Waitakere City Council, but it was gifted some years later by the Auckland Council. In terms of the status of the land under the Ture Whenua Māori Act, are we clear about the status of the land in this particular case?
We can find, so I'm unaware whether that is Māori freehold land or whether it's just freehold land general title, but we can find that out. We are aware that it is held by the Te Kaurau Amaki post-settlement governance entity, and that it's held in perpetuity, but I cannot say if it's Māori freehold land, but we can find that out for you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Oh, Councillor Winiata.
Yeah, Nick, just with the Marae Infrastructure Program, you, just to, I guess, touch on Councillor Turner's questions, have projects finished within budget?
Yes, in fact, none of the Māori Outcomes Fund has ever been overspent, and that's something that we look after considerably. There are projects, of course, when we're dealing with these, a lot of these are old projects that have had a lot of deferred maintenance or issues such as asbestos, and sometimes when you start opening up, just like in a home renovation, you start finding other issues which require further funding. So there have been projects that have gone over budget, and there are certainly projects that have gone under budget, and we manage that within the program.
Thank you, Nick.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Cool. Don't think so. Please step back from the table. Thank you very much. Councillor Henderson, as the mover, it'll be lovely. Thank you, Chair. Real honour to speak on this. Just before I begin, just acknowledging Nick and your team do fantastic work in the council and in this project and in every other thing that you do. Thank you for everything. I want to acknowledge Te Kaurau Tupuna, the generations of ancestors and indeed those in the present day that dream of this outcome, which will hopefully surely be delivered shortly. And a special acknowledgement to the late Kaumātua George Taua. Te Henga itself is a very special place for Papa George, as it is for Te Kaurau as well. I have an excerpt from Te Kaurau's history section on their website. I just want to read it out in their own words because it's part of the historical context around this decision and the gravity of what we're doing with this vote today. Briefly, just noting that Te Kaurau suffered greatly during the 1820s musket raids and again during colonisation. By 1854,
Crown had acquired most of West Auckland with the exception of our two native reserves at Piha and Waitakere Valley. The alienation of Te Kawerau's lands in Taonga eroded their socioeconomic base and left them practically landless as a tribe by the 1950s. Their last kāinga and marae at Kōpiranui, which is Woodhill, and Waiti, Te Henga Bethel's Beach, were lost during that time. It's a sad history, and it's a history that I hope we can be a strong part of rectifying and fixing in partnership with Te Kawerau, and this goes some way towards doing that. I think I'm very, very proud of that. There was a redress process which took a very long time but was completed in 2014, and with the Te Kawerau Amaki Claim Settlement Act in 2015, and the presence that Te Kawerau have in many places today, including Po at the council chambers in Henderson. Te Kawerau have always been and continue to be a strong treaty partner in Waitakere. They have a strong focus on environmental protection, and they've provided so much to the area on that basis, as well as other factors as well. Their mahi has made Waitakere a better place to live, and we're all thankful that we can live and enjoy their rohe as West Aucklanders and as respectful and productive treaty partners. It's time for us to step up and be that respectful and productive treaty partner as a council. And this is part of that, but it's not the end of the story, and that's why I asked about the ongoing support and the ongoing advocacy that we can provide to Te Kawerau to realise their aspirations. Just to wrap up, it's an honour and a humble privilege to speak in support of this important motion to the history of Waitakere, and I want to commend this motion with the whakatauki famous to Te Kawerau, being Tia kina te wao nui a te Riwa, he oranga mau, treasure and protect the vast domain of Te Riwa, the Waitakere Ranges, and in turn it will sustain and care for your well-being. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor, and thank you for your work in the West and for this project itself. Councillor Fully.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. I'm speaking in support of this recommendation of the allocating of this funding. But I did want to just acknowledge, first of all, the long-felt and long-standing loss and mamai of Te Kawerau Maki. And we could hear it and we could feel the emotion in the faces and in the voices of the presenters, and also all of their whānau who are sitting in the back there, especially their kuia there who are sitting at the back supporting them. As an Indigenous person myself, who has land and feels that strong connection to the whenua, or whenua as we say in Samoa, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like to be alienated from your ancestral lands, for it to just be taken like that. You know, when Councillor Williamson asked that question about compensation, no, it was just taken, you know, just confiscated, with no redress, nothing to mitigate that mamai and that loss. So I think what we're doing now, over 100 years later, is righting a long-standing wrong. And so I completely support what we're doing here. I do want to acknowledge our staff, Nick and the whole team in the Māori Infrastructure Fund, the Māori Outcomes Fund, and all of the team there. I want to really mihi to you and the work that you've been doing. But I also have a criticism still of us as council, because as we heard from our presenters, it's still taken them over a decade or so to access that fund. Because of the policy that we have created, we are still putting those barriers there. And I was thinking of my own marae, of Ngāti o Tara marae, you know, and the difficulty from the time when I was chair back in 2013 until we finally got that funding just last year. You know, over a decade of fighting to get around the policy that we as elected members have set and the parameters we've set around that. So there's still more work to do, I think, for us to right those wrongs of the past and to make sure that we're not putting more barriers in place and we're not adding to the mamai that many of our iwi and mana whenua have felt for decades and decades. So I completely support this going forward. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Turner.
First of all, I want to say thanks to Nick and all the people who put work into this. And I don't think I need to canvass everybody here to vote for this. I think it's a no-brainer. But I am disappointed at what I've just learnt today. We're going to work with our partners, and we're going to respect the treaty, and we're going to do all this sort of stuff. And then we're going to give them some money, and then we're going to deliver it for them and take a cut of it back again for the services of doing that. When these people who we want to have their mana could deliver this thing themselves perfectly well, and I bet you they'd do a much more fiscally scoped job of it. I just didn't realise that we were going to take this money and we were going to deliver it, and we're going to take a cut to run this bureaucracy. So much for colonialisation. I hope they get the very best value from it, and if they, and I certainly want to keep an overview of it, I'll be voting for this. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Patterson-Hammer.
Kia ora. Completing the Western trifecta. We just have to do this. We just have to. It's an outlier situation that Nick and the team have worked really hard on since, I remember hearing about it, and it already having been a long journey when I first came to Whai Local Board in 2022. We set up the funding mechanisms in such a way that made sense maybe 95% of the time. I can kind of see why we did that, but this has always been the exception, and it's been the exception because of repeated and egregious injustices. I mean, can you imagine doing this now? Can you imagine we need a new dam, let's flood a community, including their hall and library and where they lay their dead? We wouldn't do that now, I hope. We don't often get the chance to redress some of those really deep scars of colonisation, and this isn't doing that. If I had my way, Auckland Council and Watercare would pay for the whole thing, and we'd be grateful for the money we were saving every time we turn the tap on. But that's not a realistic approach, and I understand that. So let's do this. This pute is coming from funds that were always intended to support marae, and all of the subsequent fruit that bears and reverberates. So thank you, Nick and everybody else, and let's do it.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Winiata.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to thank staff, Whai Wilson here. I think for your partai, and I have seen a shift in how you look at things, in fairness, across all iwi across Auckland, so it's greatly appreciated. Nick, thank you very much. I guess what you can take from this is that the team's put on notice in terms of accountability, considering what you've said around the projects finishing within budget. That's great to hear, but also there'll be some eyeballs on this too. However, I think if there's a fire to be lit in terms of delivering over and above, this is where that starts. I'll just we value the partnerships with iwi, and this is an iwi priority that that has to be addressed, and that's what we're here for. It's the only mana whenua that doesn't have a marae, and this addresses that. So thank you, everybody.
Kia ora, are there any last speakers before I... Okay. Kia ora, Councillor. We'll briefly speak. Just want to acknowledge, I know that Ed Ashby, Te Wānana, Tame Josie couldn't stay, and the number of people here, that we still have some of the Te Kauro Āmaki whānau here watching on, so thank you for those who could stay. And I know that many people are probably watching online or will find out about this later, and I do acknowledge and remember the day you were all here, upstairs and downstairs, on the signing or the decision around the Waitakere deed, which was really, really important to all of us. Do want to acknowledge Nick and Richard and the team, the work behind this, and the work to update the Tamaki Ora, the Māori Outcomes Fund, and change the direction which many of us had asked for different reasons, but this was one of the examples which showed why the policy was important to change. Acknowledge Councillor Henderson and Councillor Turner for their work in the Waitakere areas, but also their differing views, but they're both strong support for this work, and both will be keeping an eye on it. And Councillor Waniata as Māori Outcomes lead, who's taken the kind of, well, this role on really hard and has done a lot of work with you, Nick, and gone around Tamaki Makaurau very early in the year, and I know throughout this year. So thank you, Matt, for kind of taking that challenge straight on with this, but another lot of issues as well. I think this is a really exciting day. Obviously, it doesn't fund everything, and it's a really important part of stage one. It addresses some of the issues we've heard today, but I think there's a long road to go, as everyone will say. But it has been a long road, so I hope we can all support this today. I think it's a really good decision. Councillor Newman has asked for a division on this. I think if we're all signed into the computer, it should pop up, but if it hasn't, Sandra will go around the table. Kia ora.
Thank you, members. You're going to be voting on the motion that's been on the screen. If you're all logged into Resolve, we will start the vote now.
Cool. Sandra will just get the list and go through those who haven't had a vote. Yep. Cool, we have, although Deputy Mayor's is not showing up. Yeah. Sandra, do you just want to read out the, I think it's Councillor Lee, we don't have a vote. Councillor Lee's in favour. Councillor Sayers is not here. Deputy Mayor's in favour, she said. Councillor Watson? In favour. Councillor Williamson is not here. I can't see the rest of the screen.
So that motion is carried. And we'll just tell you the 17 to 0.
17 votes to 0. Cool. So, an undivided division. So, kia ora and thank you very much. Right, we'll go on to, so we are moving the drought management plan forward. Water care staff members have been sitting here patiently all day, so thank you for that. I know they've been working on their computers as well, but they need to get back to the office, so we'll just move the next item quickly. Yeah. And we have, oh, sorry, is Andrew, just Andrew, who's not from Watercare, he's from our council department. And then we have Shane, who is from Watercare. Cool. Thank you. If you just want to introduce yourselves, and I'm happy to move, and Councillor Turner might want a second. Do you want to second this one? Councillor Turner. Cool, thank you.
Thanks, I'm Andrew Miller in the Natural Environment Strategy part of Policy Department. And
Shane Sullivan, the Water Resources Manager from Watercare.
So this item relates to Watercare's drought management plan. Watercare have an existing drought management plan. They have a mandate from their governing body to update it every 2 years. The current one was brought to the committee for endorsement in 2023. This draft one, various parts of the council were involved. Watercare sought our input into it. The Healthy Waters team, emergency management people, compliance people, the team I'm in, and bylaws team had an input into it. If there was a need to impose water use restrictions under the plan, Watercare would come and seek the mandate to do that. Under the bylaw, Watercare can't impose the restrictions, only the council can. So I'll hand it over to Shane to run you through the plan.
Thanks, Andrew. So essentially, as Andrew mentioned, we review the drought management plan every 2 years, or after drought incidents. So we had a drought incident team stood up during summer 24-25 when we entered the drought preparedness phase. So those two coincided together, hence the review. Strategically, there has been no change to the plan. This is how we operate and how we respond to the drought. So the purpose of the plan, it really boils down to that last sentence in the slide there, improving Auckland's resilience and helping maintain a reliable water supply during droughts. It really is a tool for Watercare, Auckland Council and Aucklanders to use during drought. So implementation, so the drought management plan has been sort of stripped back, put into an operational document. It's turned into a 5-phase action plan. Those 5 phases are outlined there in the arrows. And as Andrew mentioned, Watercare comes to Auckland Council to approve restrictions under the bylaw when needed. In terms of the trigger levels, they have not changed since the previous update in 2023. The drought preparedness band in the light blue was added, was formerly voluntary savings. We've changed the name of that. That was introduced in 2023 at the request of Councillor Hills. It's worth noting that there is also an internal band above that within Watercare, so within the Water Resources Management team. We monitor a level roughly 12% above that drought preparedness band where we start to ramp things up. It doesn't mean we wait until that trigger is hit. We are constantly looking at the situation and forecasts for the year ahead. In terms of the changes that have been made, I mentioned stripping out the front half of the document, turning it into an operational document. A lot of that information was around historical water supply and droughts, historical droughts within the Auckland region. That's still an important document for us and is sitting in-house within Watercare and has been updated, alongside the drought management plan. Clear roles and responsibilities. Some of the learnings from the last drought incident is just clearer communication lines between Auckland Council and Watercare and Auckland Emergency Management. One of the big things that has been introduced is Auckland Emergency Management will become the lead role at stage 4. When stage 4 is, if stage 4 is reached, which is extremely unlikely, it can be classed as infrastructure disruption. So, and it just allows emergency management to call on powers from central government as well. We have simplified the water restrictions. So initially, some old restrictions, odds and evens, have been removed. They didn't really curb demand. So we have removed those and gone for a simplified approach for both Aucklanders to understand and for Watercare and Council to communicate. Stronger governance arrangements, so more consistent decision making between Watercare and Council, and then enhanced coordination and communications between stakeholders, public communications and commercial customers as well. I thought I'd just touch on El Nino because it's on everyone's lips at the moment. So as you can see, these images have been pulled from an internal comms piece within Council. So I just would really highlight the increased risk for dry spells and droughts. Doesn't mean it is going to happen this summer, but yes, there is that increased risk there, as you're aware. In terms of where we are at the moment, we're in the best possible position. Total system storage is currently sitting at 94%, and we've started already to increase our water take from the Waikato River, just accordingly and we will continue to do so accordingly when demand increases through spring and summer. We also have our summer campaign, which our comms teams run out around using water wisely, and that will continue once potentially 1st of December rolls over. Any questions?
Kia ora. Thank you so much. Very clear for those councillors who are new. This has been worked on twice pretty quite intensively. There was potentially a proposal a couple of years ago to change the triggers. We kept them the same. They're the same again now. And I guess the big kind of highlight is that if there is a change to water restrictions, it's not a surprise. We come back here as the decision maker, but this really allows Watercare to ready themselves, prepare, promote, do all those things kind of with a very clear mandate from us and working together on this. So it's nothing unusual, and I think the team have done a really good work on this to kind of narrow the focus, but also have that extra planning for El Nino, which is looking pretty scary from the media articles, but let's just hope it's not as scary as they're saying it is. Deputy Mayor has a question.
Yes, thanks. Very easy to support. But can you just give me an example if something happened and we weren't meeting, like over January or something, how quickly would this be put in front of elected members, bearing in mind we don't have the meeting adjournments and stuff like that? How would that work?
So the drought preparedness, so that's only voluntary savings, essentially, for Aucklanders. Restrictions won't start until stage 1. So there's roughly 16%, which is roughly through a high demand period would be 8 weeks lead time before we knew restrictions were needed. And the comms would immediately start as soon as we stood up the drought incident team as well.
Yeah, so we'd ensure for some reason it would be the last meeting of the year or the first meeting of the year, and that would cover that window. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Member Karen Wilson.
Thank you. I went immediately to the MIS, namely the Māori Impact Statement, and I was just trying to work my way through what was intending to say in terms of what this update was. And so I'll make sure I go slowly so you're understanding. It's telling me what my role is haukura, so I'm easily able to access information. It's telling me also that an important issue of significance for mana whenua relates to the allocation from Waikato. Yeah. So I wasn't sure whether that was how that fitted into Māori Impact Statement and why you didn't seek a view, because it's just an update and it's operational and yet it's coming here. Can you untangle those aspects for me? Because it appears in a Māori Impact Statement, which is clearly what we have interest in.
Yes, so I wrote the agenda item, and so it reflects the strategy. So I read the strategy and interpret it in terms of how this would impact on that. It says that there is an interest in water security, and this supports water security. That's what's reflected in the report. And there is a sort of a desire to reduce demand on the Waikato, and in this sense, this strategy is, the demand management plan is a tool to manage demand. There was another item for Matawaka. It wasn't particularly related to this, but yeah, this doesn't change any water sources. It doesn't change the triggers. It's very much an operational plan. It's just seeking endorsement so the council is aware of it in a governance role. So that hopefully explains it.
It doesn't, I guess. So it's considered an operational role as it relates to having a kōrero with mana whenua potentially, but it comes to a governance table. I guess it's, and Haukura has a part to play. So I'm wondering if it's considered an operational and yet it's not considered sufficient that mana whenua need to at least get a heads up. But Haukura can. I'm just not understanding why it would not. I've never, to be honest with you, I've not seen an MIS that says we don't think that you should have an opportunity because it's just an update. Don't worry about it, it's operational. And yet most, if not all, the papers that come here, especially in the MIS space, acknowledge they're here because there should be some consideration around mana whenua and or mātāwaka views. So I don't know if that's going to help any, but it would help my mind as to why it's appearing in the manner that it's appearing.
Well, it's coming before the committee just to seek endorsement as a governance thing in terms of if there was a need to impose restrictions, then they would need to seek the council's permission, or the council has to actually impose the restrictions and then Watercare can carry them out. So that's why it's come here. It hasn't come for approval, it's just come from endorsement. There is already an existing plan and the levels haven't changed. The supply system hasn't changed. Watercare runs its operations from day to day, all of the time, every day. So it's really not a deviation from that at all. It's more of a process of ensuring that all the people in the council knows who their roles and responsibilities. If there was a need to impose restrictions, there would need to be delegated authority to do that and to give warrants to the Watercare staff. If you try and do that as you're in a situation where there might be a drought, it's better to have a plan that's preordained just so that people know what their roles and responsibilities are. It's really no more than that.
I'm almost gobsmacked that I refuse to let this. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that in the MIS, you've indicated there, as in terms of impact on Māori, which is what's called a Māori impact statement, that there is a concern from mana whenua that is listed as a significant concern that this update or otherwise may have some relevance to them in terms of a significant concern, even though it's an updated strategy document. That's really why I'm not understanding that someone's determining whether or not there should be an ability, even though you've written in your MIS that it's got significant impact. How do you work that through and not say, well, it really isn't because it's operational, when you're here and I'm sitting here too?
I don't think it says that there will be a significant impact. What it says is that there's a document that says there's issues of significance and it reflects in terms of what those are, how this is reflected.
Okay, just one more. The notion of MIS I think is a good idea, specifically for Watercare, to be honest with you, because Watercare demonstrates or attempts to demonstrate on every occasion the need to have a strong relationship with mana whenua. Then we get across here, and you've indicated in an MIS that mana whenua have significant concerns around this, but can't for whatever reason. There's a little bit of a mismatch between what you're professing as Watercare around the relationship and the significance of mana whenua and what you're attempting to do in terms of procedurally, and then coming in front of this committee, which has haukura there. So I'm like most, I don't want to argue the toss, I just know what I know in terms of my role here as haukura and also as mana whenua, and how to use these documents, specifically the MIS, to ensure that any impact is addressed, whether it's an update or anything else, because that's why it's come here as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, and I agree with Member Wilson, I think there's probably a step, and I, to be honest, should have noticed it myself. I think there probably was an opportunity to at least test with the Haukura Secretariat and potentially iwi chairs if there was time, just on acknowledge we're not changing the the direction of the plan. We're not updating. It's not a full kind of update to a strategy, but I think we probably could have, or Watercare could have, gone that step before coming here. I understand we also didn't go to the local boards because there's not really a change. So I understand, but I think when we do have the concerns coming from Member Wilson, I think it probably would have been better if I had noticed as well, and we could have just done that extra step and waited maybe one more month. But I think you've probably heard that, and you know, for next time, even if they are just revised or kind of locking in the same direction, it's probably worth still doing that. So there's the question back and forth: are we sure we shouldn't be changing, etc. Give the opportunities rather than acknowledging it. Yeah, because the significance is nothing changing, but technically there may have been a wish to change or put stronger restrictions or something, but we haven't given that opportunity. So, yeah, is that, I won't put words in your mouth, but okay. Thank you, Member Wilson. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I understand why, because it's not, we weren't consulting, we weren't changing, it's sort of just procedural, but I think also for next time, something like this, we could do that extra step if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Just from an operational point of view, we were looking at the metropolitan area as a whole. That's sort of why. But if there is a gap there, we'd gladly accept the feedback.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No. Just get you to both step back from the table. Thank you. Right, thank you both, and thank you for work on this, and hopefully we will not have to have it come back for to change our water restrictions, but I think we do need to acknowledge the work Aucklanders have done. I do remember before the drought in 2020, we hit 568 million litres in one day as a city, and then we went into drought. It wasn't because we were using too much water, but we had the driest year ever. That could happen again, but thankfully Aucklanders are using around 440 million litres, and that's with quite a lot of growth in our population at the same time. So people are working hard. Commercial and business are also doing the same. We need to do better as a council, as the largest water user as well. So we are buffered by the fact we've got full dams, but that won't last forever, so we do need to continue to work on that. But we've got a really good structure in place if we need to move towards restrictions if we get dry. So I'll take what Member Wilson has said on board, and we'll work with the Watercare team for similar operational plans as well in the future. All those in favour? Any opposed? Cool, thank you. That's passed. We will go now to our Manukau Harbour Forum. The Revitalised Manukau Harbour, Auckland Council Strategy for a Thriving Manukau Harbour. We've got Georgie and Dave. I'll just move quick extension of time. Julie will second. All those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you. Cool. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, members. Just here to obviously represent the report on the Revitalised Manukau Harbour strategy document. With me, Georgie Hart, Principal Analyst, Natural Environment Strategy, Policy Department, and I'm Dave Allen, Manager, Natural Environment Strategy Department. Look, the work to get to this point has been quite significant over the last year or two. You may recall that we came to a previous committee in June 2024 and presented a vision and a set of high-level sort of statements about what the council may wish to achieve in the Manukau Harbour in terms of looking after its environment. And I guess we had that unanimous support from the council at that time, and we said we'd go back and start working up some of the next stages of the report. So the team has been doing quite a significant amount of work. We've obviously, within the Natural Environment Strategy team, done a lot to sort of pull together this next stage of work that Georgie will present. So thanks to all the team members in Natural Environment Strategy for contributing to this piece of work. We've obviously also been working with local board representatives through the Manukau Harbour Forum and that's been very productive. We've been going to every meeting of theirs over the last couple of years. We've obviously been doing a significant amount of engagement with mana whenua, and so again, thank the team for that. And obviously the time of all those parties involved in that sort of level of engagement was significant. So obviously very happy that mana whenua were able to contribute to the process. So again, the strategy document is attached as attachment A. There's an engagement report which sets out all the work we've been doing to sort of capture the essence of the thoughts from people in attachment B. And the covering report sort of outlines the intent of what we're trying to bring to committee today with the view for having this strategy adopted today. And I'll hand it across to Georgie to run through a few slides. Thank you, Georgie.
Yep, there we go. Good afternoon. My name's Georgina Hart. Thank you for your attention. No, it's getting to be a long day, so we'll try and get through this with haste. This is the first strategy that Auckland Council has developed for the Manukau Harbour since the council was established in 2010. I think it's really important to start by acknowledging that this work builds on earlier work to improve the state of the harbour. That's work that's been progressed over many decades. It's been progressed by mana whenua. It's been progressed by predecessor authorities, including Watercare, and it's been progressed by our communities. So this work continues on and sort of builds from there, looking at the state of the harbour today in 2025, 2026, and what we can focus on in the next steps of this journey. The work responds to continued poor environmental health of the harbour in lots of areas and a recognised need for clearer and more consistent approach to prioritising and coordinating council group activity. It focuses, in terms of its scope, on the environmental health of the harbour itself, and then in terms of setting the aspiration, and then in terms of achieving that aspiration, it takes a mountains to sea approach, so looking at council's roles and responsibilities from the top of the mountains down into the harbour, into the ocean. It's been developed progressively over 3 stages of work. These were endorsed by the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee in 2024. At that time, the committee adopted Manukau Harbour values, as Dave's noted, vision and environmental outcomes. You can see them in attachment A. They've not been changed, and this was the completion of the first stage of work. What we have tried to do in the document attached to your report today is tighten up some of the context language around that values, vision and outcomes, so it's shorter, sharper, and then we've added subsequent stages of work. So the second stage of work was completed and shared with committee in May last year. That identified the evidence base for pressures around the harbour and identified a set of priority focus areas for us to look into in more detail. That really set the stage for being able to develop objectives for council group. Stage 3 has been completed this year, and that did the further investigation into those areas where we found issues or concerns and completed options assessments for how do we, what are the options for objectives for each of these focus areas. The strategy presented today adds to that adopted vision and values by setting out how the council group will contribute through detailed objectives and directions. As such, this document updates and replaces the strategic direction adopted in 2024. This slide outlines in a very summarised format the strategy in attachment A. The vision and 5 outcomes describe the future state that Auckland seeks for the harbour. They're not owned or delivered by Auckland Council Group alone. They rely on the actions of many. The vision and outcomes, as noted, were adopted in 2024 and are not changed today. The objectives, directions and direction principles are what have been developed over this year and added to the strategic direction to show where the council group can focus its efforts. Using just one example, so with the time that we have, just going through one example, Objective 1 sets out that the council will contribute to reducing sediment entering the harbour by focusing on the higher sediment sources reaching streams in the coast. That focuses our efforts in the rural catchments in the south of the catchment, and then that's Beneath that sits 5 directions which prioritise the key areas the council will focus on to work towards that objective. And so that focuses on things like strengthening and applying our regional plan provisions in rural areas, on increasing or scaling our work that targets erosion control and improved land management, so working with rural landowners in those rural catchments that are identified as having the highest sediment generation. So they really are erosion-prone and sediment-generating areas. And so there's a number of other directions associated with that objective and so on and so forth. So across the 8 objectives, there's a set of directions that give us a clear focus on how do we achieve those as an organisation, where do we focus our effort. These directions don't exclude us from doing other things around the harbour that may be a priority for another reason. However, they make it really clear for the departments and teams across the council group the key ways that we can make a tangible difference for harbour outcomes using the levers that we have as an organisation. And because there's quite a lot of content in that attachment A, a lot of pages of direction, I've just tried to summarise the key points of that in one slide here. And so the strategy doesn't attempt to address every matter affecting the harbour. It focuses on the pressures that are evidenced as impacting harbour health and that also fall within our reasonable sphere of influence as a council. As such, there's a relatively small number of priority focus areas and they're summarised on this slide. The arrows are not technical in any way. They're just indicating the direction of travel for the key topics listed. Taking another example, the second objective in the strategy is to minimise the impacts of elevated nutrients in the harbour, and then the directions that sit beneath this further prioritise our efforts on improving our evidence base. So when it comes to elevated nutrients in the harbour, it's really important at this point that we develop our understanding of where those impacts are affecting life in the harbour, and then developing and testing options for addressing nutrient impacts in those areas where there's most impact found or in the areas that are most affected. Again, trying to focus and target our effort where it's going to be most valuable. So the strategy overall focuses on where the council group's influence can be most impactful for harbour outcomes, and it provides an overarching framework for activity across the council group to align our activity, to focus our efforts, to support coordinated action with our partners, and to enable clearer assessment of progress over time. So what does this look like in implementation? How do we make this all happen? I think it's important to note that the strategy is not intended to be delivered all at once. Enabling harbour regeneration will require sustained action over multiple decades. Some of the issues that we're highlighting, like sediment and nutrient, have been around for a really long time. They're incredibly challenging environmental issues to address. They will take time. Responsibility for implementation of this strategy will be shared across the council group and relevant departments and teams. And sequencing will be necessary because some of the action needed will be prerequisites for subsequent steps. We need to recognise that environmental systems will take time to respond, and funding and organisational capacity is limited. Implementation planning will identify, prioritise and sequence implementation actions in more detail, and you've got a few examples of the expected focus at different time periods on the slide. And so just a few examples of existing programs and projects that this would relate to, and it would be important initial implementation steps to give you a sense of existing projects and programs that contribute. We note that the new combined plan, including the setting of environmental limits, will be a key next step in terms of delivering the direction set in the strategy. Work like that done under the Regional Pest Management Plan and decisions about resourcing our marine biosecurity activity, and then our support and scaling for existing catchment management programs that we already deliver around the harbour, and then also spreading that approach in areas that don't have it. We considered 3 options for your decision today, assessing each against a small number of criteria. You can see those on the slide. Option 1, to adopt the strategy, is recommended, and we note a number of financial implications associated with this decision, particularly that adopting a strategic direction for the organisation does not approve new expenditure or commit the council to specific projects or create immediate budget obligations. And implementation has to be progressed through existing planning, budgeting and decision-making processes, with future funding and investment decisions subject to the relevant governance approvals. So the intent of the strategic direction is to provide clear priorities for investment within existing budgets and to consider how to address key gaps. Final slide. So provided there's a decision to adopt today, we would crack on with next steps as outlined in the report, and we welcome any questions on this work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you both, and the teams that sit behind you and that are not here today. A huge amount of work done again in this space on the long journey of restoring and revitalising the Manukau Harbour. So thank you very much, and I know the Manukau Harbour Forum are very happy with the direction again, as well as we heard earlier. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for your work on this. Look, the implications to water care could be quite significant. Have they had input into this strategy?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we've worked with Watercare staff, but what we note, and I'll just use my language on this, what we note is that the nature and extent of additional implications of the strategy for Watercare will need to be carefully assessed by Watercare staff and considered by the Watercare board, and we would take that as a next step.
Okay, so I can just confirm that they have been part of this journey to the strategy and they are happy with where you're going.
I wouldn't note that necessarily Watercare overall are happy with where we're going. We have had input from staff and had technical review and engaged with staff throughout the development of the strategy.
Okay, interesting. Okay, my next question is, when would we see, if we were to adopt this today, when would we see a costed implementation plan? And I ask that because I'm keen to know that if we did adopt it today, would it be part of the next LTP, or the one that we're looking at now?
So the council has asked for advice from staff for the harbour protection outcomes our area of advice. So there'll be some elements that might be low-hanging fruit for us to identify there. I think, as was outlined, this is kind of like a longer-term piece of work. And it's about what are the sequencing for what are the things that are perhaps more immediately obvious to do. But it's also about actually looking at what we're doing currently and asking the question, is that the best investment that you've got? So I think in fact, there's some activities the council does that may negate some of the positive things that you fund. So it's about sort of understanding across the broader council framework, what are we doing, why are we doing it, how can we do it better? And I think with a strategy like this, when you're trying to get across all the different departments and CCOs, you are sort of asking the question about how can we do things better to get better outcomes and for value for money. So it's going to be progressive in terms of your initial answer. There'll be some things that we can identify which will give this a bit of an acceleration for the LTP, but then there'll be other times down the line where we'll be able to give you some more detailed advice. One thing I'll say is that because it affects so many different departments and the CCOs, it's really the expertise that they will bring to the table in terms of how this will be framed up. So we're very much reliant on how do we get across all those different outcomes and actually get that input.
If I may, Chair, I might ask those questions a different way. So you think that if we adopted this today, you think that we'd be able to take a step in the right direction as part of the LTP based on potentially low-hanging fruit or whatever, at least make some steps. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that would be accurate.
And my second question, going back to Watercare, which you gave me a very interesting answer. So would I be correct in saying that the ongoing discussions with Watercare would shape how you framed the next steps if the strategy was adapted? adopted today?
Yes, look, I think there's many elements to the strategy, not just that relate to water care. So it may be that there are some things that are more readily able to be pushed forward than others. And we've, said to water care, we're more than happy to come and talk to you and work through where the strategy might look at having some bearing on your particular work program and how that can be accommodated. And so I think there's a willingness from the staff and the council to have those discussions in a constructive way.
Okay, Chair, I don't need to speak again, but with that sort of prerequisite, I'm happy to support.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And yeah, just a few clarifications, and Councillor Ferry would like to move, and I'm happy to second. But in there, the resolutions, it's clear, prepare requested long-term plan advice for harbour outcomes. We will obviously be able to decide what's in. The Mayor will put things in or out of the mayoral proposal. Confirm the implementation arrangements, developed a staged implementation plan, but also acknowledge, I think, the work from 2020, well, actually long before then, a lot of work has gone in. The 5-year state of the harbour plan is out there, it's pretty open. The other thing is no one from Watercare's contacted me. I did try and call Jamie on Friday, and I think he was busy, and I just haven't had a chance yesterday, but I understand there's a few concerns, but this is not a statutory document. I believe personally that Watercare has been doing really good stuff in this space, and at the Manukau Harbour Symposium we were able to show the monitoring and how far Watercare's actions have improved the nutrients in the harbour. So I personally think they should be celebrating, not being too concerned about this, but I'm keen to sit around with Helen and Ben and Jamie and Jeff and whoever else wants to make sure that we are aligned and that we're not putting undue pressure on them financially or something. But I think my belief is that this is good, and they can showcase the work they have been doing. Just we all need to do better. So I don't want anyone to freak out about that. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair, and Georgie, thank you for the presentation. Dave, you are, for me, probably one of the most experienced officers that we have, and you are one that I respect the greatest. So I want to know, having sat through many years of presentations on the Manukau Harbour, why what we are considering by way of options today might be different and might be implemented and not just a nice to have. I care passionately that we actually start making some progress on this, and you're quite good at sometimes being quite blunt about what needs to happen. So why is this different in what you're presenting to us today?
I think the first observation to make is that over the years I've sort of tried to look at what can we do in each of the different harbours around this region, and we've committed a lot of time and energy to trying to raise the profile of what is the eventual outcomes that you would like to seek as a council for the environment. And that's one of the things we've been trying to do with this particular initiative. I guess what we have as a council is a lot of tension between some of our need to develop areas as well, and then we don't necessarily reconcile what might be the environmental outcomes. So I guess what I would like to try and do with this exercise, and we've been doing it in a very staged way, quite deliberately, to try and get people to see that there's a need for us to be a bit more explicit about how the environmental outcomes are affected. So the countless meetings and those sorts of things, I agree, and that's about just sort of getting the transparency, the integration across the organisation. Just within the organisation, we don't have necessarily a clear picture of what we're trying to achieve. We have Parks Department, or we might have, some other departments that are doing things that meet their particular requirement, but it's not integrated, it's not necessarily done at scale, it's not necessarily looking at what is the outcome for that particular thing that they're in charge of. So I think this work is about just bringing that up a little bit, giving it a bit of light, and just saying, how can we do things better? And that sometimes takes a bit of time because there's a lot of invested energy in particular work, and we just need to sort of help people to see that they could be doing things in a way that actually is harmonious with other outcomes for the council. So that's the challenge.
That's helpful for me to know. So, in other words, all the different silos are going to come together in some kind of alignment. And will this, because the Manukau Harbour needs a circuit breaker, will this give us the opportunity to actually put it on the agenda for the LTP? I really would like your confirmation of that.
Yes, we'll be pushing to try and get something in the LTP. I guess the other comment I'd make is that from a coordination point of view, we've signalled the implementation planning that needs to be done. And that's about how do we get all our executive leadership team, how do we get our CCOs, just sort of to understand where they've got levers in their hands to make things happen. So the next stage of work is actually probably even more important than just this. It's about saying, okay, well, how do we make this work? And, we're trying to do that as constructively as we can, recognising that some of these processes only come around every so often. So that's why I sort of made the comment about low-hanging fruit. I think there are some things that we can certainly pursue this time around, but maybe in 3 years' time there'll be another suite of things that could be done, or there could be asset management plan, many other avenues. What do we do with our grants program? So across all the different departments and CCOs, there potentially are levers to, add positive things to the outcomes that we're trying to seek, or that the council's trying to seek.
It will certainly add profile to the Manukau Harbour, so for that, thank you both.
Thank you. Kia ora, Councillor. Member Wilson.
Thank you, thrice. Thank you, Georgie, for work that you've put in there. I acknowledge I'm just going to talk to the mana whenua aspect of this paper. I agree 100%, but because I understand the work that's gone into what you've been trying to do here and raise the level of the visibility of what has been going on for so many years now. It's a wonder. In a mana whenua space, you're not so tired that you lose track and thinking. I agree 100% with Councillor Fletcher's views. Where is this paper that we're intending to vote on going to take us, and how long? Because I read the implementation delivery will be staggered to reflect the level of resourcing available. Well, that doesn't give me a sense of she's going to happen anytime soon, and that's dispiriting, I'd have to say. So I just want to concentrate on the mana whenua aspect that I would consider you need to get right, was that there was high participation, is my understanding, but not a high level of agreement around what the strategy looks like. And that also is a concern for me, that you're capturing the essence of mana whenua and how they feel about it now, as opposed to when they were dealing with it many, many years ago. And there's words like, as you've outlined in the report, Georgie, regeneration as opposed to restoration. All those sorts of things means that time has made the aspirations more realistic, whereas in a partai that I pose to the public input, needs some excitement happening here to ensure that we keep the focus on, we all understand, all of us that are here understand there are the financial risks and implications. I like the notion of Councillor Fletcher's kōrero around, is it going there or is it not? Could you please, other than saying everything's going to cost, which we all are aware, could you be more proactive in the kōrero around igniting the flame, so to speak, and saying that this strategy will be a strategy that is headed towards implementation and agreed feedback from all the interested and committed stakeholders that have been there for some time in mana whenua. How do you do that in a report that literally says you're hamstrung, which is not something I want to choose in terms of options? So I'm hoping I understand what my kōrero is. But I even stopped the Jess who presented from the forum, and I said, how did you feel about the notion of what's happening in the strategy? And although I won't say what she said, there's an agreement there that we're wanting to stay innovative and excited about what's happening. How can we do that in a strategy or an option that's being presented here to the committee that allows us to think in that manner as opposed to just remember the money is a thing? We get that. We all know that. Kia ora.
Yeah, I guess we're always, balancing that challenge between the clear financial constraints that the organisation may be under and resourcing constraints, and trying to be really clear and presenting the item that there's both a lot that we can do with the existing levers and existing programs and projects that we have if we're, as Dave sort of talked about in his last answer, if we're working on improving the way they're delivered and aligning them to making sure that, we're out there delivering some, land-based biodiversity outcomes, so looking after forests or rivers, that is also aligning with harbour outcomes, that when we're looking at making development decisions and proceeding with development across the city, that we're aligning that with environmental outcomes for the harbour. And so there's a lot we can do within our existing levers and opportunities, and so we acknowledge that can be done, and then we acknowledge that there's a lot that might need resourcing in there, that where that's not clear, we're not going to overcommit the organisation to something that's not clear yet, and so we need to progress that. And one of the things is putting that back to you as governors, as decision makers on those key priorities, where resourcing goes. So that will be up to you and the decisions that you make. And then also as we work in implementation with decision makers in the organisation about where they put priorities as well. So I guess we put that emphasis in the work that we're doing, definitely.
Yeah, I'm not underestimating that in any way, shape or form, but just to say in terms of the mana whenua aspect, it'd be really good in a strategy to be confirmed that you're capturing the primary kōrero from the bulk of them, as opposed to some did and some didn't, because it's a strategy that could potentially move us forward in a period of time. So I know, and it was a very comprehensive engagement document that you put through, and a very comprehensive MIS that was also put through. What I couldn't see was these were the main points that were agreed across all, and they didn't mind us sharing this as feedback. So there is some pullback, I suppose, or reticence, and some, it'd be really good to see that meshed together a lot more, if possible, to know that this, in voting for this is a strategy that most have agreed to, and it's not that clear in the report that you've got at the moment. Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. Councillor Patterson-Hammer.
Kia ora. I think you kind of just answered my part, maybe, because I was just going to ask that taking that mountains to the sea approach is great, and it's what the State of the Gulf report does as well with the Hauraki Gulf Forum, and so there's a real alignment there. I represent, I think, the narrowest bit of land between the Waitemata and Manukau harbours, and so I guess in terms of that the third recommendation, no, second one, in terms of preparing the advice around the long-term plan, I take it from the report and from your response to Member Wilson just then, but I just want to check that that'll include advice around prioritisation of things maybe like ngāhere strategy, or things that might not seem directly, they're not actually standing in waders in the Manukau Harbour, but they are interrelated. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, so we've already got direction from Council to prepare advice that will focus on harbour protection outcomes. The question is how targeted that advice will be and what would be appropriate for the first 3 years versus what things might come later. And it may also be that some of the other advice streams that you are getting in the long-term plan may speak to this kind of topic as well. So it's about sort of making sure we're cross-referencing our advice when we provide it to you. I guess what I'm just signalling is that from the work stream that I'm sort of involved with, that's something we want to try and make sure is elevated so that we do get the commitment across the organisation to this piece of work. And that's ultimately your decision, so, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Cool. Thank you both. Step back. Anyone like to speak to this item? Cool. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to move this, Chair. Sorry, I've just been dealing with a family thing in the background, so I'm a little bit distracted. Really just wanted to commend to everyone this strategy, which has been a very long time coming. In my early days on the Puketapapa local board after 2010 amalgamation, I was fortunate to be one of those local board members working with a bunch of others who identified the need for something for the Manukau that started to have our city face it, really. It's been an area that for a long time we have built and developed with our backs to the harbour, and as someone who lives a short walk from it, it's been wonderful to see the work over the last 16 years. What hasn't happened in this space that we were expecting when we established the Manukau Harbour Forum was a treaty settlement. And it was originally progressed with that in mind, thinking that sooner or later we would probably end up with something similar to Tupuna Maunga Authority. And that hasn't progressed. And so I think it's been recognised for some time that there's a shortcoming in that space of acknowledging partnership and mana whenua. And this takes a step forward, not as big a step as perhaps is ideal, but in the absence of a treaty settlement, this takes an important step forward, acknowledging that work still needs to happen. So I wanted to really acknowledge the many elected member leaders. I've never been on the forum myself, but I've watched them. And particularly, I know last term, local board member John Turner from Puketapapa sort of taking this to the next level alongside people like Saffron, Toms, and thinking about Alan Cole from Franklin as well. Lots of people, I'm sure I've missed heaps of people, who have played a role in getting to the point now where we're going to have a strategy for this harbour for the first time ever. And I want to also acknowledge Georgie and her work in getting us to this point too. It's been absolutely vital. So I'd ask you all to support this as we continue on with our journey to revitalising the Manukau Harbour. Just what it says on the tin. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Deputy Chair. Thank you very much for that. And I think it says most of it all. So we will move to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher. I did not see you indicate. Thank you.
I just want to speak in favour of today, but to say for me, it isn't actually the action that I want. I've been involved in this since the 1960s. In fact, probably one of the first political meetings that I got really involved in was at the Karaka Hall when we were opposing sewage, which was being proposed to be pumped into the Manukau Harbour. So from the 1960s on, I have passionately followed this issue, and I have watched successive governments and successive councils and everyone else fail. Now, forgive me if I'm going off script here a little, but when I get really boring to you all, when we're sitting having conversations about the LTP, and I'm trying to implore advocacy around entrust or looking at ways to increase non-rates revenue, it is because within our harbours we do need some circuit breakers, and just fiddling around the edges is actually not going to change it for subsequent generations. I feel really passionately about this, and so I'm going to continue to be entirely tedious as we go into the LTP conversations, because we have within our ability some tools that we could use with the right support to really make a difference, not just with the Manukau, but also with the Waitemata as well, but particularly for the Manukau, because it has so long been ignored. And this is a chance today. It's not going as far as I would like to see, and I would like to see the scoping of that work, but we have, as I said earlier, one of the most experienced officers in Dave that could possibly help and guide us as we do something that could really be a legacy for this council. So I support the action today. It isn't going far enough, but I would like to think, and Victoria is picking up the challenge of the Budget Committee, I hope she understands the importance of shepherding some of this decision-making through, because we have it within our capabilities. And it's not just be tinkering around rates and trying, because the sorts of sums of money we are going to need to actually do something significant are going to be way beyond the capability of rates for this generation of ratepayer. But the obligation and the stewardship, the kaitiaki, it's ours, and we've done nothing. And I really would like today to think that we can actually make some progress.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the speakers that have spoken before about the Manukau. I just want to speak in support of this. I grew up next to the Manukau Harbour over in Mangere, and we dealt with the sewage smells that came from the sewage pond there. So it's good to see a strategy trying to fix the harbour for what it's done for the city in terms of taking all that wastewater. Also want to acknowledge the staff, Dave and Geordie, for their work. Acknowledge all those who have been on the Manukau Harbour Forum. I was on the forum for my local board when Saffron was the chair. Acknowledge the coordination that will happen from this strategy, because it seemed like everybody was doing their own bit, but there didn't seem to be a coordinated strategy everywhere of what mana whenua is doing, what communities doing, what schools are doing, what council's doing. So I think this is very, very overdue. And then also, I hope it will help us in terms of how we allocate funding, because it always, I always thought the water quality targeted rate, 80% was over on the, the central Isthmus side. How do we get it over on the South Auckland side for Manukau? So thank you very much for this work and for your expertise and your knowledge and your passion. And I hope things can, this is that circuit breaker that's needed, as opposed to the pylons that are sitting in the harbour. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. And yes, I agree with everything that's been said. We definitely haven't done nothing. From get to the Manukau Harbour Symposium was just phenomenal work over the years, from Watercare, Healthy Waters, different parts of council, the mana whenua community organisations. But as Councillor Fletcher has said, there's a long, long way to go, and it does need some significant work and investment. And this will help again, push for that through the LTP. We do need some stronger investment, but it also does acknowledge and celebrate how far we've come. If you look at the monitoring that some of our amazing field teams have been doing for 30, 40 years, you can see the phenomenal change. But are we there yet? Absolutely not. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Cool, thank you very much. Might just have a 5-minute stretch for everyone, if that's all right. So we'll be back at 4:25. Thank you. Cool. Carol, are you kicking off? Or-
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My colleague Aubrey Bloomfield sends his apologies, is sick, so I'm going to do the presentation on long-term plan advice for option for prioritizing open space acquisition and development. And Louise Mason, my GM, is going to introduce the item.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Carol. Carol's here despite battling a cold, and Aubrey is online, also sick as well too. So look, just with our first slide here, and to explain the purpose of this report, we have the committee has already discussed the upcoming LTP, and through this LTP process, both the Mayor and councillors have requested that we actually provide advice on options for prioritisation of open space acquisition and development over the next 10 to 30 years. The purpose of this report, and as you can see from this first slide here, we are at stage 1, which is we've identified options. We're now recommending 2 options, which we develop in more detail so that they can be considered through the LTP process, and to give you that detail to look at the priorities there. While there is an existing acquisition budget, the LTP process will enable you to look at what the choices are about the future level of the acquisition budget, and in narrowing down our options to the 2 recommended here today, which Carol and introducing Tim Wake also from our team will go through in detail. That will provide that information for you to look at that in more detail. I'm going to hand over to Carol now to go through the presentation.
Thanks, Louise. So the purpose of this report is to support you answer 2 key questions. The one is the budget level for open space acquisition and development over the next 10 years in the LTP, but also to inform the infrastructure strategy. And the second question, which is related, is if there's not enough budget to deliver the whole of the planning pipeline, which I will speak about in a moment, how shall we prioritize? Noting that currently prioritization is done at the staff level, so we would will like to have direction from yourself as the governors. There's 2 pieces of advice that are related that coming your way, which we won't touch on today. The first one is that regional parks, and that was also requested as part of the long-term plan. So Samantha Sinton is coming with advice on that. And the second one is a strategic response to Fast Track, which considers all type of infrastructure, so just not community, but also water and transport. So having a joint council-wide strategic response to what we do about unplanned development. Also worth mentioning that when we speak about open spaces, we speak about new civic spaces, local recreation parks, or neighborhood parks, suburb parks, pocket parks, and sports parks. And all the open spaces we speak about are about responding to growth. Okay, so why are we bringing you this paper, apart from the fact that it's been requested? We've got issues here on the screen. Worth remembering that in the last 10 years, we acquired about 100 hectares of local open spaces to cater for about 300,000 people. We have a growing demand for open space with both intensification and growth on the outskirts of Auckland. But we have insufficient budget potentially depending on the options you're looking at. We have a significant pipeline of potential acquisitions if we apply the standards in Manakitamaki-Makolo. And as I mentioned, we don't have a way of prioritizing if we haven't got enough budget at the moment. So the key drivers here, of course, you'll be very well aware of Plan Change 120. So we don't really quite know exactly what that's going to look like, but we know that Auckland's going to intensify in certain areas. and that greenfield development is going to continue. With intensification, there's a shift towards more dependence on public open space versus private open space. So with people living in apartment buildings and townhouses, parks become much more important. And looking at why we're doing that, because obviously being located near a park, having access to a park provides lots of benefits to our communities in terms of well-being, but also it supports our environment and stormwater management as well. All right, just a quick recap on Manakita Makimakoro that was adopted by our committee a year ago. And the key things I'd like to point out is that policy one is about prioritizing making the most of our existing network. Although today we're speaking about new acquisitions, we are very focused on improving the existing parks, but also making the most of the blue-green networks and delivering our recreation opportunities along those, Esplanade Reserve, etc., Auckland Transport Land. So acquisition is not the default response. Nonetheless, it becomes really important when we're in this growth situation. And what Manakita Makimakoro has introduced last year is a capacity measure, which gives us a way of monitoring capacity, how much land does the community has access to. And we've done a lot of benchmarking. The strategy, which was adopted last year, put those thresholds that you can see. So 10 meters square of open space per person at full build-out is estimated as low level of capacity. Between 10 and 20 meters square per person, moderate, and above 20, high level of capacity. And why I'm mentioning it now is because that's really helping us in the options to prioritize where and how we can prioritize our investment, All right, so I mentioned we've got a significant pipeline. Some of it is informed by previous planning. A lot of the previous planning was focused on delivering for greenfield. And because of the key changes, so the new strategy and the proposed plan changes 120, we have a stronger focus on delivering for brownfield areas. So that's a shift that has been brought by the strategy. The difference between greenfield and brownfield is that in greenfield, there's nothing. We need to acquire quite significant parcel of land to make a network, a local open space network. In brownfield, there's already quite a lot of space for open spaces, for parks, but we need to acquire new parks to meet demand, and those parks tend to be smaller, so either neighborhood or pocket parks, because of the cost of land and the difficulty to acquire a new park. So that's what you see here. There's quite a bit of detail in the appendix on that. So we have developed 6 options for you to consider. And as Ruiz mentioned, we are recommending option 4 and 5. All of them have a different level of cost and a different way of prioritizing. But if I can go through each of them quickly. Option 1 is going back to option 6. Maybe I'll start with option 6, and it's delivering on the full strategy. So we've done some high-level modeling and said, okay, over 30 years, we would need to acquire an equivalent of 520 parks, and that would deliver 240 hectares of land. So reminding you that we bought 100 hectares when we grew by 300,000 people. Here, we're looking to grow over the next 30 years by about 600,000 people, and we're looking to acquire 240 hectares. So that gives you a point of comparison. So that's a full comprehensive provision option, which we are not recommending because of affordability reason. Option 1 is going back to pre-COVID spend. So that's about doing 80% everywhere, which is quite a a blunt way of prioritizing, which is not a prioritization at all. Option 2 and 3 is about setting capacity levels of service. So everywhere in growth areas, you would deliver if capacity falls under 10 meters square. And option 3 is if capacity falls under 15 meters square per person. And so you can see you deliver very different level of open space outcomes between option 2 and option 3. And option 4 and 5, they're also taking that level of service view, but they're also focusing on your strategic priorities. So it's delivering to full provision standards for investment priority areas. And I know they might still change through this LTP process, so we can be responsive to that, and we would be looking to your direction again on that. So a little bit easier to think about cost in over 10 years or over a single year rather than 30 years. So that is what it is. So if you look at the existing budget in the current long-term plan, we've got $317 million, and everything is indicated in 2025 dollars terms, so it's easy to understand. So that's an average of $32 million a year. Option 4, which we're pushing forward, is about the same level of expenditure. And option 5, which is $55.8 million a year, is similar to what we were spending pre-COVID. So that's kind of the two different options. I know that you'll be very interested in development contributions. So across most of the options, development contribution goes to fund about 80% of the cost of new parks, acquisitions, and development. So rates is the remainder 20%. So option 5, option 4 in front of you. So quite a different proposition, with option 4 delivering about 50% of what we saw as the planning pipeline over the 30 years, while option 5 deliver 80%. So it's basically 200 parks versus 400 parks, but obviously with a different cost envelope. My final slide before I go to recommendations is that we would also recommend that costs are inflated, because having the same costs year after year without inflation taken into account really eats our purchasing power, as you can see here. So $100 million now doesn't buy you the same thing in 10 years' time. We will do further work to align with LTP advice, depending on the discussion today. So happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for following up. You may remember last year the open space policy. This has led to this, obviously with a new focus on brownfield and the areas of growth, not just on greenfield. So this is a really good step. The two options myself and Councillor Ferry are putting forward are what was recommended to us by staff. Also, even though the Mayor's not here, we have worked with the Mayor's office on this. He was pretty concerned at the beginning around the cost, especially of option 5, but he's happy with what's in here. He understands this is about working towards a 30-year plan. Also, it will be up to him what proposal and how it's put forward through the mayoral proposal, but we need this advice. We've had a lot of conversations around this table. What is the rates impact? What is the DC impact? What can we lock into a plan to then get us maximise the DC so we don't have the largest rates impact? So that's what these are recommending. This doesn't have a financial impact today. This is scoping up those two options with the finance team, with the rates team, and making sure we go into this with open eyes. Councillor Gillen.
Well, thank you. So my first question was actually, I think it's just been answered, but I just wanted to confirm that what we're doing here today is not recommending an option but to proceed with, but what to go into the LTP consultation. So the public will actually have the two recommended options in front of them and will be able to give their advice?
At this stage, the decision today is to narrow down options from 6 to 2, so we can go back into in the next few weeks to give you further advice, and then you can consider trade-off, and then whether you want still to go with 2 options into the draft LTP, or through the workshops and discussion you have, just select one option that's still in front of you. That will, yeah, time will tell, I suppose.
Okay, thank you for that. Look, I'm actually really worried about option 4 because, well, option 6 is obviously delivering to the full strategy, implementing what we actually need according to our calculations. Option 4 is only delivering half of that. So is it really the cost that is that the main reason that you're recommending option 4 today? Because I would have thought it would be 6 because that's full, and then 5 because that's a pullback from that.
Well, option 6 deliver the full sum of the provision standards set in the strategy, but it comes to quite high cost. So when we looked at balancing different factors, the preferred options was option 5, which delivers about 80% of the planning pipeline, really focus on the investment priority area and balance rates and development contributions. So that's kind of the preferred options from this analysis. But we're also cognizant that this council is under financial pressure, and option 4 is the more aligned to the existing budget. We're still balancing some of those factors. But obviously there are trade-offs between all of the options, and there are trade-offs between option 4 and 5.
Okay, thank you. When you're calculating what is currently existing, so then you can work out which areas are needing the extra open space to reflect the increase in population, are you factoring in that council is also already looking at divesting parkland to meet budget, and also that local boards are being presented with divestment opportunities as well?
The type of disposal of open spaces tends to be really marginal. So there's very little land or valuable parkland that is being disposed of. Most of them are just things that are not functional. So they're not making much of a difference. But when we're aware of them, we do, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. My next question is also with the calculation of what's currently existing. My concern is that we say, well, this area has X amount of open space, but actually some of it's closed off due to carrot dieback mitigation or slips, or it might be hard bushland that you actually can't really go into. There's no developed tracks. It might look like private property because there's no signage, etc. So are you just using the figure that's in geomaps for the amount of space that we should have, or are you actually looking at how much is actual usable open space?
That's a good question. So the methodology is quite detailed in the strategy. We take into account all type of land so long public has got access. So if an area like in Kaipatiki is heavily forested, then we only take into account the area where there's a pathway where the public can access, and exclude things that are under heavy forest canopy. So there are a little bit of interpretation into the methodology, but we apply the same methodology everywhere, so that's allow us to compare different areas.
Okay, because that's interesting, thank you, because in the maps in the report, there's nothing showing for my ward, North Shore Ward, as for new acquisition, and yet under what we've put forward for Plan Change 120, there's potentially a huge amount of intensification that could happen there. So how are you balancing that out? If you're only, because I assume that you were looking at the full parkland that's existing, even the inaccessible stuff. But if you're only looking at what is truly accessible, then I would have thought that it would actually require additional parkland, open space, I should say.
So we have looked at different level of growth, and you can see that the standards are applied into different areas, including Glenfield and Onewa, and those are called minor growth. So that's kind of the differentiation that you can see, I think we've got that in a paragraph in the report explaining the different, no, in the agenda report. Sorry, I can't remember where it is, but there is an explanation about how we've applied. Oh, sorry. Section 32, you can see what type of example we've applied the strategy provision standard 2, and we've looked at applied that methodology for capacity.
Okay, then can you please tell me, because I mean on the maps in the report, I'm looking at the map for the option 6, which is showing the total that we would expect under the strategy. There's a brown circle, but it's up in the Albany area. So is that actually just indicative then?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Short.
Thank you. My question could be a bit far-field, but does the Auckland growth scenario play into this? And are we refreshing that before we look into this?
Yes, so we have used AGSV1, so the current population projection, and we're awaiting the update of the population projections to update the work. We can only plan with what we have, what information we have. When it's available, we can update the work.
Perhaps just to add to that, the Auckland growth scenario is being updated at the moment, and obviously as that new information comes forward, we will be factoring that into the work being done on these further 2 options. Also work on those growth priority areas as well too, and that was information that's been requested again for the LTP. So it is a bit of a dynamic thing, but the model that Carol and Tim are working to can reflect that updated information as it becomes available.
Carl, just one more question, Chair, but my concern is around development contributions. And I mean, even with this budget, we are short on DCs. How are we factoring that in? Because there is obviously a, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't play catch up as fast as we would want it to, if that makes sense. So if we go for one of these options, are we going to see, I guess, forecasting as to what that might look like with DCs, especially because the growth isn't happening at the pace that we're expecting it to, if that makes sense? So I'm concerned about the DC element of this, and then obviously in effect that will come as a rate. Do you kind of see where I'm kind of saying? If we can't afford it through DCs, it'll be rate funded, right? The acquisition.
So the development contribution level depends on how much you put in the long-term plan and how much you indicate you're going to spend in the infrastructure strategy. The development contribution is a recovering mechanism for cost, right? So depending on how much you set, then the development contribution policy will be updated to reflect that. The timing of acquisitions and the timing of collections don't always match. So we might be collecting a lot in an area and spend somewhere else. It's not like a in and out type game. So
it's my concern. And
yeah.
So even with that, it might become debt, and we're very limited at this point in time as well. So I think
that's probably a question for the financial policy team.
Well, I'm just kind of airing out my concerns because it's all good and well for us to be looking at option 5 and 4 and, well, any option, but I think long term we really need to be looking at the financial impact of this, because if option 4 and 5 don't work, we might be stuck at another option. So it's just kind of, yeah, I'm kind of concerned. Sorry, Mr. Chair, but...
No, the putting these forward will go... The team will then work with the rates team, finance team, and then bring those 2 options back to the budget committee and the mayoral office for the proposal. The 2 options, essentially, the first one is what we're doing already, what's already locked in the long-term plan, apart from having the CPI adjustment that helps us catch up. The other plan is to try and stick more projects in, so then we can actually apply for DCs. So a lot of the time we're purchasing land that is not locked in the LTP, so we're debt funding it 100%. So this will then essentially have a runway, a 30-year runway, which means, because like areas like Northwest and Jury, they're like 95% DC funded for open space, but that's because we've got a 30-year plan of locked in acquisitions. If we don't lock them in, we can't charge. This, of course, won't affect the fast tracks because they're consented on day one and we can't possibly do that. But this starts that runway, and then the rates impact will only be on, say, the additional 20%, which could be in the second year like $1 million maybe.
If I may add to this, when we calculate the development contribution portion, we also include the interest accrued from borrowing money on the acquisition cost, so that's also recovered.
Yeah, so I guess what's really important, totally get your point, because I had the same conversation with the Mayor's office and then Deputy Mayor and Mike as well from her office. But essentially this just starts the runway process. It doesn't lock us in. I think at least my personal view is 4 doesn't mean we're losing money in acquisitions as the rate goes up. The other option will be something we all discuss, as Councillor Gillen says. It might not be an option in the LTP, it might just be the mayoral proposal, but we could vote to put in options. But at that point, we will have exactly what the rates impact is. And in the first year, there will be no additional, I don't think. But as we go on, there may be rates impacts. But the more we can actually lock in, then the DC can be almost completely recoverable. But our problem going backwards is we haven't been locking in these plans, which meant we cannot attract DCs.
Fair enough.
Member Wilson?
Thank you. Just to provide a bit of context, I guess, potential impacts on Māori, on the details provided in this report. And I suppose first is the cultural values that are named but not modelled, and then the cultural values feature among prioritisation criteria, but the technical report's framework only lists network provision, joint strategic priorities and the like. So the pātai that I want to pose in that context is honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi as one of the 4 investment principles underpinning Manaaki Tamaki Makaurau. If it isn't expressed in any of the 6 prioritisation actions, or what mechanism does Council propose to give it practical effect in the acquisition phase?
Thanks for the question, Member Wilson. So this piece of work is very much about setting budget and a way or areas for prioritization. And then when that's agreed and at implementation phase, that's when there's more work being done at local open space network planning. And as you mentioned, the Manaaki Tamaki Makaurau strategy just really encourage planners to think about the cultural value of different sites, and when within a local network it's appropriate to deliver and support mana whenua aspirations to be delivered. So if you look in your report, it's in paragraph 79. So there is that opportunity to optimize a network to deliver for mana whenua aspirations at the local open space planning phase. But that's the next phase after we have agreed on general direction for growth and budget level.
So acquisition, this in terms of the options, so the options we would consider and vote for, and that will involve some acquisition. I'm unsure as to how if you don't understand the nature of what's being proposed by way of the options as it relates to the mana whenua concerns and interests, how would you know which, if you haven't mapped it or you haven't considered it specifically, how would you know what is an option that suits the nature of the cultural it's mentioned, but it's not mapping where it is or what it's doing or what the considerations are. So it makes it quite difficult to vote for an option that's appropriate.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So there's no really any detail about what a local open space network could look like. And that's also under local board delegation authority. But if you look at a structure plan, like the Whenua structure plan, that's where there's more detail. So that's kind of that next stage of detail. There's no actual funding just specific to acquisition of conservation land or land of cultural heritage value, original parks acquisition. So that's the budget we're talking about is just providing for growth. But when there's alignment and when a growth planning can support those aspirations, that's highly recommended in the strategy.
Just a couple more pātai, if I can, please. So why is marae siting treated only as a local board park management matter after acquisition?
That's a good question. I'm not too sure. I could look it up, but I don't have the answer to that. Sorry.
Thank you for that. And just one last one, if I can. Para 79 talks to the cultural values are among the criteria for prioritising acquisitions, cultural values, yet the modelled framework driving option 5 contains no such criteria. How does that match up?
Because Manakita Makimakoro doesn't give you any prioritization across different open space networks. It just gives you prioritization for single acquisitions, which is what paragraph 79 refers to. What we're trying here to do is just to provide a higher level prioritization framework at a regional level.
Okay, so do you think council can reconcile this and confirm whether cultural values had any actual weight in the modelling or only appear in the narrative?
I suppose another way of putting it is that what the modelling's trying to do is look right across the region and sort of give some indication around what the overall level should be to cope with growth, etc. In terms of looking at specific criteria, that's really the next level. We then look at specific acquisition decisions. So I do take the point you're making, Member Wilson, and it is a very pertinent one. How do we actually factor cultural values in when we're doing this type of modelling? And I think that's something that we've still got quite a bit of learning for how we permeate that through all levels of the modelling. But at this stage, we're really just saying, look, taking it on a region-wide basis in terms of identifying some options to do further work on that can feed into the LTP. This is the methodology that's been used. In terms of looking at assessing cultural value or taking cultural value into account, that will be at the next level of looking at more specific acquisition decisions. Does that help?
It helps a lot. Thank you very much. I'm going to just indicate to the chair here, I would abstain on the basis that there's a lot that can't be said. And I understand why, because that was an opinion that was sought, and it was sought to be done in double quick time. So it doesn't give me the confidence or ability, because it was done in a specific way, Mr. Chair, but those would be concerns that we would hope factor in before the options and prioritisation and or any acquisition. And on this case, and I appreciate very much the openness in terms of why you had to do, and that's all I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson. And I would love, going forward, whatever happens, that we could, and I know there are cultural impacts that are done for each acquisition, so it's hard to comment globally, but if we could ensure that's factored in stronger going forward. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. Made it back to my seat in time. That's great. So thank you for your work on this, and it is quite tricky because we're kind of talking about a backwards pipeline. and how we have to identify things in order to be able to put them in the long-term plan, to charge the developer contributions to be able to pay for the thing. And so it is quite counterintuitive the way that this works. So, so respect to anybody grappling with this. So my questions are primarily around the brownfields aspect, and I really appreciate the graph you put in the slides that shows the difference there. So I would be remiss if I didn't say this question was partly inspired by Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, who requested that in her absence somebody mentioned the Avondale Racecourse, acknowledging it's not for sale, and I'm not asking you to say that we will buy it right now, but one of the things I'd like to understand from this work is how we can use this work to make sure that when acquisition opportunities that would help us a lot in a brownfield space come up, and we won't necessarily see them coming, you know, far enough in advance to be able to put them into a plan. How will this approach help us to be financially in the right position to take advantage of those opportunities when they come?
Thanks for the question. So this is effectively a growth-focused acquisition pipeline, and the budget that you're going to decide on is about supporting growth. So if an opportunity arises to support an acquisition for growth purpose, then you can use, you know, this fund. If it's for another purpose, if it's a strategic opportunity that's not necessarily aligned with growth and doesn't deliver on the provision guidelines in the strategy, then because this fund is development contribution funded in a large proportion, then it's not appropriate to use that fund.
So, what I'm getting at more is that, yeah, the example there is Avondale, which has a lot of growth coming, a lot of growth underway now, but more forecast for Plan Change 120. The area that I am acutely focused on at the moment, that Mangawhau to Mount Albert Station corridor, you know, growth coming from Mangawhau to Morningside that's of a quantity with Drury. You know, how will this fund help, or this approach help us to be in a good good position to be able to buy the open space we're going to need to deal with that growth?
Yes. So first of all, you're going to get separate advice on Avondale. So that's been requested as part of the long-term plan. So I won't go into the specific of that project, but definitely the Great Northward Corridor is an area of priority for investment. So under both option 4 and 5, we have looked and done a case studies on that area and look at what potential acquisition would look like and delivering to the full provision standards. So there would be, in both options, sufficient budget to acquire land. Of course, as you know the area very well, you know, the opportunities might just be scattered. So it would be good to just be opportunistic at that point.
And Chair, this might be a little bit outside of the remit of the stuff we have in front of us, I'm not sure. But I guess I just wanted some reassurance that obviously this is about acquisition, but when it comes to aspects like sports fields, where actually increasing provision, particularly in brownfields, won't necessarily look like new land. It will look like lights, it will look like sand fields, it will look like hybrids and community partnerships. That is in addition to this work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Sports field acquisitions is included, but development of existing park is a different budget again.
Yeah, and for areas with a shortfall in sports field hours, it's not going to be one or the other, it's going to be a mix. Is that accurate?
I think it's primarily in brownfield areas because of land scarcity. It's primarily a development response rather than an acquisition. A sports field tends to be around 10 hectares.
Yeah.
So obviously it's a very expensive land to acquire in brownfield and not very often available.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more questions. Hopefully we can close it off after that. Councillor Watson.
Just going back to the developer contributions, what's the average contribution for acquisition across Auckland, and how much developers pay per unit?
So I can give you the percentage, 80%, but in terms of dollar figure, I would have to go back and check with finance, sorry.
Okay. So is there a contribution, does the contribution get split between acquisition and development? Or is it just one? Or do it get split in 2?
There's a separate development contribution calculation for reserve acquisitions and reserve developments.
Okay. So previously, and I'm going back a few years, it amounted, I guess, in a number of areas it differed across Auckland to, like something like 6,000 and 6,000. It was in that vicinity, certainly in my ward anyway. So it won't have gone up too much since then, will it? Say in the last 4 or 5 years. That acquisition cost.
We have moved, as you know, from a 10-year horizon for the development contribution policy to a 30-year horizon. So starting with Jury, and then at the last policy refresh, we did a whole of region for 30 years. So I'm not certain whether that wouldn't have moved. I would imagine that would have gone up.
You build an inflation to those ones that aren't on stream yet.
So that's probably a question for finance. If you're interested, we can give you some numbers as to average. But because we've got different funding areas, I don't know whether an average is representative.
I guess it just comes to the feel of and what the options are as far as really recouping more of the cost. I mean, we've often in the past we've talked about some of the legacy councils where, their contribution for the open space was around about 7% per section. By my calculations, if the average price of a section is about 550,000, which is the case in a lot of parts of Auckland, then it's like 2.5%, if that. So in all this procedure that we're going through, is there any option just to whack up the developer contributions then? Because you say we recover 80% of the cost. Is there anything legislatively that prevents us if we actually put forward the relevant rationales to increase that money then?
Well, I suppose the legislation enables us to recover the costs that is triggered by growth and benefit growth. So we are acting under that legal obligation, and so we can't recoup more than is in the gross bucket. So it's a gross pay for gross, no, the gross pay for everything. So that's kind of a balance about fairness.
It's like some of the councillors said, it's actually very hard to get a handle on this and what it means for any given area. When I look at the maps on page 44, and this is for option 5, you've got a couple of these big green circles and then the ones for the brownfields. Am I right in assuming that in any of this, if there's a big greenfield site, it will automatically have the relevant attribution of open space? So any big greenfield developments coming, whether next year or 30 years, will provide a scheduled amount of open space. Is that a correct assumption?
Only if we acquire it. So open space provision and acquisition is done on a willing seller, willing buyer.
Yeah.
So if council is quite often a condition of resource consent for the developer to provide open space or zone open space in its development. And then Auckland Council negotiate the price and at the time of the development. So unless we budget for it and we buy it, it doesn't happen.
Okay, so we're not going to end up with any perverse outcomes here where you have massive big new developments and very little or no open space as a consequence of this prioritisation in any of these options? That's not going to happen, is it?
Okay, I got your question, sorry. Well, the different options, option 4 and option 5 sets different level of service. So option 4 says for any development, especially greenfield, because there's nothing, we won't go lower than 10 meters square of open space per person at full build out. So that's kind of your level of service promised to Auckland, if you want. And the option 5 is speaking about 15 meters square of open space per person.
So that will be provided as a right. So one of the problems here is actually kind of trying to get a hold on what this would mean in any given location. I drive around Milldale, which is one of the newest subdivisions in the Rodney ward, and I compare that with Millwater, which is adjacent to it, which came through the Legacy Council, and there's some really distinct differences. Now, Milldale's quite a nice place, but in terms of open space, there's just no comparison. I'm sure a number of these other big developments in other parts of Auckland are the same as Milldale or worse as far as open space goes. So in all this, can we have some sort of like real life examples? Otherwise it becomes quite an academic exercise, which is hard to attribute to the on the ground result, either in the short term or certainly 30 years down the track.
Yeah, and this is why I think taking two of the options, at least for LTP, that we can have this conversation. Because Milldale's an interesting case because it was a special purpose vehicle. It's not done through our policies, much like the fast tracks are going to be the same. Two good examples are the Northwest and Drury. Northwest, I think, is $74,000 a dwelling. Drury is 64, but that's because we've got this 30-year plan for those, and we can get 100% of the reserve paid for because 100% of the growth, 100% of the users is growth. In areas like Roskill, Mangere, Northcote, Onehunga, where the growth is still large, I think we can only get about 20% of the open space funded through a DC. At the minimum, if we don't have a plan, we can only charge $22,000. So all these fast tracks being approved, we're only getting $22,000 a dwelling.
For everything.
Because we can't, for everything.
Yeah.
Because we don't have, and what I've tried to explain to the minister is we don't have the law requires us to have a long-term plan, so then we can attract DCs. Fast tracks are consented all on the day they get approved, so we can only charge legally the base. The team have to prove, say on Councillor Gillen's specific recommendation, they have to prove if they're buying a new piece of open space, how much of it is for the new people. So if you're only getting 2% growth a year, it's going to be very low. But over 30 years, actually, we can start locking that money in. It is very confusing. But if you look through all our development contributions policies and all those spreadsheets, it does have each area and what we're charging. But in some areas, if we don't have this locked in, we're not collecting any DC for it.
Right, so final question. So all these rows and rows of townhouses that are joined on, do those units pay the same as a single house dwellings or near enough as makes no difference? That they do, okay. So I guess one of the philosophical questions in amongst everything else is they're really relying on the council, the public, to provide their open space because they've got none. And literally in some cases, none. They've got a concrete drives and that's it. The other sections are at least providing a little bit of open space for their inhabitants. Does that figure in anywhere that the public entity, us, is providing open space that the developers then making a profit on because he's not having to provide any open space?
So that's probably a question for the finance department about the household equivalent units. That's the unit they charge development contribution for. And I understand that, for example, retirement village space different from apartments, from houses. So that's probably a question for them. I don't have all the details on that, sorry.
Thanks, Councillor. It is very complex and it's different right across the city. Deputy Mayor.
And a bit stiff sitting down. Look, thank you. I had a couple of, my questions very similar to Councillor Watson and Councillor Gillen. So I'm going to leave the DCs over there because my question was going to sort of be about when we change to development levies, what does that look like? You know, and it's another whole conversation. But my question is, are the triggers almost like a blunt instrument? Because if a 10 square metre per person trigger tells us we need a lot more land, for example, a lot more park in the city centre, but people who live there choose to live there and they know that they've got third spaces and cafes and stuff, might be very different to, say, you know, Howick, for want of a better word. Should it be, so you're saying it's a kind of a one size fits all regardless of where we kind of choose to live?
So the city centre is excluded from the provision standard because it's such a unique case. But say we take Morningside, for example, people choose to live there, but they already have access to parks. And as more people come to live in Morningside, for example, then we want to ensure that the level of open space per person doesn't drop. And so that's when we're thinking about acquiring more parks. And yes, it is a blunt instrument. It's only meant to be as an indication and just really to just set a general approach to prioritization rather than the end of the road. So there's obviously more work to be done and done with a local board in which the area sits to be much more refined and see, you know, what type of response you want to have appropriate to the context, and that's where you have your opportunity also to align with your cultural values. So it is a blunt instrument, I agree with that.
Just to add to what Carol said, as she mentioned at the beginning, obviously land is higher in value, more expensive in those intensified areas. So as we discussed in the Manaaki Tamaki Makoro last year, when you looked at the open space sport and recreation strategy, different types of open space being used. Carol's referred to pocket parks or the smaller parks as well too. So that's the sort of discussion with the local board that would also need to happen as to what's appropriate, what's affordable, and also what's available as well too.
I suppose that was my question around value for money, because it was defined only as the blended price per square metre. So, I mean, it sort of rewards buying lots of cheap greenfield land and penalising buying where people actually potentially need the open space, right?
And I suppose the thing about that with these two options, focusing on growth priority areas, is recognising that as we're intensifying the city, that there is provision for that open space and recreational space as well. But it may be different from what you see in the greenfield areas, obviously.
Look, sorry, I'm getting a bit tired at the end of the day. Can you just look, why didn't we look at do less, do the same and do more, as opposed to just the two options that you've chosen?
In some ways, they are do less. So if you look at the
what I'm saying is three options. You know, if you're going forward, you say you stick to the same trajectory, you do a little bit less, a little bit more. You're choosing two.
So I suppose out of the options, we've got the status quo, which is do the same, and the other two options are one's more, one's smaller. Yeah. So it's sort of going up the other way.
We essentially can choose status quo in the LTP, and the mayoral proposal might say that. The second option is making sure the money isn't losing money, because keeping it flat was ensuring it kept up with pace. And the other one is kind of like, let's try and get to most of the investment we want, lock some more, but it will still be a decision for all of us next year.
And finally, can you just confirm beaches aren't part of your open space, are they?
We do include beaches above the watermark when we do the capacity calculations, but obviously we don't buy beaches yet.
So some beaches, not others, depending on where high water mark is.
They tend to be a small part of our network, but of course they play a role as well.
Yeah, it's not easy, Chair.
Nothing in this place is, sadly. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you for this report. I too am, I'm not 100% on understanding what you've put before us, especially, is it me or these maps just have circles, but you can't see what the area is that the circles relate to, or is that just me being dumb? Because I can't figure out, is my area getting any, but so I'm just going to default to what I see in my area in terms of we're expecting 60,000 people to move in. There is no new parks. I don't see any new open space acquisition happening at all, even when I was on the local board. And what I do see is we're just fixing up water reserves that are hidden behind houses and making those parks, which I think is a rip-off, especially for the developer. So how is this going to help? This is in a brownfields development as well.
Thanks for the question. So if you're referring specifically to Tamaki, the new strategy that was adopted last year now enables better parks acquisition in brownfield areas, and Tamaki is one of those areas, and one of the priority areas as well. So there would be, through this work, more budget towards acquisition there. So under both option 5 and 4.
So the open space policy that we approved last year finally reprioritised our direction to buy brownfield like you're talking about, because until last year the default was only purchasing parks in greenfield, as in on the edges of the city. So the policy now redirected. If you're getting growth in, say, your area, we'll focus on that. This then sends 2 options to be investigated. In Tamaki, that area is one of the areas that would get investment if we locked in one of these. But yeah, I think last time we were concerned that the policy didn't include money, and now this one is the next phase to try and get the investment. Right, no more questions? Cool, thank you. Yep, so I'm not sure if there's debate, but just to be clear, everyone, we've got 2 options on the table. One that essentially makes sure that the value of the dollar, the value of the land isn't dropping, that we're actually still increasing. The next one is going that little bit further, locking in more land. It doesn't mean a massive rates impact on day one. This is over time. This is ensuring we've got good priorities in the areas of growth, which includes the brownfields, includes the areas, the regional deal-backed, Drury, Morningside to Mangawhau, South Auckland areas that we don't have included in our plan. This will then go into the mayoral proposal for us to all see with all that information behind it. So we've only got the strategy and policy team here today. They don't have all the advice from finance and rates. We're trying to narrow down the options because there's a lot of work to be done. This will come back with all the information from finance and the rates team. So that's why I support this direction. The mayor apparently does. Is there anything else anyone would like to say? Councillor Turner.
Thank you for that, and it is complicated, and I like the way you laid it out. Just as long as in a few months' time, and I change my mind because of things I've seen, we don't say, but you voted on this 6 months ago and you left it to the last minute.
I can promise you that there was no holding anyone to this. It is creating a plan for advice for investment, and we'll all be able to, and we'll make sure there's some sort of workshop or some sort of part of the process during the mayoral proposal time. It's up to the mayor what he puts in there, but it's up to all of us to question and go, where's the advice on increase, decrease, etc. But I promise I won't be saying, you said, because it's actually about getting advice today. Councillor Gillen.
Well, thank you. I'll just keep it brief. I can't support this with option 4 still, and the option 4 is a real backward step, and it is not fulfilling the strategy that's in front of us. I don't even know how it's got through to this point. So I mean, as I said before, my preference would be that we pick option 6, which is the amount to, and I acknowledge it's expensive, but as far as looking at the full information, that is fulfilling the strategy, and then you pull back from that. We should be looking at 90% option and 80% option, but option 4 is 50. That's just way too low. So as long as 4's in there, I can't support what's in front of us. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Yes, thanks. I guess the first thing I'd say is just how important open space acquisition is. I mean, this really sets the tone for Auckland for the next 30, 40, 50 years. So it's incredibly important. I mean, if you look at areas that have a deficit, you see what the consequence of that is to the people who live in that area. All the research shows how important open space is to people's physical and mental well-being. We're making this decision at the very time we're intensifying Auckland to, unprecedented levels. So this is really important. I don't for a minute pretend to understand what the implications of big chunks of this are. I'm not really very comfortable with that, but that's maybe on me. I get what the chair's saying about advice, but what I want to signal very early on, Mr. Chair, is that I'll be supporting whatever option goes out to maximise the amount of open space for Aucklanders going forward. The 50% one, the option 4, I don't know why you'd even put that in, because that's really untenable. So insofar as wanting to progress the advice and everything, I'm going to support this, but I want to make it really clear that open space acquisition is just one of the most essential pieces of infrastructure, if we can say that, and that you only have to look at different parts of Auckland to see what the consequences are for the areas that miss out, and conversely for the areas that are adequately provided. In the past, we've had some, by comparison, really generous legacy councils to do with all manner of reasons why bush lots were undevelopable and they were just left essentially to the community. They were of no value to anyone, where sports parks were provided on quite a generous basis around different parts. So that's not the case now. We've done some lovely big developments, but they're like sports parks, for instance, but they're increasingly less in number, and they're not being able to follow through on the full development costs. So there's a lot of big questions I've still got, but not happy with option 4, but happy to obviously progress advice.
Thanks, Councillor. Is there any other? Yeah, just lastly. Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
Chair, I'm really seeking some guidance from you, because I'm trying not to delay the meeting, so I'm not going to take a big speaking turn. But if those of us who feel option 4 is not the way we want to proceed, would you entertain under A having an A1 and an A2, so that if you wanted to record a vote against option 4, that you can do so effectively, but still allow staff? I mean, the other option is to delay this and have a bit more work done on it, but I'm conscious that staff are wanting to get things ready for the LTP discussions. Would you find some mechanism where we can vote on this in accordance with our wishes?
I mean, I don't really understand. The option 4 is way more than we're doing right now that's locked into the LTP. So option 4 is more. It is increasing, and it's just 2 options coming forward to us, in my opinion, to show that option 4 is not appropriate long term. But we need that advice, because I'm worried that we get stuck with status quo, which is essentially option 4 without any inflation, without any CPI, and we're sitting well below. So I would just keep it like this. Otherwise, we're just asking for advice on the 2, and I'm hoping or assuming it comes back and shows us the discrepancy, and we push hard for option 5. But both option 4 and 5 will have DC and rates impacts. Yeah, both the consequential OPEX, the interest on the debt, and depreciation. So I'm not happy to split it now. But remember, this is just asking for advice. So like I said to Councillor Turner, this is not us saying we want, both options are more than the LTP that was approved 3 years ago, and more than the budget we just passed 2 months ago. Is there any other speakers? Right, all those in favour? Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Cool. Councillor Gillen opposed, Member Wilson and Councillor Fletcher both abstain. Thank you.
Notwithstanding the fact we had a vote, can people record their opposition to option 4? It is, yeah, but he's voted against it. I mean, it's a noting provision which then allows people to progress the item, but still not having people turning around and a while longer saying, well, you know, you back this option, because that's clearly what a lot of people aren't comfortable with it, but they're trying to be helpful here and allowing things to progress.
Yeah, I mean, you can, well, it's not a vote, it's not noting against a letter, so we could just either vote for or against. I mean...
Point of order, I mean, people could have put up an amendment and didn't seek to do that, to change the wording, and you've now taken a vote.
We've completed the vote, so...
Yeah, so the question is about recording opposition, which is not an amendment. It's to ask if people can record their opposition to part of the current recommendations. That's all. With people have recorded their notes and all manner of things over the years. It's just to seek guidance if that's acceptable or not. Trying to be cooperative here.
Yeah.
But we just need to know what that is.
Yep. Is it against A?
It's against option 4.
Okay.
Right. We'll move on to the next item now. Eight 8.6. Go to Natasha and Aaron.
Through the chair, are we proceeding with our presentation or not?
Yeah, I think if you just go through it, but don't dwell on any slides at this time.
Kia ora koutou, ko Natasha Nadias Tokuingua. I am a policy planner in the Regional North, West and Islands Planning Team. Today we are seeking approval to commence preparation of the next open space and other rezoning matters plan change. We are also here to seek approval to apply for a plan stop exemption for this plan change to the Minister responsible for the resource management reform. Why this plan change? This plan change helps keep the Auckland Unitary Plan accurate and up to date. This plan change supports Council's ongoing rezoning program, which aligns zoning with current land use and previously made Council decisions, resolves zoning anomalies and errors across the region to provide greater consistency and certainty for the public. Why now? The Council's open space rezoning program was paused while PC 78 and 120 progressed. This is because we cannot propose 2 zones for one site at the same time. As a result, more than 700 sites have been identified to review and rezone if appropriate using a resource management lens which analyses resource matters stated in the agenda report. The list of sites is subject to change following site visits, Section 32 analysis, and engagement with iwi, local boards, internal council teams, and landowners. Many of these sites no longer reflect current ownership due to vesting of land as a result of subdivision consents, land use activity as a result of resource consents granted. Some contain zoning anomalies and errors like split zoning that need correction. Updating these sites will ensure that the Auckland Unitary Plan remains current, accurate, and efficient. This plan change is Auckland-wide. It is a single coordinated process, which allows all sites to be addressed consistently and efficiently through one plan change. The types of sites include existing parks and open space, Esplanade reserves and conservation areas, future open space and development sites, land swaps, ownership changes and divestments, and lastly, zoning errors and anomalies. This plan change ensures zoning accurately reflects how land is used and managed. It provides certainty for future land use, supports the delivery of key public facilities like libraries and cemeteries, and maintains the accuracy and integrity of the Auckland Unitary Plan. Three options were considered. The recommended option is option 2, progressing the plan change now. This provides a timely and efficient way to align zoning with existing land ownership and use while maintaining the accuracy of the Auckland Unitary Plan. Next steps include: we seek approval for the committee to endorse preparation of this plan change. Next, it's the delegated committee members to approve the exemption application under Section 80V of the RMA. Following ministerial approval, undertake engagement with iwi, local board, and stakeholders. And lastly, report to the Policy, Planning and Development Committee seeking approval to publicly notify the plan change, amended in response to feedback on the draft. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to move. Councillor Gillen's happy to second. Are there any questions? Oh, Member Wilson.
So, I guess I'm going to be asking what I would normally ask anyway. For instance, two sites in the attachments show rezoning of a Māori purpose zone, Rukatai Street in Orake, and out of Māori purpose zoning, and Tram Valley Road, Waitakere, into Māori purpose zoning. Can you confirm what triggered these changes, whether the affected landowners have been consulted, and why they sit in a bundle that would you normally describe as administrative error and anomaly correction? Why do they sit in that bundle?
Through the chair, to answer your question, these sites were nominated to us. The one in for 23 to 27 Swanson Road, that was provided to us from the project specialisation team. We were given notice that there may be a Europa on that site, and so we thought that could be special purpose, Māori purpose zone, to allow Europa to be a permitted activity, because that a Europa under special purpose cemetery zone doesn't allow for Europa at this stage. So in terms of whether we've consulted with the landowner yet, we first need to receive approval to prepare the plan change and to be provided with approval to apply for a plan stop exemption. Once we've received that approval, we will then engage with those landowners. Currently, those sites are on our list, but it is subject to change following engagement with relevant iwi stakeholders and local boards.
But that's post the exemption, isn't it? So it's already after
It's
the
after.
exemption.
So the list of sites on the attachment is subject to change. It is evidence to say that we have sites that could be rezoned, but we will be looking at this site with a resource management lens to see if rezoning that site is appropriate. So it's still subject to change, still subject to analysis, still subject to engagement. So that list of sites isn't the final set of sites that we will be taking through to pre-notification.
Can you tell me what the timing and the form will be before the Section 32 report is finalised?
It's dependent, through the chair, it's dependent on when we receive the exemption from the minister. But in terms of Section 32 analysis, as soon as we receive that approval to commence a plan change, it will start straight away in terms of engagement with iwi, site visits, Section 32 analysis. Straight away, once we received approval to commence.
I think John might want to.
Yeah, Member Wilson, so process here is a little bit unusual with this extra step of having to go to the minister for these type of plan changes. With over 700 sites potentially going through a rezoning, we thought it was wise to get the committee's endorsement to proceed in principle with the plan change, seek the minister's approval in principle for an open space plan change generally described, but not asking the minister to approve the specific rezonings for the specific properties, to then engage with property owners, iwi, and then to come back to committee with a final list. So we're not seeking the minister's approval for all of the specific changes here. This is just to give a sort of starting point for a list, seeking your endorsement. The request of the minister would be at a higher level. It wouldn't be seeking his approval for every single rezoning change, to enable that engagement to be meaningful so that staff can take that on board, bring that back to committee, and then seek your approval to notify the plan change. So hopefully that gives you some comfort in terms of the two specific locations and any others on that list.
Because of the nature of what is being sought here and the significant impact that rezoning out of multi-purpose and into something else, John, you'll understand yourself, there's a lot of work that goes into plan changes that involves the engagement. What is it here that I could take reassurance around the notion of coming back? But because it only talks to legal compliance, it doesn't talk at all. The MIS talks to legal compliance, but not necessarily to impact on Māori, and that's where I guess the disconnect comes. So what's the reassurance? Because if it's going to do good, but you can't tell by way of the report, then it puts you in a not understanding all the facts. What reassurance can you provide with the oversight that you have and the understanding that you have in terms of engagement with mana whenua as it relates to this item on the agenda?
Member Wilson, the assurance, I guess, is in the body of the report where it does discuss that step of engagement with mana whenua. And also the recommendation here is that this plan change is brought back to the committee, that it's not seeking your approval to proceed to notification after the minister agrees. It's to bring this whole plan change in all of its detail back to committee with the results from any engagement before you make that decision. So that's the best we can give at this stage, that there will absolutely be engagement with all relevant parties, all relevant mana whenua entities before we bring anything back to the committee, and we'll advise you of what the response is at that point. So that's probably the best I can give you at this stage.
Okay, I'll consider how we would respond in that light, but it makes me feel very nervous that I do not like doing in terms of not a full understanding, but talking to things about rezoning, putting things, bundling, not having the opportunity for ownership to be asked. It may be very well, because I do have faith in your ability to do what's required in terms of mana whenua, but I'm not sure that it's written in a way that addresses that. I'm going to leave it there for the time being and consider how we would vote to that.
Thank you, Member Wilson. Are there any more questions?
My question again is to you, Chair. I mean, some of these sites I'm quite familiar with, particularly ones in Franklin, and I've just got a few queries, but I'm very aware it's now 6:15 and we are going, in my own case, I've got an AGM at 7 p.m, will go likely through till about 9:30. So just, had you considered having a wider group under the delegations, if there are those other members that might have perhaps some concerns on some of the sites under consideration?
Yeah, as far as I understand, the delegation is just to prepare the letter to the Minister to basically get permission to start work on this plan change, and then essentially we'll spend the time and money going through the normal processes the plan change would apply. Because of the RMA reforms, the plan stop requirements, we are doing it sort of backwards because we don't have the permission to do our own plan changes.
I get that, but it just sort of...
Yeah. I mean, the delegated group, just so I can check, is definitely just to sign off the letter, which won't have all the details in it.
Yeah, that's correct.
But will there be an opportunity for Member Wilson, Councillor Fletcher, others to engage with this process more once we know we can actually do the process?
Through the chair, yes. This is a new process which the government has applied. Usually we would bring forward a draft plan change, having engaged with iwi and local boards and stakeholders and landowners, etc. The strong advice from the Ministry for the Environment is, before we as council, as any other council in the country might do, is to get the exemption before we start the work, to avoid taking time and money spent to develop a plan change that the Minister may choose to not exempt from the plan stop provisions. So this is the first step in that, and given the scale of the number of sites, we thought it appropriate to bring it forward to this committee to get approval to apply to the Minister.
Yeah, I think that might be the issue, not that it's being missed, but normally our processes are very much front-ended with all the engagement, but there's almost no point in doing that if we cannot proceed. There's some plan changes like our notable trees, helicopters, other things that were 3 years in the making and then we got stopped at that point, but that's because they were already in train before the law changed. Now the law's changed, we've got to get permission first to even start the work. Yeah.
And just through the chair, the last plan change that sought to rezone open space and fix anomalies, etc., was plan change 96, and that was approved by the Minister. So we are reasonably confident that the Minister will see fit to approve this exemption as well.
As long as they do it before they're shut down.
Yes, and that's one of the factors in that, is that when Parliament adjourns, we're unclear whether the Minister will continue to approve exemptions. That may happen, but we're sort of keen to get it there as soon as we are able.
So this is once again something we opposed through the submission and we lost when the law changed. Is there any other questions? No, I think we are good. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just to add, once we do get that exemption, if we get it, we will engage with all relevant interested parties, including local boards, mana whenua, prior to reporting the draft change back to the committee. Yes, so we will consult with everyone before we come back to the committee.
Okay, and we're going to add that as a additional resolution to double down on that, make it clear.
Chair, I get the imperatives, and it's probably a good idea to include an E or whatever you're going to do there. But, but what officers are saying is we really, in order to meet the timeline of the House closing for elections, this has to be agreed today.
That was my understanding in the pre-agenda, that we don't, there's only one sitting week left and we don't know if that means the minister can't also approve these sorts of, the last plan stops have taken months, let alone.
Yeah, through the chair, we have brought this forward to the committee and we are hopeful that if we can get it to Wellington as soon as we can, that this will be returned with the minister's approval, so we can continue to work on this through the second half of this year. The concern that we have is that it may be delayed until after the election and the formation of the new government.
So we just added an E, just to reiterate, all of this would normally happen before it come to this table. We need this early kind of preparation bit. So we're just putting in there that all of that will be done if we get the plan stop approval from the minister. Okay. No. Is there any, oh, you have another question, Member Wilson? No. Comment. Okay, I'll just get you both to step back. Member Wilson.
I am amenable to what Councillor Ferry has already alluded to. I could have, if unhappy with, I could have looked at an amendment. I am using the notion of trust and confidence in the ability in working on this committee and hearing it, because the report, I guess if I was to be honest, didn't indicate, well, I have trust and confidence in yourself, John, and the staff to be able to do what they do. In that situation, if all my partai have been answered, I wish it would be perfect, but sometimes life is not like that. So I have no other reservations and applaud, but don't necessarily, following process, need that amendment. But thank you, I appreciate very much that you would do that. But I just want the emphasis on trust and confidence. We don't take lightly the notion of opposition when we're working in this manner, nor the fact of abstention. So thank you.
Kia ora, Member Wilson, I appreciate that. Any other speakers? Right, all those in favour? Any opposed? Cool, thank you very much. And now we move to, looking at the right piece of paper. Private plan change request 8.7. And I've added a chair's recommendation, so I'll move if someone would like to second. Councillor Ferry, I think that was it? The chair's recommendation is just the standard. Do we have it up on screen? Sorry. So the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Policy Planning and Development Committee and a member of Haukura, the authority to approve a council submission on the private plan change request. The submission should seek that the private plan change request be declined unless matters identified in the agenda report, including those raised by AT, Healthy Waters, Water Care, appropriately addressed, noting that the proposed zoning is ahead of the timing envisaged in the FTS. Yeah, Thank you. Katrina.
Kia ora through the chair, thank you. My name is Katrina David, and the purpose of this item is to decide how to process the private plan change request made by Honara Trust. The plan change area is on the eastern edge of Pukekohe Township and applies to just under 7.3 hectares of land. There are 4 options available to the council under clause 25, schedule 1 of the RMA, that is to adopt the request as if it were a council plan change, accept the request for processing, deal with the request as if it were a resource consent application, or to reject the request. And my recommendation in this report is to accept the request for processing. So the request proposes to rezone the land from future urban zoned and a small amount of mixed rural zone to the mixed housing suburban and single house zones. It also proposes a small relocation of the rural urban boundary, which affects just over 1,800 metres squared. The plan change estimates a development yield of approximately 85 residential lots. The request also proposes to apply the Stormwater Management Area Flow 1 control and to apply a new precinct, being the Pukekohe East precinct. The proposed precinct includes a number of provisions to manage effects of future development, including the coordination of development and key transport, water supply and wastewater infrastructure. So infrastructure and structure planning are key considerations for rezoning requests such as this, and Council and our CCO experts have reviewed the request and provided advice on it. The request is partially aligned with the Council's Pukekohe Pairata Structure Plan, which was completed in 2019. The structure plan seeks the coordination of infrastructure delivery and land development across the structure plan area and proposes the mixed housing suburban zone for the actual plan change area. The future development strategy, as you know, is Council's long-term approach to growth and development, setting out when future urban areas are anticipated to be development ready and the infrastructure required for this. The request is out of sequence with the FDS timing of 2035 plus for this future urban area. Now, the request relies on Watercare's public water supply and wastewater networks to service the plan change area. Watercare advise it is technically feasible to service the plan change area for bulk water supply and wastewater ahead of the FDS 2035 plus timing, without compromising their ability to service existing live zone areas, provided there's appropriate amendments to the precinct provisions. Currently, there is capacity in the existing bulk water supply, accessed through the Pukekohe East bulk supply point. It is only once this is exceeded that the Ngāhere Road bulk supply point identified in the future development strategy will be required. The plan change area cannot connect to the wastewater network until the Pukekohe North Wastewater Project is completed in 2028 as indicated in the FDS. And once this is completed, there is expected to be sufficient capacity in the network to service the plan change area, dependent on tracking of growth and loading into the Pukekohe wastewater treatment plant. Road access to the plan change area is proposed via an interim collector road and roundabout intersection onto Pukekohe East Road. This is located within the extent of the Auckland Transport's Pukekohe Northeast Arterial designation and is an interim solution until the arterial road is constructed. Excuse me. Auckland Transport advise they are comfortable that an appropriate interim roundabout can be accommodated, but do have concerns about the proposed design in the plan change request and the impact this may have on future roading infrastructure. They also have concerns about the proposed transport triggers and the precinct plan that's proposed. Auckland Transport advise amendments will be required to the precinct provisions to provide them with enough certainty that development will be aligned with the delivery of transport infrastructure and to ensure interim solutions proposed can be easily upgraded to accommodate the planned future public works. Other council experts, including Healthy Waters and Resilience, have also reviewed the request and have not raised any concerns that could not otherwise be addressed through the hearings process if the request is accepted for notification. This report provides a course merits assessment of the request and an options analysis available to the council, including whether the request is in accordance with sound resource management practice, taking into account advice received from our experts. Through this assessment, I consider there are aspects of the request as currently proposed that are not entirely in accordance with sound resource management practice or consistent with Part 5 of the RMA. And this is because the request is out of sequence with the timing for the FDS and because the proposed zoning is not fully integrated with the provision of infrastructure. Therefore, there is the option for the council to reject the request under clauses 25 for C and D. However, the council can exercise its discretion and does not have to reject the request, and this is what I recommend in this instance. This is because the request proposes interim transport infrastructure solutions and precinct provisions to restrict development until appropriate infrastructure is available, including bulk water supply and wastewater infrastructure. Based on the initial advice from Watercare and Auckland Transport, these solutions may be capable of addressing addressing infrastructure concerns and could manage development in advance of the FDS 2035 plus timing, subject to further amendments to the precinct provisions. Therefore, I recommend that the request is accepted for processing under clause 25 2B, Schedule 1 of the RMA. If the request is accepted, a full assessment of the request will be undertaken as part of the subsequent reporting and hearing process. Any issues and matters raised by the council and CCO experts through submissions can be appropriately dealt with at that stage, including refinement of the precinct provisions to ensure development of the plan change area is restricted until development of future infrastructure projects and requirements are met. Thank you. Happy for questions.
Thank you for the fulsome response, but the amount of work that's been done, I know you guys are under the pump constantly with all these different plan changes and fast tracks. So are there, Member Wilson.
Thank you. Look, I note that you're accepting the request from the requester, but acknowledge there's grounds for rejection. There's also in the Māori impact the notion that Ngāti Tamo'oho has statutory acknowledgement in that area, which is extremely significant for mana whenua. So I'm wondering in terms of the coupling of you already have grounds for rejection and the fact that Ngāti Tamo'oho is opposed to it, and there's no asking of the requester to appropriately deal with that, the notion of how is it that the requester is able to overcome those potential obstacles, even though in terms of mana whenua, that is the most significant if you have a statutory acknowledgement, which is part of your treaty claim, but that doesn't qualify for anything else until after the plan change. They've put a CVA in, as you're aware, was the cultural values assessment that goes towards the reason why they're opposed. Was that taken into consideration at all or not?
Through the chair, as you noted, it is in a Ngāti Tamo'oho statutory acknowledgement area, and the applicant did engage with them before they lodged the plan change with us. Ngāti Tamo'oho has provided a CVA which was provided to us with their application. The CVA from Ngāti Tamo'oho says that they oppose the plan change unless all their recommendations are met. The applicant, under the statutory requirements of the RMA, aren't required to consult with iwi like councillors before a plan change, through the development of a plan change, but it's obviously good practice that they do. And also that they respond to how they note how their plan change has responded to the feedback that they've received from mana whenua, which they have done. I've noted that, and through reading that, the applicant has gone some way to addressing some of the concerns and issues and requests or recommendations that Ngāti Tamo'oho have made in their CVA. In particular, they have actually, from what was originally proposed, when this was first lodged, a different high density zone was proposed, which was because Plan Change 78 was still in effect, so they had to incorporate the MDRS. But since that's been removed and they changed the application, and they said they've had ongoing discussions with Ngāti Tamo'oho and Ngāti Tiata since they lodged it. They've now proposed to apply the single house zone to most of the portion of the plan change area that's within the outstanding natural feature, which was one of the key concerns, obviously, that Ngāti Taumaha wanted to protect, that outstanding natural feature, which is the Pukekohe East Tough Ring. They've also added into the precinct provisions that iwi need to be, Ngāti Taumaha and Ngāti Te Ata need to be consulted with as part of the provisions in the precinct for when there's future development, and also that various tikanga should be followed, and that there needs to be cultural inductions and so forth before any earthworks are done. So they have gone some way to addressing, I believe, some of Ngāti Taumaha's concerns in their recommendation. Some of the recommendations, I think, are better dealt with at the resource consent stage, which is why it's important, though, to get those provisions in the precinct to start with. Some of the recommendations were not necessarily specific to the plan change area, but perhaps wider. So I did consider what was in the CVA and what it was that Ngāti Taumaha had recommended, and I felt that at this stage the applicant has shown a willingness to address some of those concerns and proposed changes through the process, and that going forward, if it is accepted and through the submission process and the normal reporting process, it enables a greater consideration of Ngāti Taumaha's concerns.
So, just to follow on that question, and I know we're all tired. Statutory acknowledgement is not because I have interest in an area, and I'm confident you understand that. Statutory acknowledgement relates to te treaty redress that an iwi has received. That Auckland Council sits here to support the notion of te treaty. So it's not because, you know, they have high interest. It is an instrument that's used clearly in a process that determines that that area is significant statutory acknowledgement. So I would have thought that, given that there was already acknowledging grounds for rejection exists, that to be helpful, Auckland Council would clearly explain the position that they have in terms of how they work and partner with mana whenua, no more, no less than that. The CVA, of course, is some way towards that, so whether you can't reject it necessarily because they have a statutory acknowledgement in that area, and you can't make a determination, is my view of the world, on whether or not that should or shouldn't be accepted, because it already has. So it's just the process and the ownership in terms of partnering with the Crown and with the statutory acknowledgement, and Auckland Council hasn't seemed to mesh instead of in terms of the requester making the request and saying, oh, well, we just, Council will accept that and we'll do something else when the process comes. I just thought there would have been some understanding and acknowledgement of a statutory acknowledgement as it exists, because they're very rare, as opposed to we've applied for a plan change and it's going to impact on your treaty redress. That's the confusion there. Anyway, that's my explanation. But my other part relates to the FGS and the sequencing. So I thought that I heard you talk to, on a repeated case-by-case acceptances, setting out almost a de facto FDS sequencing policy, because it sounds like, you know, there's some, I don't know, amendments to be done in terms of what's happening in that FDS space. So do you think that your sequencing over and above of what the FDS has said should occur in that area? This is my part-time. De facto sequencing.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand the question around the sequencing. Could you repeat that, please?
I'm not sure the gentleman sitting next to you was making...
Through the chair, I mean, certainly the FDS identifies infrastructure prerequisites, and Katrina's report addresses each of those, and also with the backup of advice from Watercare and AT, Road Controlling Authority at the time, of course, and Watercare with regard to those prerequisites and the NORs and designations in the local area as well. So it's less stark than perhaps some of the other private plan changes that come before the committee and the chair. There, it seems to me that this particular applicant has gone a decent way in providing provisions and also triggers, if you like, or the beginnings of, to address the issues of concern to water care and AT. So it is ahead of the curve in terms of 2035, but for the reasons outlined in the report, in this instance, it's okay. It's deemed to be appropriate that the recommendation is to accept.
Thank you. That's all the part I have, but I wouldn't mind some commentary too, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Gillen.
Oh, thank you. It was actually a question for you, Mr. Chair. I just want to understand exactly what you put up here. So you're proposing that it proceeds, but that council will then put in a submission asking that certain things happen, and if it doesn't, then asking it to be declined. And so my question really is why not just put forward that we decline this now?
Well, there's very slight windows of rejection, but the advice from the staff, and that's on the record now, is that it really should be accepted because of the timing of the infrastructure. The size is pretty small, the number of houses, the density, etc., etc. It's not like this is 7 hectares compared to, say, Arvida, which we rejected 159 hectares, and there was very good grounds. We will just end up in the Environment Court, and there's a strong likelihood that we can't get through that, process. So this would then go to a plan change hearing, and if we are not happy the infrastructure is being addressed, then our submission is very clear from the beginning that we would like to decline this application. We don't have the right to do it, but we have the ability to give a submission to the panel to decline. Yeah, this is what we normally do in a case where the evidence before us has been said that actually we should accept this.
Well, my next question then is, what are the ramifications if we decline? Because it is open to us to decline at this point, and we do need to draw a line in the sand over these sorts of applications because, as has been said, a submission won't actually be ensuring it's declined. We're actually leaving their decision entirely up to the hearing panel, and as we know, when those then come back to us, we have to rubber stamp them. We don't get the opportunity to say no later. So this is the time now where if we're not happy with it to decline. So what are the ramifications, please, if this is declined at this point?
I can take that one, Chair. Councillor Gillen, as stated in the report, the applicant can then appeal to the Environment Court, and the Environment Court is looking at what are the grounds for rejecting. The report has highlighted that there is a potential ground on the basis of being contrary to sound resource management practice, and a potential ground in terms of being contrary to Part 5 of the RMA. So the bar set by the court is pretty high for that. The council had a successful result in the Environment Court on Avida, but that is still working its way through the High Court. The previous cases to that, did set the bar very high. I guess the difference between this and some of the previous examples are, as mentioned, the scale is roughly 85 lots. The context with existing housing and development immediately adjacent to it, water care indicating that within the next couple of years, water and wastewater infrastructure are likely to be pretty much fine. Water care would like to see improved provisions in the plan change just to deal with that lag between today's date and when that infrastructure comes on stream. Healthy waters from a stormwater point of view, stormwater infrastructure, not seeing any big red flags at all. They think there may be a need to just tighten up some of the provisions in the plan change. And Auckland Transport aren't raising any significant transport issues in terms of transport infrastructure capacity. Their issue is just that the development proceeds in a way that doesn't block or foreclose a planned arterial road. So with the scale, the context of the existing infrastructure, and probably last but not least, the timing relative to the FDS, Future Development Strategy, is about 9 years out. By the time the plan changes proceeded, if you do accept it, to a hearing and development gets underway, that window is getting even narrower. There are some locations in the FDS that aren't signalled for development for 30 years plus. So it's much closer in timing compared to some of the other developments like developments in Warkworth and elsewhere. So it's just got a number of factors that would probably potentially weigh in favour of the applicant if it did go to the Environment Court, but there is a case that could be run if the committee decides that that's the way you wish to go, to reject this plan change.
Yeah, put into consideration Drury and Beachlands. I mean, we appealed Beachlands 10,000 dwellings, and that was approved. This is 84, and we could spend a lot of time and money, so ratepayers' dollars, on a Environment Court, which on paper and in public is said that on balance, so trying to be careful with ratepayers' money, and I would rather spend it on the big fights that we've already been trying in other areas, such as the fast tracks. I mean, it is a disappointing situation that we are keep facing through plan changes and fast tracks, but I can't think of one. There's a few in the mix that I won't name that we might get there on, but yeah. Are there any more questions? Councillor Turner.
Not a very sensible one. I'm listening to everybody, and all I have in my mind is that the number of people, not on larger stuff like that one, a couple of times, the number of people who have approached me saying we're locked down in this hole with the council and we want to air it and get somewhere, and so they come to the politicians to bring it to this table. So up there we're delegating away everything to be negotiated away from this table. Is that right? What we've got here is quite a complex situation which can be aired in public and everyone sees why and where the thinking is and where it's going. But here we're saying, well, we'll delegate it to take it off the table and let staff negotiate with the applicants.
That we're not letting anyone negotiate. We're being asked if this goes notified to a plan change, which will go to a hearing, or have local board, mana whenua, everyone can submit on it, then it goes to a panel. Our submission at the moment, if the infrastructure can't be addressed, will be to decline. The panel then decides. If we reject, it's, as my experience so far, goes to the Environment Court and it gets pushed back and approved anyway on extremely large developments. We push back pretty hard, but this one is quite small. The infrastructure, as laid out in the report, is quite soon. So we just have to make a decision whether...
So why do we need to delegate? Why don't we just make the decision to...
Sorry? We're delegating just to ensure there's a submission approved. We can send it around to everyone to see, but we don't have a submission here because we don't know if we're going to do...
okay.
Yeah. We have, under the RMA, we can't decline the consent. The council cannot do that.
Okay.
It has to go to a... We can reject it, but there are slim grounds here. In other cases, like Arvida up in Warkworth, I pushed to reject that, but we're talking about 159 hectares versus this one is 7.
It's the same as on Resolve here, is it, Mr. Chair, or is it changed on...
Everything is the same apart from we've added the C there, just to make sure, because we could just approve it with no direction to staff that we would like to decline it. We would like our submission to be declined, but we don't have the power to approve or decline the consent.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. Councillor Ferry.
Yeah, thanks. I think part of the confusion here in our 8th hour is because we're using the words accept and reject at different part and decline and oppose at different parts of the process, and people are getting confused that they think we mean different parts of the process from yeah, we're sort of, I think there's a bit of talking past each other. So I wanted to ask a question that I'm hoping will clarify. And I wonder if it would help, Chair, if the wording of that is, rather than the submission should seek that the private plan change request be declined, although I know that's what we would be doing, it would be the submission should oppose the private plan change request, because I think we are talking about two different parts of the process and it might help people to understand. Can we not do that?
It's not that legal have written this because this is what we will be writing. This is what our submission will be in the hearing.
Hearing,
And
yeah.
our staff will be standing there defending council's view to decline.
So that's where, but I think what's happening is that we can decline the process starting. We reject the process starting, or we accept the process starting. That's the decision today, right? Have I got that right? Yep. So that's reject or accept.
And
Okay.
accepting does not mean we support it.
No. Just so, and then the next step is we can still make a submission requesting a decline, or we make a submission that doesn't take a position but points some stuff out, or we could make a submission saying we think this is great and it should proceed, right? So we've got two separate processes here, and what we're deciding on now is whether the process starts, the reject or accept, and then what's been added in, acknowledging that there are concerns about this plan change, is in the second part of the process, we are saying we think it should be declined. So the decision today is the first part of the process, but we're adding in, and when we get to the second part of the process, we're seeking a decline. Have I got that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I've heard from staff is that they feel while we might have grounds to decline in the second part, and we might technically have grounds to reject in the first part, the grounds in that first part are not probably sufficient that it would stand up in the Environment Court. And so our best chance of actually getting something different from what's been applied for is in that second part. Have I got that right?
Yes. Well, the nature of the wording in that suggested resolution doesn't look atypical to what has been applied in other plan change situations under Clause 25. It provides scope to address those issues in the council submission. And I think the nature of the word decline is what's used when you're doing your submission. So, you try and hit hard, if you like, in terms of getting those matters addressed or able to be addressed. It provides scope. The panel, when it goes on, if it goes on through notification into a hearing, the panel would pay heed to council submission and other submitters as well, and note that it says we want these things or else.
Okay, and so this may be unhelpful, Chair, but I wondered if, in recognition of the points that Member Wilson has raised, we could add in there where we've got including those raised by Auckland Transport, Healthy Waters and Resilience and Water Care and Ngāti Tamaoho.
After the words water care. Yes. So remove and before water care, and then after water care, write and Ngāti Tamaoho.
That's fine.
While that's being addressed there, Chair, I wonder, just in the interest of time, I can't find anywhere anything about the entity Honara Trust. Do we know who the Honara Trust is?
Through the chair, that's the landowner.
Yes.
Yes,
But
so they own about 95% of the site. There's one site that they don't own in there, but they own that part, and they own a lot of the rural zone surrounding it as well.
So the only reason I raise it is that sometimes we see developers falling over, and I'm sort of comfortable with this proceeding and in a belts and braces way, because if we approve the request being accepted, they meet all the costs associated with it, or all the costs are recoverable. Where I have a difficulty is when we accept things and then the developer falls over and we've ended up carrying the can for what costs then ensue. So I just was curious to know that you are confident that you have a credible developer.
Through the chair, the Honara Trust are the landowners. The reporting doesn't necessarily say that they are the ones who are going to develop it. This is just that they are seeking the rezoning.
Credible parties, perhaps I should have used that terminology.
I haven't done a financial check on the landowners as such.
No, I'm not going to use an argument for grounds for accepting or rejecting. It was just a curiosity to know who that trust was, because it doesn't appear on any of the research that I've been able to do on entities.
So yeah, unlike a resource consent or a fast track, the private plan change, I can do a private plan change to change your house or someone else's house. They're changing their own land, but it doesn't necessarily mean they have anyone to develop it at this time.
I completely understand that. Thank you. But you've confirmed also for me that in this situation, if we proceed to accept, that the parties will then have all of the costs of processing that will be recoverable. Yes. So that really is just what I wanted by way of belts and braces.
Are there any other questions? Right. Thank you very much. I know this is very complicated. Planning is extremely complicated at the moment. There's so many different things coming at us. Is there, you would like to, debating point, Member Wilson?
I'm just saying thank you very much for the effort that's gone into accommodating that. I appreciate to the staff. I'm very focused on what it is that I'm. Look, that's a lot of time. I mean, I've never spoken so much ever before in any meeting, and that I think could be accommodated, Mr. Chair. If the item's coming here and it's coming at short notice, then at least if the Secretariat can help to then inform, it might cut down the time that I would need to participate, if that can be considered. But thank you, is really what I'm saying, for this solution that's been offered.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. All those in favour?
Just briefly, I don't know whether this is precedent setting by the inclusion of Ngāti Tamaoho, whom I met with last week, but if it is precedent setting, it would have been interesting if we'd had that provision in the recent acquisition of the land on Linwood Road for the cemetery, because I know that they were strongly opposed to that particular proposal.
Councillor Gillan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this today. There are a lot of people across Auckland that rely on us to defend the unitary plan as much as possible. We shouldn't be taking a gamble on the independent hearing panel ruling in our favour. We should be drawing a line and start saying no when developers are trying to go outside of what we have agreed to in the unitary plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Sorry, I'm too tired, forgot to press my button. Councillor Gibbon just took the words out of my mouth, did a better job than me. I've just been sitting here thinking to myself of, like the people this morning who said we're not planning. And And so I won't be supporting this either. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner. That is fine, but our job is unfortunately to balance that up. The whole point of a plan change is it's changing the unitary plan. Under myself as the chair, the last 4 years has been the first time we've rejected a number of times, first time we've appealed. We've lost almost every time, but we have gained things, so it's been really important. We've pushed back as much as we can. I asked significant amount of advice on this one. I am not willing to end up in the Environment Court and waste a whole lot of ratepayers' money, which some people seem to focus a lot of time on, as we've seen in the past, especially through the budget, on something that we've been told and given advice that this is the best way forward because of the timing, because of the RMA, and because potentially these guys will probably go fast track anyway. So for me, we have pushed back where we've got strong advice, strong defence, and the ability to do so even when it's cost a lot of money. This time, I believe it is of such small scale, 84 properties. They've downzoned already from 3 stories down to single house and mixed housing suburban. They also agreed to do some of the infrastructure, and our position is to decline through the panel. This is the way the RMA sets up things for us. That's why we've had workshops on this. I don't like this either, but I am preferring this process, which we actually can have a plan change, then resource consent, and then correct amount of DCs than the fast track process, which has so far approved 5,000 dwellings without any ability, basically, for our teams to oppose or decline or to raise the money. Probably the Dalmore situation might have lost us around $80 million. So this is one process that is difficult, but it's far better than the other processes that we are stuck with. So I will be taking responsibility and voting for this, even though I do not like it, because that's our job.
All right, you convinced me. I'm a flip-flopper.
Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Gillen opposed. Thank you. Right, I'll take the next 3 items just together. I'll move. Councillor Ferry, second. All those in favour of those? Is there any questions on those 3 procedural items? No debate, hopefully. All those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? No. Close it. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia. Kura tapinui, kia wātea, kia mama, tēnākau, te tinana, me te wairoa, e te ara takatu, koia rā e rongo, whakaaria ake ki runga ka tīna. Haumie, huie. Thank you.